Chapter 48. A school for young ladies in Springfield was announcing that besides ordinary branches of education and training in intellectual and moral science, it would conduct a class in mezzotint painting. A store was offering on sale cloth, comb, tooth, hair, and nail brushes. Civilization and culture were stirring in Illinois. The Alton Literary Society met in the courthouse in that city and debated the question: was Brutus justified in killing Caesar? Lincoln read newspapers, skirmished through exchanges in the Sangamon Journal office. He could read there in the year 1839 that the Northern Cross Railroad would pay cash for timber to make the grade from Springfield to Meredosia. Shipments of rifles had arrived in Illinois, all lengths and sizes, mounted with brass, silver, and gold, single and double barrel, with shotguns to fit the same stock, some very fine in mahogany and leather cases. Orchards were being planted with new kinds of apple trees, winter sweets, red streaks, red russets, yellow hearts, rainbows. One January day, the Journal announced, "Our farmers can now be supplied with rutabaga seed at Mr. Kennedy's drug store. Now is the time to sow it. Select a piece of clean land, harrow in the seed well, keep the land clear of weeds, and thin the plants to 6 inches apart. The drill culture is better, but is more troublesome." One, and often two, columns in a newspaper had the heading "Estrays," and told of lost horses, sorrels, bays, dapple bays, some blaze-faced, some with saddle marks or spots and scars, or bit in the ear, or long-tailed or switch-tailed, or with a snip on the nose. Lincoln, on losing his horse, advertised, "Strayed or stolen. From a stable in Springfield on Wednesday 18th, a large bay horse, star on his forehead, plainly marked with harness, supposed to be 8 years old, had been shod all around, but is believed to have lost some of his shoes, and trots and paces. Any person who will take up said horse and leave information at the Journal office or with the subscriber shall be liberally paid for their trouble. A. Lincoln." One week of November of 1839, Lincoln saw 2 editorials which he read carefully more than once or twice in the Illinois State Register, the Democratic newspaper of Springfield. The articles were about him, aimed straight at him. It was the first time any attempt had been made through the public prints to improve his manners. His personal behavior was publicly discussed, and he was advised how he should so act that he would appear to better advantage and win more general approval. He looked on the public platform like a clown, but in so looking he was a good deal of an actor, a sort of comedian, not a real clown, but one playing a part. Thus the State Register pictured him. Lincoln had spoken in the courthouse as a candidate for presidential elector on a Tuesday evening, in reply to Stephen A. Douglas, and the State Register commented, "Mr. Lincoln's argument was truly ingenious. He has, however, a sort of assumed clownishness in his manner which does not become him, and which does not truly belong to him. It is assumed for effect. Mr. Lincoln will sometimes make his language correspond with his clownish manner, and he can thus frequently raise a loud laugh among his Whig hearers. But this entire game of buffoonery convinces the mind of no man, and is utterly lost on the majority of his audience. We seriously advise Mr. Lincoln to correct this clownish fault before it grows upon him." In Tuesday's debating, Douglas was the loser, the Register acknowledged. The main object of calling in Mr. Lincoln was to raise up Cyrus Walker, a Whig, who had been actually demolished by Mr. Douglas in the afternoon. Lincoln made out to get Walker rather unsteadily on his legs again, and between the 2 Whig speakers, our Democratic little giant, as Walker called him, had a rough time of it. Lincoln misrepresented Douglas, as was apparent to every man present. This brought a warm rejoinder from Mr. Douglas. Mr. Walker then rose, complained of Mr. D. for his warmth, and went on for an hour, starting new points. Thus a concerted plot of 2 + 1 began to show itself. On the Wednesday night following, Douglas argued against the United States Bank, and it seemed to the State Register. There was a profound silence upon his conclusion, and a settled gloom covered the Whigs. They saw how utterly hopeless must be the attempt to answer. Mr. Lincoln was, however, again put forward, but he commenced with embarrassment and continued without making the slightest impression. The Mr. Lincoln of Wednesday night was not the Mr. Lincoln of Tuesday. He could only meet the arguments of Mr. Douglas by relating stale anecdotes and old stories, and left the stump literally whipped off of it, even in the estimation of his own friends. Then, after declaring Lincoln and Walker were without measures or principles to advocate, the editorial closed. The men are smart enough, but the cause they have espoused is rotten to the core. The second editorial had the heading, Mr. Lincoln and the Register, and opened, On last Wednesday night, Mr. Lincoln, in the course of his reply to Mr. Douglas, traveled out of his way to attack the veracity of the editors of this paper. Under the rule agreed upon by a committee governing the discussion, Mr. Lincoln could not be replied to by either of the editors of this paper. This Mr. Lincoln knew, and he has lowered himself in our estimation by his conduct on that occasion. He asserted that he did not advise the running of John Bennett for the legislature, but was in favor of Bowling Green, and that the editors of the Register had lied in making such a statement. Mr. Lincoln said further that we had no authority for making the statement, and that having no authority, even had we published the truth, we were still liars. Such was the language of the man selected by the Whig party to be an elector to the high office of President of the United States. To the indecorous language of Mr. Lincoln we make no reply. Then followed the publication of an anonymous letter, which the Register said was written by a highly respectable citizen of Petersburg. The letter set forth that two good candidates had been turned down by Lincoln and two other Whig bosses, who had handed the nomination to John Bennett, a nullifier, also a thorough aristocrat, an advocate for taking the election of justices and constables from the people. The same letter had been published 2 weeks previous in the Register, and neither Lincoln nor any other Whigs replying to it, the Register assumed it was true. Before and since, we have heard several of the friends of Mr. Lincoln admit on the streets and undertake to justify this party arrangement. Mr. Lincoln's allowing 2 weeks to pass by with the accusation resting on him, and making no effort to relieve himself from it, gave the public the right to look upon the accusation as true. Also in the same issue of the Register, Lincoln could turn a page and read an advertisement of a sort common in all newspapers then. Usually such advertisements were scattered among the lost horses and stray cattle notices. One read, $50 reward, ran away from subscriber, living in Lewis County, Missouri, 4 miles from Tully, a slave named Charles, about 20 years of age, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, well made, free spoken among whites, and pleasant in conversation, had a white speck in the ball of eye, a scar at extremity of the left eyebrow, also a scar on the right wrist, and one between the neck and the collarbone, and also scars on his back. Then followed particulars about the payment of the reward for the delivery of the property. Chapter 49. Looking out through the little window panes of the law office overlooking the main street and the public square where the new Capitol building was to stand, listening at the street corners in summer and at the circles around wood stoves in the grocery stores in winter, Lincoln came to know the haunts and tabernacles of politics, their passions and hatreds, their stormy laughter. It was precisely this period and these people that the young French philosopher de Tocqueville, traveling north, south, and west over America, had in mind when he sharpened a pencil and wrote, Almost the only pleasure of which any American has any idea is to take part in the government, and to discuss the part he has taken. An American cannot converse, but he can discuss. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a meeting, and if he should chance to warm in the course of the discussion, he will infallibly say, Gentlemen, to the person with whom he is conversing. If an American were condemned to confine his activity to his own affairs, he would be robbed of 1/2 of his existence. And the shrewd Frenchman held a balance by also noting, It is difficult to imagine the rapidity with which public opinion circulates in the midst of these deserts. I do not think that so much intellectual discourse takes place in the most enlightened and populous districts of France. So far as Sangamon County and Illinois were concerned, he sketched it. Once more Lincoln carried an election to the legislature, also stumping for his law partner John T. Stuart, who was elected to Congress. 2 years later, in 1840, he and Stuart were again elected to the same offices. Talk ran that he deserved a nomination to Congress for his efforts in behalf of the Whig Party. He was pushed by his party for Speaker of the House in the legislature. Besides wit and personality, a man had to have bulldog courage and a constitution like a horse to stand up in the game. When Stuart was running against Steve Douglas for Congress in 1838, the two struck, grappled, and fought like wildcats back and forth over the floor of Herndon's grocery till each was too tired to hit another blow. When Stuart came to, he ordered a barrel of whiskey for the crowd. Lincoln, a while later, sending news to Stuart in Washington, wrote, "Yesterday, Douglas, having chosen to consider himself insulted by something in the journal, undertook to cane Francis, the editor, in the street. Francis caught him by the hair and jammed him back against a market cart, where the matter ended by Francis being pulled away from him. The whole affair was so ludicrous that Francis and everybody else, Douglas excepted, have been laughing about it ever since." The Whigs rented the courthouse for a campaign meeting one day, and Edward D. Baker, speaking on the issues of the day, led up to the point where he declared that wherever there was a land office, there was a Democratic newspaper to defend its corruption. Democrats in the audience yelled, "Pull him down!" A riot was starting when Lincoln, who had been listening to the speech through a trap door looking from his office down into the courtroom, came dangling down with his long legs through the hole in the ceiling. He helped bring order by saying, "Hold on, gentlemen. This is a land of free speech. Baker has a right to speak, and if you take him off the stand, you'll have to take me, too." When a railroad contractor, Reuben Radford, brought in a construction gang to man the polls for the Democratic ticket one election day, Lincoln heard about it and went to the polling place in a slow trot. In warning Radford, he remarked, "Radford, you'll spoil and blow if you live much longer." He told Speed in the evening that he wanted to hit Radford but couldn't get a chance. "I intended to just knock him down and leave him kicking." At a political meeting in Springfield, he replied to an attack on the Long Nine by Jesse B. Thomas. It was a furious and directly personal handling he gave Thomas, with jabs of sarcasm and a mimicking of Thomas. Springfield called it a terrible skinning, and it was alluded to as the skinning of Thomas. The crowd had egged him on with yells and cheers so that Lincoln gave Thomas a worse skinning than he intended. He went to Thomas's office and said he was sorry. He told friends he wasn't proud of the performance. James Matheny joined Lincoln, Evan Butler, and Noah Rickard one evening in dragging a man to the courthouse pump where they stripped him of his shirt, tied him to the pump, and gave the man's wife a switch and told her, "Light in." The man was a shoemaker who had been getting drunk regularly and always when drunk, brutally beating his wife. Lincoln had warned him that if he beat his wife again, he would have to take a beating himself. Matheny said the wife had to be encouraged to lay on with the switch, and after that night, he and Lincoln didn't hear anything more about the shoemaker beating his wife. When Colonel Dick Taylor, known also as Ruffled Shirt Taylor, on account of his wearing ruffled silk shirts, got sarcastic about the Whigs being elegant and wearing fine clothes while pleading for the plain people, Lincoln, who was debating with Taylor, listened coolly, but after a while slipped to the side of Taylor and tore open a coat buttoned up close. A bulge of ruffled silk flew out, and there came to sight a colored velvet vest and a watch chain with gold seals. The audience roared, heard Taylor through, and then later heard Lincoln say, as Ninian Edwards recalled it, "While Colonel Taylor was making these charges against the Whigs over the country, riding in fine carriages, wearing ruffled shirts, kid gloves, massive gold chains with large gold seals, and flourishing a heavy gold-headed cane, I was a poor boy, hired on a flatboat at $8 a month, and had only one pair of breeches to my back, and they were buckskin. Now, if you know the nature of buckskin when wet and dried by the sun, it will shrink. and my breeches kept shrinking until they left several inches of my legs bare between the tops of my socks and the lower part of my breeches. And whilst I was growing taller, they were becoming shorter, and so much tighter that they left a blue streak around my legs that can be seen to this day. If you call this aristocracy, I plead guilty to the charge." While Stuart was in Washington, Lincoln handled the law practice and kept track of politics. Out of the silences of the little law office, he sent letters to Stuart about the many errands he was running from day to day, and the items of news, the twists of life he and his eyes and ears bent toward. Two of the letters to Stuart read, Springfield, November 14, 1839. Dear Stuart, I've been to the Secretary's office within the last hour and find things precisely as you left them. No new arrivals of returns on either side. Douglas has not been here since you left. A report is in circulation that he has abandoned the idea of going to Washington, though the report does not come in a very authentic form, so far as I can learn. Though, by the way, speaking of authenticity, you know that if we had heard Douglas say that he had abandoned the contest, it would not be very authentic. There is no news here. Noah, I still think, will be elected very easily. I am afraid of our race for representative. Dr. Knapp has become a candidate, and I fear the few votes he will get will be taken from us. Also, someone has been tampering with old Esquire Wyckoff and induced him to send in his name to be announced as a candidate. Francis refused to announce him without seeing him, and now I suppose there is going to be a fuss about it. I have been so busy that I have not seen Mrs. Stuart since you left, though I understand she wrote you by today's mail, which will inform you more about her than I could. The very moment a speaker is elected, write to me who he is. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. Springfield, December 23, 1839. Dear Stuart, Dr. Henry will write you all the political news. I write this about some little matters of business. You recollect you told me you had drawn the Chicago Massacre money and sent it to the claimants. A damned hawk-billed Yankee is here besetting me at every turn I take, saying that Robert Kinsey never received the $80 to which he was entitled. Can you tell me anything about the matter? Again, old Mr. Wright, who lives up South Fork somewhere, is teasing me continually about some deeds which he says he left with you, but which I can find nothing of. Can you tell me where they are? The legislature is in session and has suffered the bank to forfeit its charter without benefit of clergy. There seems to be little disposition to resuscitate it. Whenever a letter comes from you to Mrs. Stuart, I carry it to her, and then I see Betty. She is a tolerable nice fellow now. Maybe I will write again when I get more time. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. P.S. The Democratic giant is here, but he is not now worth talking about. He closed one letter to Stuart with a reference to Ruffled Shirt Taylor delivering a speech which William May answered. The way May let the wind out of him was a perfect wonder. Neither you nor I ever saw a crowd in this country so near all on one side, and all feeling good. To this letter was the postscript, Jeff Bell has come out for Harrison. Ain't that a caution? His first published speech and pamphlet was coming off the printing presses early in 1840, and he wrote Stuart, Well, I made a big speech which is in progress of printing in pamphlet form. To enlighten you and the rest of the world, I shall send you a copy when it is finished. The speech was one of a series of discussions of issues of the day, each speaker taking an entire evening, the general public invited to attend, in the hall of the House of Representatives in Springfield. The smallest audience of the season came to hear Lincoln, and he alluded to that fact and let it stand in the published pamphlet, which opened, Fellow citizens, it is peculiarly embarrassing for me to attempt a continuance of the discussion on this evening, which has been conducted in this hall on several previous ones. It is so because on each of those evenings there was a much fuller attendance than now, without any reason for it being so, except the greater interest the community feel in the speakers who address them then than they do in him who is to do so now. I am indeed apprehensive that the few who have attended have done so more to spare me mortification than in the hope of being interested in anything I may be able to say. This circumstance casts a damp upon my spirits, which I am sure I shall be unable to overcome during the evening." From this mournful beginning, the 30-year-old orator swept out into a speech that ranged across many fierce issues of the hour. Not only was he the strong young man who could take an axe handle and go to the polls and alone open a way through a gang blocking passage to the voting place. Not only was he the athlete they had seen take two fighting men and throw them apart as though they were two kittens. He was impressionable, with soft spots, with tremulous pools of changing lights. Though he stood up loose-jointed and comic with appeals in street-corner slang and dialect from the public square hitching-posts, yet at moments he was as strange and far off as the last dark sands of a red sunset, solemn as naked facts of death or hunger. He declared 10 years of Democratic administration had cost more money than the first 27 years of the country's government, including the cost of the War of 1812. The large sums foolishly, not to say corruptly, thrown away constitute one of the just causes of complaint against the administration. The agents of the government in connection with the Florida Indian War needed a certain steamboat. The owner proposed to sell it for $10,000. The agents refused to give that sum, but hired the boat at $100 per day and kept it at that hire till it amounted to $92,000. The contract for carrying the mail upon a certain route had expired, and of course was to be let again. The old contractor offered to take it for $300 a year. One James Reside bid $99 and received the contract. On examination, it was discovered that Reside had received for the service on this route, which he had contracted to render for less than $100, the enormous sum of $1,999. This is but a single case. Many similar ones covering some 10 or 20 pages of a large volume are given. He took up discussion of the sub-treasury plan proposed by the Democrats, declaring it less safe than the national bank plan of the Whigs. By the sub-treasury scheme, the public money is to be kept between the times of its disbursement by treasurers of the mint, custom house officers, land officers, and some new officers to be appointed. Has a year passed since the organization of the government that numerous defalcations have not occurred among this class of officers? Look at Swartout with his $1,200,000, Price with his $75,000, Harris with his $109,000, Lynn with his $55,000, together with some 2,500 lesser lights. With however much care selections of bank officers might be made, there would be some unfaithful and dishonest. The experience of the whole world in all bygone times proves this true. The Savior of the world chose 12 disciples, and even one of that small number, selected by superhuman wisdom, turned out to be a traitor and a devil. And it may not be improper here to add that Judas carried the bag, was the sub-treasurer of the Savior and his disciples. He took the instance of a sub-treasurer having in his hands $100,000 of public money. His duty says, you ought to pay this money over, but his interest says, you ought to run away with this sum and be a nabob the balance of your life. And who that knows anything of human nature doubts that in many instances interest will prevail over duty, and that the sub-treasurer will prefer opulent knavery in a foreign land to honest poverty at home. He inquired whether a penitentiary department annexed to the sub-treasury was not itself an admission that they expected public money to be stolen. Why build the cage if they expect to catch no birds? But as to the question how effectual the penitentiary will be in preventing defalcations, how effectual have penitentiaries heretofore been in preventing the crimes they were established to suppress? Has not confinement in them long been the legal penalty of larceny, forgery, robbery, and many other crimes in almost all the states? And yet are not those same crimes committed weekly, daily, nay, and even hourly, in every one of those states? Again, the gallows has long been the penalty of murder, and yet we scarcely open a newspaper that does not relate a new case of that crime. If then the penitentiary has ever heretofore failed to prevent larceny, forgery, and robbery, and the gallows and halter have likewise failed to prevent murder, by what process of reasoning, I ask, is it that we are to conclude the penitentiary will hereafter prevent the stealing of public money? But our opponents seem to think they answer the charge that the money will be stolen fully if they can show that they will bring offenders to punishment. Not so. Will the punishment of the thief bring back the stolen money? No more so than the hanging of a murderer restores his victim to life. What is the object desired? Certainly not the greatest number of thieves we can catch, but that the money may not be stolen. If then any plan can be devised for depositing the public treasure where it will never be stolen, never embezzled, is not that the plan to be adopted? Turn then to a national bank. Toward the end of his speech, 30-year-old Abraham Lincoln spoke like a man watching a crazy and cruel horizon. Many free countries have lost their liberty, and ours may lose hers, but if she shall, be it my proudest plume, not that I was the last to desert, but that I never deserted her. I know that the great volcano in Washington, aroused and directed by the evil spirit that reigns there, is belching forth the lava of political corruption in a current broad and deep, which is sweeping with frightful velocity over the whole length and breadth of the land, bidding fair to leave unscathed no green spot nor living thing, while on its bosom are riding, like demons on the waves of hell, the imps of that evil spirit, and fiendishly taunting all those who dare to resist its destroying course with the hopelessness of their effort. And knowing this, I cannot deny that all may be swept away. Broken by it, I too may be. Bow to it, I never will. The allusions to imps, lava, waves of hell, and fiendish taunts concerned a town 70 miles from Springfield, where a wild drama had been acted out 2 years before. A young man in the town of Alton told men he must speak what he believed ought to be spoken. And the men to whom he so spoke answered that if he did speak what he believed ought to be spoken, they would kill him. He had brought a printing press up from St. Louis, intending through the columns of his weekly newspaper to speak what he believed ought to be spoken. They threw his printing press into the Mississippi River. He brought another printing press to Alton. They wrecked it. And a third time he brought a printing press to Alton, and they circled by night with torches and guns around the warehouse where he had the printing press, and they set the warehouse on fire, and they shot him and killed him. And over the Illinois prairies and from the frontier to the eastern coast of America, there was discussion about whether this young man, Elijah P. Lovejoy, was right or wrong in saying, against repeated warnings, that he must speak what he believed ought to be spoken. Discussion flared up, sank down, flared up again about gag rule and gag government. In Springfield, as Abraham Lincoln read the newspapers, the picture of what happened at Alton shocked him. That was his own word for it. He was shocked. Feet on the office table, gazing across the public square, he sat huddled with his thoughts. When a bill came up in the legislature to throw off the territory of Wisconsin, the 14 northern counties of the state of Illinois, he fought to defeat it. He wanted Illinois to have Chicago, a port on one of the Great Lakes within its borders, connecting the West with the East. If the measure had won, it would have left Illinois depending on the Ohio and Mississippi rivers for water transportation, with its main economic outlets toward the South, with its future tied closer to the South. The bill was beaten by 70 votes to 11. At Page Eaton's carpenter shop one afternoon, he stopped and talked. Page Eaton allowed that everybody said Lincoln would never make a good lawyer because he was too honest. And as Eaton told it, Lincoln said he had a notion to quit studying law and learn carpentering. He thought there was more need of carpenters out here than lawyers. Chapter 50. Among the men with whom Lincoln was mixing in company day by day in his Springfield life as he passed 30 years of age, there were future congressmen, governors, senators, judges. He was watching masters in the game of politics and law. He saw the young Stephen A. Douglas move from job to job. Douglas had been state's attorney, member of the Illinois legislature, had become register of the land office at Springfield, and was always mentioned for congressman. Watching the operations of some of his fellow citizens, he learned more ways and habits of politics than are told of in the books. After trying a case in the courthouse, gossiping on street corners a few minutes, and stopping in at 2 or 3 stores, and then going to his office and reading the latest newspapers, he could put his feet on the office table, tilt back his chair, and look out over the moving shadows of the public square with enough history and philosophy to supply him for hours of thought, surmise, deduction, suspicion, mystery. The spinning of weaves and webs was going on, schemers winding back and forth trying to piece together their schemes. In order to live and stand up to be one of the men among men in that frontier town and state in the years around 1840, a man had to know schemers, had to know how to spot a scheme when he saw one coming, and how to meet scheme with scheme. It was not only Abe Lincoln's honesty that had put him in the front among leaders of the Whig Party, nor only that he had personality and was a vote-getter on the stump and at electioneering. It was also that he was a schemer. He had a long head and could gun for game far off. He was peering at Stephen A. Douglas, the register of the land office, just as he had peered at unknown lights moving in shallows of the Mississippi River as he drew near in a flatboat. A young man lit up with wild human enthusiasms had begun clerking in the Speed store and sleeping upstairs in the big room with Speed and Lincoln. He was William H. Herndon, whose father had taken him out of Illinois College at Jacksonville when the killing of Lovejoy started abolition bonfires among its professors and students. He had been with Lincoln on 1 or 2 stumping trips and had first seen Lincoln as he was riding horseback along the Sangamon River at the time Lincoln piloted the Talisman over the broken dam at New Salem. Young Herndon was thinking of studying law. Between these two men, Lincoln 9 years the older, there was a trust and understanding not common among men. They belonged with Speed to a club of young men who met and read their writings to each other. Lincoln once entertained them with rhymes about the mistakes of men and women toward each other, one reading, "Whatever spiteful fools may say, each jealous ranting yelper, no woman ever went astray without a man to help her." Interest in politics, the science of government, and the destiny of the human race was so keen at this time that the young Democrats and Whigs had a debating tournament that ran 8 days straight, Sunday excepted, 4 speakers to a side, each speaker taking an evening. Lincoln's night to speak came last, and as the listeners to politics and the science of government had their ears full of discussions by that time, Lincoln had the smallest audience of all. The future held the thoughts of the young men. What with railroads coming west, the border would move, the Great Plains fill up with settlers, the frontier would shift from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, and after that to the Pacific coast. Peoria ran stages daily to Springfield, 3 times a week to Galena, Ottawa, and Rushville, and twice a week to Oquawka. The name Oquawka was mentioned by people as a place where white men had a town. It was not an Indian tribe nor a bird or rabbit. 7 steamers made trips between Peoria, St. Louis, and Pittsburgh. Another ran between St. Louis and the Rock River. History and destiny were in the air. The name of Stone's Landing was changed to Napoleon, the name of Goose Run to Columbus River. The land was now all surveyed. Fences were coming. If timber for rail fencing was not handy, there was the Osage orange hedge, which, with a few hours' growth, would keep cows in a pasture and out of a cornfield in the prairie farms. Land speculators now held the larger part of the land in Illinois. By 1837, there had been issued 17,075 patents for 2,831,840 acres of land. In 1839 were recorded 1,132,872 land sales. The wilderness was passing into the hands of landlords and speculators. Romulus Riggs, who lived in Philadelphia and gave his daughter the name of Illinois, offered 226 quarter sections of land for sale at prices from $5 to $40 an acre. Of his total holdings, he wished to sell 42,560 acres. In state and national politics, the Western public lands became an issue. Martin Van Buren, the New York Tammany Democrat, who was picked by Andrew Jackson to follow him in the White House, was beaten in the wild campaign of 1840, partly because of his record of having voted against Western internal improvements, against the Cumberland Road, the Illinois and Michigan Canal Grant, and the reduction of the price of public lands. William Henry Harrison, the first Whig and the first Northern man from west of the Allegheny Mountains, entered the White House. The campaign and the election filled the Illinois Whigs with enthusiasm and faith. Some predicted their party had come to stay, that the Democratic Party was hitting a slump that would mean its death. The Democrats had charged that Harrison was kept in a cage in a little Ohio town where a committee of Whigs spoke and thought for him. Also, they peddled a story that the women of Chillicothe, Ohio, had formally presented him with a petticoat. The Whigs, however, set forth Harrison as another game fighter like Andrew Jackson, but without Jackson's faults. Certain Democrats, having scornfully referred to Harrison as a drinker of hard cider who lived in a log cabin, the slogans hard cider and log cabin were taken up by the Whigs. When Maine went heavy for Harrison at its early state election, the Whig songbooks came out with a rhyme, "Oh, have you heard how Maine went? She went hell-bent for Governor Kent, and Tippecanoe, and Tyler too." One of Lincoln's early speeches in the campaign was in Alton, where it was announced by large handbills declaring, "Attention, the people! A. Lincoln, Esquire, of Sangamon County, one of the electoral candidates, will address the people this evening, at early candle lighting at the old courtroom, Riley's Building, by request of many citizens, Thursday, April 9th, 1840. In this campaign, Lincoln did more stumping than in any previous campaign. He was matched against Douglas in many debates. He took up the nickname by which Whigs referred to all Democrats, Locofocos, or Locos. At a meeting of New York Democrats, 2 factions were trying to control the meeting. One gang turned off the gas lights, and in the darkness the other gang, who had come prepared, took the new friction matches, called Locofoco, from their pockets, struck their matches, and lighted the room and ran the meeting. Lincoln spoke from a wagon at a big conclave of Whigs in Springfield in June, which was attended by 15,000 people, some from as far as Chicago. They came in carriages and wagons, on horseback and on foot. They came with log cabins drawn on wheels by oxen, and with coonskins, and hard cider. They came with music and banners, thousands from long distances. Among the Whig orators were Fletcher Webster, a son of Daniel Webster, E.D. Baker, John J. Hardin, the Reverend John Hogan, and Ben Bond, a son of Shadrach Bond. One man who heard Lincoln make his wagon speech at the big Springfield powwow wrote about it afterward. The questions involved were not such as enlisted and engaged Lincoln's best thoughts. At times he discussed the questions in a logical way, But much time was devoted to telling stories to illustrate some phase of his argument, though more often the telling of these stories was resorted to for the purpose of rendering his opponents ridiculous. In that kind of oratory he had no equal in the state. One story he told on that occasion was full of salient points and well illustrated the arguments he was making. It was not an impure story, yet it was not one it would be seemly to publish. But rendered as it was in his inimitable way, it contained nothing that was offensive to a refined taste. In the audience that Lincoln spoke to were delegates from Chicago. They had been hauled by 14 teams. It took them 3 weeks to make the trip. One log cabin on wheels had been hauled by 30 yoke of oxen. It had a hickory tree growing by a cabin, with live coons in the tree, and a barrel of hard cider on tap by the cabin door. The Chicago delegates were flying a petticoat, a Democratic symbol of Harrison as a warrior. They had torn it away from Democrats on the way from Chicago. There was singing, "Without a why or a wherefore, we'll go to Harrison therefore." A large handbill got out by the Whigs, with Lincoln's name printed among other Whig electors, was headed "To the Friends of the National Road." The slogan, "Freemen, strike home," stood in large type. The smaller type were such accusations as "the scows, pile drivers, hammers, etc., used in constructing the harbor at Chicago, and which is now unfinished, have been sold by order of government for $201, having cost more than $6,000. Van Buren and the Democrats were blamed for the failure to build the Cumberland Road on through the West, while the pledge was offered, "Elect Harrison and the National Road is saved." Banker, merchant, mechanic, and farmer toasted Harrison in mugs of hard cider. A Galena rally had 2,846 men and 340 women. At Carlinville were 3,000. Illinois voted for Harrison. A. Lincoln, as one of the Electoral College, cast his vote for the first Northern and Western man to be sent to the White House. It was a famous campaign. The only one like it before was the one in which Andrew Jackson and his Democratic organization overwhelmingly defeated John Quincy Adams. In both campaigns, the winner was a fighting man who could ride, shoot, and look danger in the eye. Also, in both campaigns, the winner was close to the people of the soil, a plain man among the toilers. Also, the tactics of the Harrison men consisted chiefly of personal attacks on Martin Van Buren, the president, just as in the case of Jackson in 1826, the tactics consisted chiefly of attacks on John Quincy Adams, the president. Each retiring president was accused of living in too high-toned a fashion in the White House. And finally, with Harrison as with Jackson, on his entrance into the White House, there was a feeling in many quarters that some great change, perhaps a revolution, had been accomplished. But people couldn't tell just what it was about. The significant big point in each campaign was the proof it gave that sometimes the American democracy goes on a rampage and shows that it has swift and terrific power, even though it is not sure what to do with that power. As between Jackson and Harrison, there was the tragic difference that while each of them was stormed by office hunters, Jackson was strong and cool enough to live and satisfy thousands of them, while they killed Harrison. And the White House was left in control of the halfway Whig John Tyler, who was far from the figure, voice, and hope the people had voted for. Among Illinois Whigs there were regrets. They carried their national ticket but lost the state to the Democrats. This put a new color on a case they were interested in. Months earlier they had charged the Democrats with fraud in voting. Thousands of Irish workmen in the Canal Zone had started a test action before a circuit judge who ruled that foreign-born inhabitants must be naturalized before they could vote. The Democrats took the case to the Supreme Court, knowing that if they lost the case, they would lose thousands of votes. Then came the newly elected legislature into session, with a Democratic majority holding power through the ballots of the Canal Zone workers. This was the hour Stephen Douglas, Register of the Land Office, seized. He wrote a draft of a bill. He made a speech in the rotunda of the Capitol asking the legislature to pass the bill. The bill passed and became law. It threw out of office 4 circuit court judges, set up 5 new Supreme Court judgeships, and arranged for the legislature to appoint 9 new judges who would be the Supreme Court of the state besides doing the work of the circuit court judges who were thrown out. The bill passed the Senate by a vote of 22 to 17, and the House by a vote of 45 to 40. By this move, the Democrats saved the Canal Zone vote for their party, appointed Democrats as clerks in half the counties of the state as provided in the bill, and placed Stephen A. Douglas, who could no longer be Register of the Land Office under a Whig national administration, on the bench as a Supreme Court judge. The reply of the Whig Party to this reform of the judiciary was a calm address issued by a committee of which Lincoln was a member, entitled Appeal to the People of the State of Illinois, declaring that the independence of the judiciary has been destroyed, that hereafter our courts will be independent of the people and entirely dependent on the legislature, that our rights of property and liberty of conscience can no longer be regarded as safe from the encroachments of the unconstitutional legislation. During this session of the legislature, there were bitter feelings between the Whigs and Democrats. The voting was often close. Once when the Democrats wanted a quorum and the Whigs didn't, the Democrats locked the door of the House so as to keep the quorum in. Lincoln, Joe Gillespie, and another Whig raised a window and jumped out and hid. It was a time in which the Democrats had many sneering and furious ways of saying that the Whigs were too respectable, while the Whigs, on the other hand, had many proud, cool ways of saying that the Democrats were not respectable enough. Chapter 51. In the early days of Illinois, there was a man named Ninian Edwards who stood foremost among politicians, land speculators, and citizens of wealth and influence. He had been born in Maryland in the opening year of the American Revolution and was taken as a child along the Wilderness Road through Cumberland Gap to Lexington, Kentucky, where he grew up and became a lawyer, a circuit judge, and a judge of the Court of Appeals. He left his bench as Chief Justice of the Courts of Kentucky to take a commission from President Madison and to journey west and north into Illinois, of which newly carved territory he was the newly appointed governor. As Shadrach Bond took the office of governor of Illinois, just admitted to the Union of States, Ninian Edwards was sworn in as the first United States Senator, chosen to speak for the new state in Congress at Washington in 1818. He resigned as senator and was starting for Mexico City to act as United States Ambassador to Mexico when charges were filed by William H. Crawford, Secretary of the Treasury at Washington, that Edwards had helped get monies deposited in a defaulting bank at Shawneetown, Illinois. He resigned as ambassador to Mexico, and for years then Illinois politics was torn with war on Ninian Edwards. He fought through scandalous campaigns when personal and political enemies charged him with embezzlement. He was master of connecting webs between banking, land speculation, and politics. Elected governor of the state in 1826, he lived as one of its powerful and substantial citizens, holding land in blocks of thousands of acres and snapping up many tracts of land delinquent in tax payments. He died in 1833, with reminiscences of years when his wife helped him tie their horses close to the house at night because so many horse thieves prowled the country. Years when he was organizing companies of riflemen and building stockade forts from the Missouri to the Wabash River. Ninian W. Edwards, the son of Ninian Edwards, lived in Springfield, was one of the Long Nine, was of the same age as Abraham Lincoln, and the two had campaigned and electioneered together over Sangamon County. The Edwards house stood 2 stories high and was big enough to hold within its walls a dozen prairie farmer cabins. Its walls and chimneys were of brick, with porches running the lengths of 2 sides of the house. A large 1-story kitchen stretched flat to the rear of the house. Its tall windows went higher than a tall man's arms would reach. Green blinds opened out from the second-story windows. Brocades of wooden scrollwork embellished the eaves. An ornamented railing guarded the margins of the second-story portico. Solid and aristocratic sash, door, and blind wooden work performed offices of use and decoration. A roadway shaped in the outline of a broad banjo permitted carriages to enter, deposit guests on the front veranda, and half-circle out to the street with convenience and facility. Along with the Forquet house, which had a lightning rod, it was in a class with the handsome and distinguished houses of Springfield. At its north end was a parlor where parties, teas, dances, soirees were held. Lincoln was a signer of one printed invitation to a cotillion ball at the Edwards house. He joined 3 other Springfield men in a written request sent to the wife of a Quincy member of the legislature, Lincoln writing, "To the Honorable Mrs. Browning, we, the undersigned, respectfully represent to your Honoress that we are in great need of your society in the town of Springfield, and therefore humbly pray that your Honoress will repair forthwith to the seat of government, bringing in your train all ladies in general who may be at your command, and all Mrs. Browning's sisters in particular." This was the same Mrs. Browning to whom he had written the long letter about his love affair with Miss Mary Owens. And Mrs. Browning, when she met Lincoln in Springfield, spoke to him as though the letter was one of his jokes, just a prank of his strange whimsical mind, as though in a gay storytelling mood he had invented, made up out of his head, an adventure to have a laugh over. He had played Muggins, sitting opposite a young woman, looking her in the eye, touching the plate in his lap when she touched hers, and finally winning the game by not once taking his eyes from hers, and by always repeating each motion she made in touching her face with her fingers or thumbs. But when they led him to a mirror, he saw his face streaked black. The plate put in his lap for the game had been sooted over a candle flame. It seemed as though Lincoln at this time was looking for a woman, and yet there were things operating against him in the getting of a woman from among those who had come his way and met his fancy. He was backward, perhaps bashful, about telling any one woman truly how he felt about all women, that they had a harder path in life than men, that he felt sacred and mysterious urges living in the bodies of women, which he didn't feel about men, that there were soft mystic confusions about the behavior of women that upset him, and without showing that he was upset, he would talk politics or science or the latest news, whatever it might be, or drift into droll and dry humors that would puzzle women. In the matter of compliments, for instance, he was not at home with women. Among men he could find compliments to speak. Picking a man's point of pride or interest and then saying something that was true and that pleased the man in connection with that pride or interest was an act of his every day. With women, however, he did not have this gift of finding a high pride or interest about which he could make a winning and honest compliment. "Lincoln goes out when they take him, but he isn't much for society," one Springfield woman noticed. "I don't think he can be called bashful. He is never embarrassed that I see, and he seems to enjoy the ladies' company, but he does not go much, as some of the young men do." There was Miss Sarah Rickard, 16 years old, staying at Bill Butler's house where Lincoln took his meals. He gave her presents, was her escort at parties, lectures, entertainments. They saw a home talent dramatization of The Babes in the Wood, and attended together the first theater performance with regulation stage and curtain in Springfield. To her he pointed out that, her name being Sarah, and the Sarah of Bible times having become the wife of Abraham, it was written that she, Sarah Rickard, was foreordained to marry him, Abraham Lincoln. Then came an older sister, telling Sarah she was too young to think about marrying. And at the time Lincoln's interest in her was growing keener, she sent him away, remarking afterward, "I found I was beginning to like him, but you know, his peculiar manner and general deportment would not be likely to fascinate a young lady entering the society world." He was odd. He did have a peculiar manner. He was homely, ironical, kindly, simple, whimsical, adroit, with a lean and fierce physical strength kept under fine control. And yet it was never said of him by those close to him as was said of his father before him. He had a way with women. It seemed as though Miss Mary Owens and Miss Sarah Rickard both spoke of him as rather a strange apparition, an aloof and removed creature who mounted barriers or slipped through fine meshes where they can neither see nor feel barriers or meshes, while on the other hand he might drawl a slow earthy mother wit about cheap common things, of all doorsteps and kitchens, somewhat like a farmer or a carpenter, too common and familiar for the women in quest of romance with roses, moonlight, and compliments. He was a paradox, so easy to see through with his funny street corner stories, and so baffling when his face settled into granitic calm, and there came into the depths of his eyes the shadows of a burning he had been through, and he was a changed man keeping to himself the gray mystery of the change. It was this Lincoln who was going to parties at the two-story brick house of the Edwards across the street from the new state capitol. It was this Lincoln who seemed to be looking for a woman. His name had been on the printed invitations to a cotillion ball at the Edwards mansion. Chapter 52. And now there came to the house of Ninian W. Edwards in 1840 a young woman from Lexington, Kentucky. This was her second visit. She had been there 3 years before on a short visit. Now she had come to stay. She was Miss Mary Todd, and was a younger sister of the wife of Ninian W. Edwards, Elizabeth. They were the granddaughters of Todds, who had fought with Washington through the American Revolution, and with Daniel Boone in Kentucky at the time Boone was saying he was an instrument ordained by God to settle the wilderness. Their father, Robert Smith Todd, had been a captain in the War of 1812, had served in both houses of the legislature in Kentucky, and was president of the Bank of Kentucky in Lexington. Miss Mary Todd was 22 years old, plump, swift, beaming, with ready answers slipping from a sharp tongue, in the year that Springfield and Abraham Lincoln became acquainted with her. She had her gifts: a smooth, soft skin, soft brown hair, and flashing clear blue eyes. With her somewhat short figure, sheathed in a gown of white with black stripes, cut low at the neck and giving free play to her swift neck muscles, her skirt fluffed out in a slightly balloonish hoop, shod in modish ballroom slippers, she was a center of likes and dislikes among those who came to the house where her sister was mistress. Though her tongue and its sarcasm that came so quickly and so often brought dislikes and hates, there was a shine and a bubbling, a foaming over of vitality that won friends. For Lincoln, as he came to know her, she was lighted with sprays of magnets. If only as a decorative outline, she struck him as paramount and incomparable. She was the first aggressively brilliant feminine creature his friends ever knew of, who crossed his path and waylaid him with resources known to an accomplished and vital woman. She haunted him and held his attentions by the use of age-old fascinations, difficult of analysis by man because they move in a world of intuitive half-lights, swift gestures, and shaded intonations, lies, white lies, and lies shifting a medium course between lies and white lies. He could keep his head and outguess lights, shoals, and sandbars of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, and take a flatboat through. With Mary Todd, he lost his head. His experience was rich with rivers, starved with women. As one woman remarked, he didn't go as much as other young men for ladies' company. Besides the charm that attached to Mary Todd in her smooth, soft skin, soft brown hair, swift movement of neck muscles, flying glimpses of slippers, she was a triumph of cultivation. She had what were known as accomplishments. She had gone to the schools where the accomplishments were taught, and she had all that the most aristocratic schools of Kentucky could implant. She spoke and read the French language, had partaken often of dinners in which only talk in French was permitted, had read French classics of literature in the original. Conversation, manners, belles lettres, the piano, and approved classical music were taught in the schools she attended. How to be polite and suave while not stiff or garrulous, how to mingle the sprightly and the reserved, how to conform in the stiff points of etiquette while maintaining a superior ease in the precise and the punctilious. These were subjects of instruction in which she had been tempered and drilled, coaxed, reminded, and told from the time she wore bibs till she first stepped into a low-cut ballroom gown. The one word nice and the two words nice people were words almost born to her with her tongue. She had kept a native and bottom fiber of strength and will. She had left her home in Kentucky and taken up a new home in Illinois because of a dispute with her stepmother. She was impetuous, picked the ridiculous angle, the weak point of anyone she disliked, and spoke it with thrust of phrase. In her first Springfield days, Bill Herndon danced a waltz with her, and finding her the most amazingly smooth and easy waltzer he had ever danced with, he told her she seemed to glide through the waltz with the ease of a serpent. She drew back, flashed her eyes, retorted, "Mr. Herndon, compared to a serpent, is rather a severe irony, especially to a newcomer," bowed with accomplished dignity, and was gone. She could be hurt just like that when no one wanted to hurt her. Far from ordinary was Miss Mary Todd. She was vivid, perhaps too vivid, ebullient, combative, too quick to fly off the handle. She was in her element, moving in a swirl, delirious and inevitable when hot. Stinging words were flying off her tongue, out of her lips. It connected directly with the fear and trembling that took her when a thunderstorm with zigzags of lightning came over the sky. Her temper colored her. She could shine with radiance at a gift, a word, an arrival, a surprise, an achievement of a little cherished design, at winning a withheld consent. A shaft of wanted happiness could strike deep in her. The modish woman at the levee in Springfield then often wore 8 or 12 starched petticoats with an overskirt of changeable silk. There might be several illusion skirts worn over white satin. Mary Todd was read, informed, and versed in apparel and appearance. She hummed gay little ditties, putting on a flowered bonnet and tying a double bow knot under her chin. A satisfying rose or ostrich plume in her hair was a psalm. She embodied 1,000 cunning, contradictory proverbs men have spoken about woman as a wildcat and as a sweet angel. She was vivid, perhaps too vivid. From far back in her forerunners of proud, passionate people had come this drag and lift that mixed in her personality, this paradoxical burden and balloon of personality. Her mother had died when she was a child. Visiting at Walnut Hills near Lexington, she was with a party of girls in a room when an alarm came that Indians were near. The other girls scampered under beds, into closets, but Mary Todd, finding no place to hide, stood in the center of the room crying, "Hide me, oh my Savior, hide!" Style was instructive with her. Fashion was of her desires. When she was a girl and hoop skirts were worn by women, she toiled by candlelight till late in the night basting a hoop skirt with weeping willow twigs, starting for Sunday school the next day with a girl chum, both wearing white dresses stretched tight over silly homemade hoops. Their aunt saw them and called, "What frights you are! Take those things off and then go to Sunday school." While offhand observers spoke of her as having bounce and spunk, it was an understanding among her friends that she had what they chose to call ambition, and was an ambitious woman. She was intense with the quality Kentuckians refer to in their horses as high-strung. Mary Todd was decisive. She and Mercy Levering once went out in muddy weather, taking along an armful of shingles. On 5th Street, they laid shingles ahead to step on while crossing. When they came back, they saw the shingles wouldn't hold them up out of the mud. Hart, the drayman, came along with his two-wheeled sloping dray. Mary Todd called to him to give them a lift. He gee-hawed over next to the sidewalk and backed up. Mary Todd climbed on. But Mercy Levering didn't. She was afraid of how she would look and still more of what people would say. And as Mary Todd was driven to the Edwards' house, windows flew up and heads popped out to see, as Dr. E.H. Merriman put it in verses later. This lady gay in silken coat and feathers white, a-riding on a dray. There was go to her, an urge sending her toward place, power, station, high degree. She cared deeply for all objects representative of class, the acclaim of prizes, blue ribbons, distinction. Again, like certain fast horses of the bluegrass country, she chafed at the bit if the restraints of life, the leashes put on the frail mortal limbs and hours of woman, were too much and too many. Or again, she was full of the lust of being vividly and proudly alive for the gaze of others. Her stride and attitude was that of the horse champing, the hoofs wanting to go, to be a winner known to grandstands, vast amphitheaters of spectators. She was a crucible of forces, of a blood with flame in its currents. A brain with far contrasts, with explosions, sometimes that shook the entire physical framework, the entire retort that held the pathos of her fate. Her tears could flow from sacks that had containers of the strength of salt tears. Her laughter could dimple in wreaths running to the core of her. She was born to impulse that rode her before she could ride them. And yet, after excesses of temper had worn her to a babbling and moaning exhaustion, she could rise and stand up to battle again for a purpose definitely formed. The Todds traced back to Scottish Covenanters who fought the King and the established Church of England. Among Covenanters sentenced to transportation to the American colonies were 2 Todds. Their vital and stubborn blood ran in Mary Todd. She was of a Presbyterian line crossed with Episcopalian. Her telling a Kentucky friend, before leaving for Illinois, that she was going to be the wife of some future president of the United States may have been a piece of idle gossip or the evidence of a hope for distinction. Society life, the social drama and its gleaming mirrors and garnished promenades called to her. Life should be a series of ceremonial occasions, interspersed with sleep, forethought, and preparations for ceremonial occasions. In the phrasing of a breakfast greeting, in the tuck of a napkin corner, and the disposition of its folded triangles as related to knife, fork, plate, in the employment of a spoon for the conveyance of hot soup, or the negotiation of a fork of green peas, in the buckling of a slipper, or the knotting of a satin sash, there was a correct style. And superior persons were known by their use of the correct style. Beyond their portals was the human rabble shading off into the incorrect, the common, the ignorant, the vulgar, the dirty, the indecent, and the perfectly disgusting. During her first year in Springfield, both Abraham Lincoln and Stephen A. Douglas took their turns at being entertained by Mary Todd in the big parlor of the Edwards house, took their turns at escorting her to parties and balls. She was asked which of the 2 she intended to have for her husband, and answered, "The one that has the best chance of being president." In the Edwards circle, they believed there were clues to her character in a remark she passed at a party around a fireside one evening. A young woman married to a rich man far along in years was asked, "Why did you marry such a dried-up husband, such a withered-up old buck?" Her answer was, "He had lots of horses and gold." And the quick-tongued Mary Todd said in surprise, "Is that true? I would rather marry a good man, a man of mind, with bright prospects for fame and power, than to marry all the horses, gold, and bones in the world." Chapter 53. Along in the year 1840, Lincoln and Mary Todd plighted their troth and were engaged to be married. Ninian W. Edwards and his wife had argued she was throwing herself away. It wasn't a match. She and Lincoln came from different classes in society, and her stubborn Covenanter blood rose. She knew her own mind and spoke it. Lincoln had a future. He was her man more than any other she had met. The months passed. Lincoln, the solitary, the melancholy, was busy, lost, abstracted. He couldn't go to all the parties, dances, concerts Mary Todd was going to. She flared with jealousy and went with other men. She accused him. Tears, misunderstandings. They made up, fell out, made up again. The wedding was set for New Year's Day, 1841. In the kitchen of the Edwards house, the wedding cakes were put in the oven. And then something happened. The bride was ready. The groom didn't come. It was a phantom wedding, mentioned in hushes. There was gossip and dispute about whether the wedding had been set for that date at all. On the day set for the wedding, Lincoln took his seat and answered roll call in the legislature, and during 2 months was absent from his seat only 7 days. He toiled with the Whigs on an appeal to the people of the state of Illinois, on circulars and protests trying to rouse public opinion against the Democrats. He wrote letters, tried law cases. And yet, as he walked the streets of Springfield, he was a haunted man. He had torn himself away from a woman. She had stood ready and waiting. His word had been pledged. He had failed to meet her. He had sent word he didn't love her, and there could only be pain and misery in a marriage where the man knew he didn't love her. And was he sure he didn't love her? If he did love her, it was a terrible wrong to leave her with arms open, waiting for him. And even if he could be sure he didn't love her, the tears and the storms of her heart came because he had been blind and foolish and gone farther than he should have in telling her he loved her. Once he had written it all out in a letter, how he had made a mistake in telling her he loved her, and Speed had read the letter and thrown it into the fire, saying words may be forgotten, but letters are a permanent record. And Speed had told him, "If you have the courage of manhood, go see Mary yourself. Tell her if you do not love her. Tell her so. Tell her you will not marry her." And he had gone from the Speed store, saying he would be careful not to say much and would leave Mary as soon as he had told her. And he was gone an hour, 2 hours. It was past 11 o'clock that night when he came back and said to Speed, "When I told Mary I did not love her, she burst into tears and, almost springing from her chair and wringing her hands as if in agony, said something about the deceiver being himself deceived. It was too much for me. I found the tears trickling down my own cheeks. I caught her in my arms and kissed her." Speed told him he was a fool. He had renewed the engagement, and he said, "Well, if I'm in it again, so be it. It's done, and I shall abide by it." Then the wedding date had been set, the wedding cakes baked, and he couldn't go. So now he walked the streets of Springfield. He brooded, looking out of the windows of the second-story law office. He went to Dr. Henry's office. He took Dr. Henry's advice and wrote a long statement of his case for a doctor in Cincinnati. And the doctor answered that in this kind of case, he could do nothing without first a personal interview. He wrote his partner, Stewart, "I'm now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on the earth." He was seeing Dr. Henry often, and wrote Stewart, "Whether I shall ever be better, I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, it appears to me. The matter you speak of on my account you may attend to as you say, unless you shall hear of my condition forbidding it. I say this because I fear I shall be unable to attend to any business here, and a change of scene might help me. If I could be myself, I would rather remain at home with Judge Logan. I can write no more." He wrote to the Sangamo Journal meditations entitled Suicide. He begged Stewart to go to the limit in Washington toward the appointment of Dr. Henry as postmaster at Springfield. "You know I desired Dr. Henry to have that place when you left. I now desire it more than ever. I have within the last few days been making a most discreditable exhibition of myself in the way of hypochondriacism, and thereby got an impression that Dr. Henry is necessary to my existence. Unless he gets that place, he leaves Springfield." He further urged the merits of Dr. Henry, added that nearly all the Whig members of the legislature besides other Whigs favored the doctor for postmaster. He declared, "My heart is very much set upon it," and ended the painful letter, "Pardon me for not writing more. I have not sufficient composure to write a long letter." The legislature adjourned. Josh Speed was selling his store and going back to his folks in Kentucky. Lincoln went with him. As the redbud, the honeysuckle, and the clamoring springtime roses of Kentucky came out, the lost Lincoln struggled to come back. He told Speed one day that he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, that what he wished to live for was to connect his name with the events of his day and generation, and to link his name to something that would be the interest of his fellow men. Slowly he came back. A sweet and serene old woman, Joshua Speed's mother, talked with him, gave him a mother's care, and made him a present of an Oxford Bible. In June he was in Springfield, handling the cases of 2 clients accused of murder. Excitement ran high, and hangings were expected. But the man supposed to have been killed turned up alive, and Lincoln ended a long letter to Speed with the remark, "Hart, the little drayman that hauled Molly, Mary Todd, home once, said it was too damned bad to have so much trouble and no hanging after all." Writing to Speed's sister 3 months later from Bloomington on the court circuit, he informed her, "Do you remember my going to the city while I was in Kentucky to have a tooth extracted and make a failure of it? Well, that same old tooth got the pain of me so much that about a week since I had it torn out, bringing with it a bit of the jawbone, the consequence of which is that I can neither talk nor eat. I am literally subsisting on savory remembrances. That is, being unable to eat, I'm living upon the remembrance of the delicious dishes of peaches and cream we used to have at your house. When we left, Miss Fanny Henning was owing you a visit, as I understand it. Has she paid it yet? If she has, are you not convinced that she is one of the sweetest girls in the world? There is but one thing about her, so far as I could perceive, that I would have otherwise than it is. That is, something of a tendency to melancholy. This is a misfortune, not a fault. Is little sis Eliza Davis at your house yet? If she is, kiss her o'er and o'er again for me. Tell your mother that I have not got her present, an Oxford Bible, with me, but I intend to read it regularly when I return home. I doubt not that it is really, as she says, the best cure for the blues. One could but take it according to the truth." A child was a natural belonging in the big arms of Lincoln. He could be free and familiar, lavish with compliments, mockery, and cajolery when among children or with any child. The kiss of a snuggling child for him, and his kiss for a snuggling child, this was homelike. The likes of little sis Eliza Davis did him good. Anything walking on 2 legs or 4 could have a corner in his lonesome heart. In his letter to Miss Speed, he sketched a steamboat scene that met his eyes traveling from Louisville to St. Louis. A fine example was presented on board the boat for contemplating the effect of condition upon human happiness. A gentleman had purchased 12 Negroes in different parts of Kentucky and was taking them to a farm in the South. They were chained 6 and 6 together. A small iron clevis was around the left wrist of each, and this fastened to the main chain by a shorter one, at the convenient distance from the others, so that the negroes were strung together precisely like so many fish upon a trot line. In this condition, they were being separated forever from the scenes of their childhood, their friends, their fathers and mothers, and brothers and sisters, and going into perpetual slavery, where the lash of the master is proverbially more ruthless and unrelenting than any other where. And yet, amid all these distressing circumstances, as we would think them, they were the most cheerful and apparently happy creatures on board. One, whose offense for which he had been sold was an over-fondness for his wife, played the fiddle almost continually, and the others danced, sang, cracked jokes, and played various games with cards from day to day. How true it is that God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, or in other words, that he renders the worst of human conditions tolerable, while he permits the best to be nothing better than tolerable. Chapter 54. Joshua Speed was a deep-chested man of large sockets, with broad measurement between the ears. A streak of lavender ran through him. He had spots soft as May violets. And he and Abraham Lincoln told each other their secrets about women. Lincoln, too, had tough physical shanks and large sockets, also a streak of lavender, and spots soft as May violets. "I do not feel my own sorrows more keenly than I do yours," Lincoln wrote Speed in one letter. And again, "You know my desire to befriend you is everlasting." The wedding day of Speed and Fanny Henning had been set, and he was afraid he didn't love her. It was wearing him down. The date of the wedding loomed ahead of him as the hour for a sickly affair. He wrote Lincoln he was sick. And Lincoln wrote a letter analyzing Speed, telling him what was wrong with his physical and mental system. It was a letter as tender as loving hands swathing a feverish forehead, yet direct and logical in its facing of immediate practical facts. It was a letter showing that the misery of Abraham Lincoln in the unlucky endings of his love affairs with Anne Rutledge and with Mary Todd must have been a deep-rooted, tangled, and baffling misery. "You are naturally a nervous temperament," he told Speed, "and this I say from what I have seen of you personally, and what you have told me concerning your mother at various times, and concerning your brother William at the time his wife died." Besides this general cause, he gave 3 special reasons for Speed's condition. "The first special cause is your exposure to bad weather on your journey, which my experience clearly proves to be very severe on defective nerves. The second is the absence of all business and conversation of friends, which might divert your mind, give it occasional rest from the intensity of thought, which will sometimes wear the sweetest idea threadbare and turn it to the bitterness of death. The third is the rapid and near approach of that crisis on which all your thoughts and feelings concentrate." Lincoln's broodings over the mysteries of personality and the connections of a man's behavior with the juices and currents of his body, his ideas about his own shattered physical system at the time he had wandered mumbling and friends had taken care of him, were indicated in his telling Speed, "If, as I expect, you will at some time be agonized and distressed, let me, who have reason to speak with judgment on such a subject, beseech you to ascribe it to the causes I have mentioned, and not to some false and ruinous suggestion of the devil. The general cause, nervous debility, which is the key and conductor of all the particular ones, and without which they would be utterly harmless. Though it does pertain to you, does not pertain to 1 in 1,000. It is out of this that the painful difference between you and the mass of the world springs." That is, Lincoln believed that he and his friend had exceptional and sensitive personalities. "Though it does pertain to you, it does not pertain to 1 in 1,000. Their births, the loins and tissues of their fathers and mothers, accident, fate, providence, had given these two men streaks of lavender, spots soft as May violets. It is out of this that the painful difference between you and the mass of the world springs. And Lincoln was writing in part a personal confession in telling Speed, I know what the painful point with you is at all times when you are unhappy. It is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should. What nonsense! How came you to court her? Was it because you thought she deserved it, and that you had given her reason to expect it? If it was for that, why did not the same reason make you court at least 20 others of whom you can think, and to whom it would apply with greater force than to her? Did you court her for her wealth? Why, you know she had none. But you say you reasoned yourself into it. What do you mean by that? Was it not that you found yourself unable to reason yourself out of it? Did you not think, and partly from the purpose of courting her, the first time you ever saw her or heard of her? Reason had little to do with it at that early stage. There was nothing at that time for reason to work upon. Whether she was moral, amiable, sensible, or even of good character, you did not nor could then know, except perhaps you might infer the last from the company you found her in. All you then did or could know of her was her personal appearance and deportment, and these, if they impress at all, impress the heart and not the head. Say candidly, were not those heavenly black eyes the whole basis of your early reasoning on the subject? Did you not go and take me all the way to Lexington and back, for no other purpose but to get to see her again? What earthly consideration would you take to find her scouting and despising you and giving herself up to another? But of this you have no apprehension, and therefore you cannot bring it home to your feelings. I shall be so anxious about you that I shall want you to write by every mail. Thus ended a letter which had begun, My dear Speed, feeling as you know I do the deepest solicitude for the success of the enterprise you are engaged in, I adopt this as the last method I can adopt to aid you in case, which God forbid, you shall need any aid. A few days before Speed's wedding, Lincoln wrote a letter to the bridegroom. I assure you I was not much hurt by what you wrote me of your excessively bad feeling at the time you wrote. Not that I am less capable of sympathizing with you now than ever, but because I hope and believe that your present anxiety and distress about her health and her life must and will forever banish those horrid doubts which I know you sometimes felt as to the truth of your affection for her. If they can once and forever be removed, and I almost feel a presentiment that the Almighty has sent your present affliction expressly for that object, surely nothing can come in their stead to fill their immeasurable measure of misery. The death scenes of those we love are surely painful enough, but these we are prepared for and expect to see. They happen to all, and all know they must happen. Should she, as you fear, be destined to an early grave, it is indeed a great consolation to know that she is so well prepared to meet it. Her religion, which you once disliked so much, I will venture you now prize most highly. Lincoln hoped Speed's melancholy forebodings as to Fanny's early death were not well founded. I even hope that ere this reaches you she will have returned with improved and still improving health, and that you will have met her and forgotten the sorrows of the past in the enjoyment of the present. I would say more if I could, but it seems to me that I have said enough. It really appears to me that you yourself ought to rejoice, and not sorrow, at this indubitable evidence of your undying affection for her. Why, Speed, if you did not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most certainly be resigned to it.
Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling on it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. You know I do not mean wrong. I have been quite clear of hypochondria, since you left, even better than I was along in the fall. I have seen Sarah Rickard but once. She seemed very cheerful, and so I said nothing to her about what we spoke of. Old Uncle Billy Herndon is dead, and it is said this evening that Uncle Ben Ferguson will not live. This, I believe, is all the news, and enough at that, unless it were better. Write me immediately on the receipt of this.
Speed's wedding day came. The knot was tied, and in a few days he read lines from Lincoln at Springfield.
When this shall reach you, you will have been Fanny's husband several days. You will hereafter be on ground that I have never occupied, and consequently, if advice were needed, I might advise wrong. I do fondly hope, however, that you will never again need any comfort from abroad. But should I be mistaken in this, should excessive pleasure still be accompanied with a painful counterpart at times, still let me urge you, as I have ever done, to remember, in the depth and every agony of despondency, that very shortly you are to feel well again. I am now fully convinced that you love her as ardently as you are capable of loving. Your ever being happy in her presence and your intense anxiety about her health would place this beyond dispute in my mind. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will fail you occasionally for a while, but once you get them firmly guarded now, that trouble is over forever. I think if I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle. I would immediately engage in some business or go to making preparations for it, which would be the same thing. If you went through the ceremony calmly, or even with sufficient composure not to excite alarm in any present, you are safe beyond question, and in 2 or 3 months, to say the most, will be the happiest of men.
Thus messages went back and forth.
If I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle, wrote Lincoln.
One had undertaken to marry a woman, and was smitten with such fear that he didn't love her, that on the fixed wedding day he wandered alone, and there was no wedding. And he was writing from Illinois to a cherished friend down across the Wabash and Ohio rivers, how to take care of himself so that he would be on hand when the wedding bells rang.
I know the painful point with you is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it.
A postscript to one letter read,
I have been quite a man since you left.
And when the single man received a letter from his just married friend, he wrote,
Yours of the 16th instant, announcing that Miss Fanny and you are no more twain, but one flesh, reached me this morning. I have no way of telling you how much happiness I wish you both, though I believe you can conceive it. I feel somewhat jealous of both of you now. You will be so exclusively concerned for one another that I shall be forgotten entirely. I regret to learn that you have resolved not to return to Illinois. I shall be very lonesome without you. How miserable things seem to be arranged in this world. If we have no friends, we have no pleasure, and if we have them, we are sure to lose them and be doubly pained by the loss. I did hope she and you would make your home here, but I own I have no right to insist. You owe obligations to her 10,000 times more sacred than you can owe to others, and in that light let them be respected and observed. It is natural that she should desire to remain with her relatives and friends. As to friends, however, she could not need them anywhere. She would have them in abundance here. In closing, he asked his friend to write often, and added the postscript. Poor Easthouse is gone at last. He died a while before day this morning. They say he was very loath to die. A few dots indicated an unfinished thought at the end of the sentence. They say he was very loath to die. Chapter 55. By wagon and river routes, breweries in St. Louis and Chicago were sending to towns in southern and central Illinois stocks of ale, pale ale, extra pale ale, lager beer, porter, and brown stout. Kentucky distilleries were shipping many grades of rye and corn whiskey. Up the Mississippi River from New Orleans came cargoes of liquors and liqueurs, wet goods as varied as Scotch whiskey, Holland gin, French brandy and rum, Madeira wine, port, Tenerife, dry and sweet wines, Malaga, claret, and other light and heavy alcoholics. A crusade against heavy drinking was carried on by the Washington Society, thus named in the belief that General George Washington was a drinking man but knew when to stop. In fact, was a temperance man. In districts of other states than Illinois, sensational campaigns had been carried on against strong drink. The Springfield Journal reported in 1841, "Whiskey is quoted at Dayton, Ohio at 12 cents a gallon. The Washingtonian cause is flourishing there. 8,000 have signed the temperance pledge in Cincinnati, a fact which has had some effect in lowering the price of whiskey." Among the leading advocates of temperance in Springfield was Abraham Lincoln. So far in the forefront was he, at this time, as an enemy of strong drink, that he was chosen as the orator of the day at a large important gathering of Washington societies. The Springfield Journal on February 14 announced the celebration to be held on the 22nd of the month, as follows. The Washington Society of Springfield and other invited societies will meet at the Methodist Church at 10 o'clock a.m. The procession will be formed by Colonel B.S. Clement, Chief Marshal, between 11 and 12 o'clock, and will proceed through several of the principal streets of the city to the Second Presbyterian Church, where an address will be delivered by A. Lincoln, Esquire, and several appropriate airs prepared for the occasion will be sung by the choir, and such other services as are proper for the occasion. The order of the procession will be as follows. First, Chief Marshal. Second, Sangamon Guards. Third, Committee of Arrangements. Fourth, President and Orator. Fifth, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. Sixth, Invited Societies. Seventh, Springfield Society. Seats will be reserved for the ladies at the second church. By order, etc., William Porter, Secretary, Committee of Arrangements. Under such auspices, and after riding around the public square in a carriage as the orator of the day, Lincoln faced his audience with an address on charity and temperance reform. He took notice of the new and splendid success of the temperance cause, and then went on to analyze some points in temperance reform that didn't quite satisfy him. The warfare hitherto waged against the demon temperance has somehow or other been erroneous. Either the champions engaged or the tactics they have adopted have not been the most proper. These champions, for the most part, have been preachers, lawyers, and hired agents. They are supposed to have no sympathy of feeling or interest with those very persons whom it is their object to convince and persuade. Then he pictured the reformed drunkard as the best of all temperance crusaders. When one who has long been known as a victim of intemperance appears before his neighbors clothed in his right mind, a redeemed specimen of long-lost humanity, and stands up, with tears of joy trembling in his eyes, to tell of the miseries once endured, now to be endured no more forever, of his once naked and starving children, now clad and fed comfortably, of a wife long weighted down with woe, weeping, and a broken heart, now restored to health. And how easily it is all done, once it is resolved to be done. How simple his language. There is a logic and an eloquence in it that few with human feelings can resist. They cannot say he is vain of hearing himself speak, for his whole demeanor shows he would gladly avoid speaking at all. They cannot say he speaks for pay, or he received none and asked for none. In my judgment, it is to the battles of this new class of champions that our late success is greatly, perhaps chiefly, owing. Men selling liquor and men drinking it were blamed too much. Denunciation of dram sellers and dram drinkers was both impolitic and unjust. And why? Because it is not much in the nature of man to be driven to anything, still less to be driven about that which is exclusively his own business, and least of all where such driving is to be submitted to the expense of pecuniary interest or burning appetite. When the dram seller and drinker were incessantly told, not in accents of entreaty and persuasion, diffidently addressed by erring man to an erring brother, but in the thundering tones of anathema and denunciation with which the lordly judge often groups together all the crimes of the felon's life, and thrusts them in his face just ere he passes sentence of death, that they were the authors of all the vice and misery and crime in the land, and that they were the manufacturers and material of all the thieves and robbers and murderers that infest the earth, that their houses were the workshops of the devil, and that their persons should be shunned by all the good and virtuous as moral pestilences. I say, when they were told all this, and in this way, it is not wonderful that they were slow, very slow, to acknowledge the truth of such denunciations. He quoted the maxim, "A drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall," and urged, if you would win a man to your cause, first convince him that you are his sincere friend. Assume to dictate to his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself, close all the avenues to his head and his heart, and through your cause be naked truth itself, transformed to the heaviest lance, harder than steel. You shall no more be able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw. He sketched the history of liquor making and liquor drinking. The practice of drinking is just as old as the world itself. When all of us of maturity first opened our eyes upon the stage of existence, we found intoxicating liquor recognized by everybody, used by everybody, repudiated by nobody. It commonly entered into the first draft of the infant and the last draft of the dying man. The sideboard of the parson and the ragged pocket of the houseless loafer both held whiskey. Physicians prescribed it in this, that, and the other disease. Government provided it for soldiers and sailors, and to have a rolling or raising, a husking or hold down anywhere about without it was positively insufferable. Everywhere it was a respectable article of manufacture and merchandise. The making of it was regarded as honorable. He who would make most was the most enterprising and respectable. Large and small manufactories of it were everywhere erected, in which all the earthly good of their owners were invested. Wagons drew it from town to town, boats bore it from clime to clime, and the winds wafted it from nation to nation, and merchants bought and sold it by wholesale and retail, with precisely the same feelings on the part of the seller, buyer, and bystander as are felt at the selling and buying of plows, beef, bacon, or any other of the real necessaries of life. Even then it was known and acknowledged that many were greatly injured by it, Lincoln declared. But none seemed to think the injury rose from the use of a bad thing, but from the abuse of a very good thing. The victims of it were to be pitied and compassionated, just as are the heirs of consumption and other hereditary diseases. Their failing was treated as a misfortune and not as a crime, or even as a disgrace. If then what I have been saying is true, is it wonderful that some should think and act now as all thought and acted 20 years ago? And is it just to assail, condemn, or despise them for doing so? The universal sense of mankind on any subject is an argument, or at least an influence, not easily overcome.
It was as though he had been speaking with the voice of the Tom Lincoln who hauled 400 gallons of whiskey from the Knob Creek farm in Kentucky up to the Pigeon Creek farm in Indiana. He spoke next with the voice of Abe Lincoln, who on a freezing night near Gentryville had lugged on his shoulders the snoring drunkard picked from a ditch alongside the road.
Another error, as it seems to me, into which the old reformers fell, was the position that all habitual drunkards were utterly incorrigible, and therefore must be turned adrift and damned without remedy. There is in this something so uncharitable, so cold-blooded and feelingless, that it never did nor ever can enlist the enthusiasm of a popular cause. We could not love the man who taught it. We could not hear him with patience. The heart could not throw open its portals to it. The generous man could not adopt it. It could not mix with his blood. It looked like throwing fathers and brothers overboard to lighten the boat for our security.
Were the benefits of temperance to be only for the next generation, for posterity?
Posterity has done nothing for us. We shall do very little for it unless we are made to think we are at the same time doing something for ourselves. There is something ludicrous in promises of good or threats of evil a great way off. Better lay down that spade you are stealing, Patty. If you don't, you'll pay for it at the day of judgment. Be the powers, if you'll credit me so long, I'll take another gist.
Out in the audience, Lincoln could see his law partner, Bill Herndon, a hard drinker when he drank, and Lincoln offered the opinion,
if we take habitual drunkards as a class, their heads and their hearts will bear an advantageous comparison with those of any other class. There seems ever to have been a proneness in the brilliant and warm-blooded to fall into this vice. The demon of intemperance ever seems to have delighted in sucking the blood of genius and of generosity.
At the close of the address, he showed he was not yet free from the influence of the famous orator Daniel Webster, and other famous orators who furnished the examples for the rising young orators.
Happy day when all appetites controlled, all poisons subdued, all matter subjected, mind, all conquering mind, shall live and move, the monarch of the world. Glorious consummation. Hail, fall of fury. Reign of reason, all hail.
That he ranged far in his guesses and his hopes was seen in his declaration.
Whether or not the world would be vastly benefited by a total and final banishment from it of all intoxicating drinks seems to be, not now, an open question. 3/4 of mankind confess the affirmative with their tongues, and I believe all the rest acknowledge it with their hearts. When there shall be neither a slave nor a drunkard on earth, how proud the title of that land, which may truly claim to be the birthplace and the cradle of those revolutions that shall have ended in that victory. How nobly distinguished that people who shall have planted and nurtured to maturity both the political and moral freedom of their species.
In the audience to which Lincoln spoke, there were many reformed drunkards, many who had been familiar figures in the doorways of the town's dram shops. The tone of Lincoln's address was keyed to these men. He didn't drink, but he did wish to say,
in my judgment, such of us as have never fallen victims have been spared more from the absence of appetite than from any mental or moral superiority over those who have.
And young Bill Herndon, standing at the door of the Presbyterian church as the people passed out, said he heard remarks showing there were people not at all pleased with the address. Herndon said he caught one remark.
It's a shame that he should be permitted to abuse us so in the house of the Lord.
Writing to Speed about the address, Lincoln said,
You will see by the last Sangamo Journal that I made a temperate speech which I claim that you and Fanny shall read as an act of charity to me. for I cannot learn that anybody else has read it or is likely to. Fortunately, it is not very long, and I shall deem it a sufficient compliance with my request if one of you listens while the other reads it. On the same Washington's birthday anniversary on which he made his speech, he gave advice to George E. Pickett, who was starting east to be a West Point cadet. Deceit and falsehood, especially if you've got a bad memory, is the worst enemy a fellow can have. Now, boy, on your march, don't you go and forget the old maxim that one drop of honey catches more flies than a half-gallon of gall. Load your musket with this maxim and smoke it in your pipe. Chapter 56. A week or so after Joshua Speed's wedding day, he wrote to Lincoln saying that something indescribably horrible and alarming haunted him. And Lincoln, in answering Speed's letter, said he was ready to swear it was not the fault of the woman Speed had married. He went further and ventured the guess that both he and Speed had been dreaming dreams. I now have no doubt that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. And Lincoln recalled an old saying of his father, "If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter." The single man wrote to his married friend this letter, Springfield, February 25, 1842. Dear Speed, I received yours of the 12th written the day you went down to William's place some days since, but delayed answering it till I should receive the promised one of the 16th, which came last night. I opened the letter with intense anxiety and trepidation, so much so that, although it turned out better than I expected, I have hardly yet, at a distance of 10 hours, become calm. I tell you, Speed, our forebodings, for which you and I are peculiar, are all the worst sort of nonsense. I fancied from the time I received your letter Saturday that one of Wednesday was never to come, and yet it did come, and what is more, it is perfectly clear, both from its tone and handwriting, that you were much happier, or if you think the term preferable, less miserable, when you wrote it than when you wrote the last one before. You had so obviously improved at the very time I so much fancied you would have grown worse. You say that something indescribably horrible and alarming still haunts you. You will not say that 3 months from now, I will venture. When your nerves once get steady now, the whole trouble will be over forever. Nor should you become impatient at their being even very slow in becoming steady. Again, you say, you much fear that Elysium of which you have dreamed so much is never to be realized. Well, if it shall not, I dare swear it will not be the fault of her who is now your wife. I now have no doubt that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. Far short of your dreams as you may be, no woman could do more to realize them than that same black-eyed Fanny. If you could but contemplate her through my imagination, it would appear ridiculous to you that anyone should for a moment think of being unhappy with her. My old father used to have a saying, "If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter." And it occurs to me that if the bargain you have just closed can possibly be called a bad one, it is certainly the most pleasant one for applying that maxim to which my fancy can by any effort picture. I write another letter enclosing this, which you can show her if she desires it. I do this because she would think strangely, perhaps, should you tell her that you receive no letters from me, or telling her you do, refuse to let her see them. I close this entertaining the confident hope that every successive letter I shall have from you, which I here pray may not be few nor far between, may show you possessing a more steady hand and cheerful heart than the last preceding it. As ever, your friend, Lincoln. A month passed, and Lincoln had news from Speed that the marriage bells rang merrily. Speed wrote that he was far happier than he ever expected to be, to which Lincoln replied, "I know you too well to suppose your expectations were not, at least sometimes, extravagant, and if the reality exceeds them all, I say, enough, dear Lord. I am not going beyond the truth when I tell you that the short space it took me to read your last letter gave me more pleasure than the total sum of all I have enjoyed since the fatal 1st of January, 1841. Then he referred to Mary Todd for the first time in his letters to Speed, explaining why a piece of gladness could not live long with him. Since then, the fatal 1st of January, 1841, it seems to me I should have been entirely happy, but for the never-absent idea that there is one still unhappy whom I have contributed to make so. That still kills my soul. I cannot but reproach myself for even wishing to be happy while she is otherwise. She accompanied a large party on the railroad cars to Jacksonville last Monday, and on her return spoke, so that I heard of it, of having enjoyed the trip exceedingly. God be praised for that." As far as 17-year-old Sarah Rickard was concerned, his mind was easy. From her came no reproaches nor news of unhappiness. He wrote Speed, "One thing I can tell you which I know you will be glad to hear, and that is that I have seen Sarah Rickard and scrutinized her feelings as well as I could, and am fully convinced she is far happier now than she has been for the past 15 months. A flower had come with the Speed letter. "The sweet violet you enclosed came safely to hand, but it was so dry and mashed so flat that it crumbled to dust the first attempt to handle it. The juice that mashed out of it stained a place in the letter, which I mean to preserve and cherish for the sake of her who procured it to be sent. My renewed good wishes to her in particular, and generally to all such of your relations who know me." 3 months later, there came to Lincoln thanks and thanks from Speed, from what he had done to bring and to keep them together. He wrote to Speed, "You make a kind acknowledgment of your obligations to me for your present happiness. I am pleased with that acknowledgment, but 1,000 times more I am pleased to know that you enjoy a degree of happiness worthy of an acknowledgment. The truth is, I am not sure there was any merit with me in the part I took in your difficulty. I was drawn into it by fate. If I would, I could not have done less than I did. I always was superstitious. I believe God made me one of the instruments of bringing your Fanny and you together, which union I have no doubt he had foreordained. Whatever he designs he will do for me yet. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord is my text just now. If, as you say, you have told Fanny all, I should have no objection to her seeing this letter. But for its reference to our friend here, let her seeing it depend upon whether she has ever known anything of my affairs, and if she has not, do not let her." His reference to "our friend here" meant Mary Todd. Lincoln was now sure he had made a mistake, first of all, in not taking Speed's advice to break off his engagement with Mary Todd, and his second mistake was not going through and keeping his resolve to marry her. "As to my having been displeased with your advice, surely you know better than that. I know you do, and therefore will not labor to convince you. True, that subject is painful to me, but it is not your silence, or the silence of all the world, that can make me forget it. I acknowledge the correctness of your advice, too, but before I resolve to do the one thing or the other, I must gain my confidence in my own ability to keep my resolves when they are made. In that ability you know I once prided myself as the only or chief gem of my character. That gem I lost. How and where you know too well. I have not yet regained it, and until I do, I cannot trust myself in any matter of much importance. I believe now that had you understood my case at the time as well as I understood yours afterward, by the aid you would have given me, I should have sailed through clear. But that does not now afford me sufficient confidence to begin that or the like of that again." Such was the frank and pitiless self-revelation he did not wish Fanny Hennings Speed to see, unless she knew everything else along with it. He closed his letter. "My respect and esteem to all your friends there, and by your permission, my love to your Fanny." And in one sentence he had sketched himself. "I am so poor and make so little headway in the world that I drop back in a month of idleness as much as I gain in a year's sowing." One June evening he ended a letter to Speed. "Nothing new here. I have not seen Sarah since my last trip, and I am going out there as soon as I mail this letter."
Chapter 57. Mrs. Simeon Francis, wife of the editor of the Sangamon Journal, often invited a list of guests and entertained them in the parlor of the Francis house. She believed with her husband that Abraham Lincoln had a famous career ahead of him. Also, she believed her friend Mary Todd to be a rare, accomplished, brilliant woman. In her eyes, Lincoln and Miss Todd were a match. She would play her part as a matchmaker. She invited Lincoln to a party in her parlor, brought the two of them together, and said, "Be friends again." It was said that she told neither of the couple beforehand about her plan to have them meet again. It was said the meeting came to each of them as a surprise, and that neither Lincoln nor Miss Todd had any suspicions or advance information of the plan to bring them together to be told, "Be friends again." Whatever a fate of woman wit was at work, it did happen that they were friends again. But they didn't tell the world so. They had done that before. For a while, their quiet meetings in the parlor of the Francis house were known only to Mrs. Francis. Not even Mrs. Ninian Edwards knew what was going on till weeks had passed. Mrs. Edwards said later, "I asked Mary why she was so secretive about it. She said evasively that after all that had occurred, it was best to keep the courtship from all eyes and ears. Men and women and the whole world were uncertain and slippery." Julia Jane, a friend of Mary Todd, joined the quiet little parties in the Francis house. One day they read together in an article written to be printed in the Sangamon Journal. It was a Whig attack on the state auditor of accounts, James Shields, who had issued an order that certain paper money, of which the people had more than they had of silver or gold money, would not be taken by the state government for taxes. Besides being a political attack on Shields as an official, it was a personal lampoon hitting at Shields's manners and clothes and struts in Springfield society. Miss Todd and Miss Jane told Lincoln to go ahead and have the article printed. It was written in the talk of backwoods farmers, alluded to the state officials as high-combed cocks, asked whether Shields's $2,400 a year would be paid in paper money or silver, mentioned the penitentiary, and declared, "Shields is a fool as well as a liar. With him, truth is out of the question, and as for getting a good, bright, passable lie out of him, you might as well try to strike fire from a cake of tallow." This, however, was only a beginning. There was this swift, marvelous cartoon. "If I was deaf and blind, I could tell him, Shields, by the smell. I seed him when I was down in Springfield last winter. They had a sort of gathering there one night among the grandees they called a fair. All the gals about town was there, and all the handsome widows and married women, finicking about, trying to look like gals, tied as tight in the middle and puffed out at both ends, like bundles of fodder that hadn't been stacked yet, but wanted stacking pretty bad. And then they had tables all around the house, kivered over with caps and pincushions and 10,000 such little knickknacks, trying to sell 'em to the fellows that were bowing and scraping and conjeering about 'em. They wouldn't let no Democrats in for fear they'd disgust the ladies, or scare the little gals, or dirty the floor.
I looked in at the window, and there was this same fella Shields floating about on the air, without heft or earthly substances, just like a lock of cat fur where cats had been fighting. He was paying his money to this one and that one and t'other one, and suffering great loss because it wasn't silver instead of state paper, in the sweet distress he seemed to be in. His very features, in the ecstatic agony of his soul, spoke audibly and distinctly. Dear girls, it is distressing, but I cannot marry you all. Too well I know how much you suffer, but do remember, it is not my fault that I am so handsome and so interesting. As this last was expressed by a most exquisite contortion of his face, he seized hold of one of their hands and squeezed, and held on to it about a quarter of an hour. Oh, my good fellow, says I to myself, if that was one of our Democratic gals in the Lost Townships, the way you get a brass pin let into you would be about up to the head. The article ended with declaring that if some change for the better did not come in state government, the taxpayers would not have a cow left to milk, or a calf's tail to wring. The name Rebecca was signed. It was followed by a second article also signed Rebecca, this written by Miss Todd and Miss Jane. Parts of it read, Now I want you to tell Mr. S. that, rather than fight, I'll make any apology, and if he wants personal satisfaction, let him only come here, and he may squeeze my hand. Jeff tells me the way these fire eaters do is to give the challenged party choice of weapons, etc., which being the case, I'll tell you in confidence that I never fights with anything but broomsticks or hot water or a shivel full of coals or some such things. The former of which, being somewhat like a shillelagh, may not be very objectionable to him. I will give him choice, however, in one thing, and that is, whether, when we fight, I shall wear breeches or he petticoats, for I presume that change is sufficient to place us on an equality. Shields was a bachelor, 32 years old, had been a lawyer 10 years, and was born in Dungannon County of Tyrone, Ireland. As a boy of 15 in Ireland, he had challenged a veteran of Napoleonic Wars to a duel. But when it came to the shooting, the pistols wouldn't go off. The deadly enemies shook hands, and the veteran had taught Shields the French language, as Shields later taught it when a schoolteacher in Kaskaskia, Illinois. He asked the Sangamon Journal editor who wrote the articles and was told Lincoln took all the responsibility for them. Then Shields wrote Lincoln, Whilst abstaining from giving provocation, I have become the object of slander, vituperation, and personal abuse. I will take the liberty of requiring a full, positive, and absolute retraction of all offensive allusions used by you in these offensive communications, in relation to my private character and standing as a man, as an apology for the insults conveyed in them. This may prevent consequences which no one will regret more than myself. Your obedient servant. Lincoln's seconds notified Shields' seconds that the duel would be fought with cavalry broadswords, across a plank 10 feet long and 9 to 12 inches broad, within 3 miles of Alton on the Missouri side of the Mississippi River. By horse and buggy and by an old horse ferry, the two parties traveled on September 22 to a sandbar in the Mississippi River, located in the state of Missouri and beyond the reach of the Illinois laws against dueling. Riding in a rowboat to the sandbar, Lincoln said he was reminded of the time a Kentuckian enlisted for the War of 1812. The sweetheart of the soldier told him she was embroidering a bullet pouch and belt for him to wear in battle, and she would stitch in the words, victory or death. He asked her, Ain't that rather too strong? Suppose you put victory or be crippled. Lincoln took a seat on a log and practiced swings and swishes in the air with his cavalry broadsword, while friends, lawyers, seconds on both sides held a long confab. After the main long confabs, there were other shorter confabs with Lincoln and with Shields.
Then a statement was issued declaring that although Mr. Lincoln was the writer of the article signed Rebecca in the Sangamon Journal of September 2, yet he had no intention of injuring the personal or private character or standing of Mr. Shields as a gentleman or a man, and that Mr. Lincoln did not think, nor does now think, that said article could produce such an effect. And had Mr. Lincoln anticipated such an effect, he would have forborne to write it. Said article was written solely for political effect, and not to gratify any personal pique against Mr. Shields, for he had none, and knew of no cause for any. A crowd waiting on the Alton levee saw the ferryboat come near the shore with what seemed to be a man in blood-soaked clothes in the bottom of the boat. As the boat tied up, they saw it was a log covered with a red shirt. The duel had become a joke. Lincoln and Shields came off the boat together in easy and pleasant chat. The weapon with which Lincoln was to have fought Shields was a good deal like the axe he had handled so many years as a boy and young man. He told Bill Herndon, "I did not intend to hurt Shields unless I did so clearly in self-defense. If it had been necessary, I could have split him from the crown of his head to the end of his backbone." One man who made the trip to the sandbar was asked how Lincoln behaved. He said, "I watched Lincoln closely while he sat on his log, waiting the signal to fight. His face was serious. I never knew him to go so long without making a joke. He reached over and picked up one of the swords which he drew from its scabbard. Then he felt along the edge of the weapon with his thumb, like a barber feels the edge of his razor, raised himself to his full height, stretched out his long arms, and clipped off a twig from above his head with the sword. There wasn't another man of us who could have reached anywhere near that twig, and the absurdity of that long-reaching fellow fighting with cavalry sabers with Shields, who could walk under his arm, came pretty near making me howl with laughter. After Lincoln had cut off the twig, he returned the sword to the scabbard with a sigh and sat down. But I detected the gleam in his eye, which was always the forerunner of one of his yarns, and fully expected him to tell a side-splitter there in the shadow of the grave. Shields' grave. The Alton Telegraph and Democratic Review, in an editorial, said of the two chief figures, "Both of them are lawyers. Both have been to the legislature of this state and aided in the construction of laws for the protection of society. Why, therefore, they should be permitted to escape punishment, we are at a loss to conjecture. We are astonished to hear that large numbers of our citizens crossed the river to witness a scene of cold-blooded assassination between two of their fellow beings. It was no less disgraceful than the conduct of those who were to have been actors in the drama. Hereafter we hope the citizens of Springfield will select some other point than Alton." Lincoln wrote to Josh Speed, "You've heard of my duel with Shields, and I have now to inform you that the dueling business still rages in this city. Day before yesterday, Shields challenged Butler, who accepted, and proposed fighting next morning at sunrise in Bob Allen's meadow, 100 yards distance, with rifles. To this Whitesides, Shields' second said no, because of the law. Thus ended duel number 2. Yesterday, Whitesides chose to consider himself insulted by Dr. Merriman, so sent him a kind of quasi-challenge, inviting him to meet him at the planter's house in St. Louis on the next Friday to settle their difficulty. Merriman made me his friend and sent Whitesides a note, inquiring to know if he meant his note as a challenge, and if so, that he would, according to the law in such case made and provided, prescribe the terms of the meeting. Whitesides returned for answer that if Merriman would meet him at the planter's house as desired, he would challenge him. Merriman replied in a note that he denied Whitesides' right to dictate time and place, but that he, Merriman, would waive the question of time and meet him at Louisiana, Missouri. Upon my presenting this note to Whitesides and stating verbally its contents, he declined receiving it, saying he had business in St. Louis, and it was as near as Louisiana. Merriman then directed me to notify Whitesides that he should
publish the correspondence between them with such comments as he thought fit. This I did. Thus it stood at bedtime last night. This morning Whitesides, by his friend Shields, is praying for a new trial, on the ground that he was mistaken in Merriman's proposition to meet him in Louisiana, Missouri, thinking it was the state of Louisiana. This Merriman hoots at and is preparing his publication, while the town is in a ferment and a street fight somewhat anticipated. And a story arose and was told as true to fact by many friends of Lincoln, that a pompous and punctilious challenger had come to him from Shields and told him that honor would have to be satisfied by mortal and bloody combat in the medieval manner, saying, "As the challenged party, you will have the choice of weapons. What will your weapon be?" Lincoln's reply was, "How about cow dung at 5 paces?"
Chapter 58. The year after Lincoln's broken engagement with Mary Todd and the months in which he was writing letters to nerve speed up to get married in the year 1842 were times filled with a good deal of action for Lincoln. It was said of him in this time, he went crazy as a loon. Yet there were friends of his who knew that at this very time he was plunged deep into stretches of work that made him forget his troubles. The same medicine that he prescribed for the nervous debility of Joshua Speed and the melancholy of Fanny Henning, he was giving himself in big doses. Activity, occupation were good for whatever ailed them, he had said, and he kept his grip on himself by doses of activity, occupation. In the summer of 1841, he went into law partnership with Stephen T. Logan, and he learned law from Logan. Though Logan had frowsy hair, wore cotton shirts and heavy shoes, and never put on a necktie, he was one of the most neat, scrupulous, particular, and exact lawyers in Illinois when it came to preparing cases, writing letters, and filing documents. In law practice, Logan knew how to be thorough, how to make results come from being thorough. From him, Lincoln learned. The word thorough became important among his words. He argued before the Supreme Court in the widely known case of Bailey versus Cromwell. Cromwell had sold Bailey a Negro girl, saying the girl was a slave. Bailey had given a note promising to pay cash for the slave. Lincoln argued, in part, that the girl was a free person until she was proven to be a slave, and if she was not proven a slave, then she could not be sold nor bought, and no cash could be exchanged between two men buying and selling her. The Supreme Court took practically the same view, and Lincoln won his case. He did law work for Rock Creek quarryman Isaac Cogdell, and meeting Cogdell a few weeks afterward on the State House steps, he saw the quarryman had one arm off. Besides losing his arm, he was losing his business, Cogdell said. Lincoln took out his pocketbook and handed Cogdell the note Cogdell had signed promising to pay a fee for law work Lincoln had done. It didn't look just right for him to take the note, Cogdell was trying to say.
"If you had the money, I wouldn't take it," blurted Lincoln, hurrying away.
Over in Tazewell County, he met a crooked lawyer. An old farmer named Case sold a breaking plow and 3 yoke of oxen. 2 boys named Snow signed the notes promising to pay for the plow and oxen. But since signing the notes, they had come of age. They admitted on the witness stand they were using the plow and oxen to break prairie, and that they had signed the notes. Their lawyer pleaded they were infants or minors when the notes were signed, and therefore they could not be held to pay. Lincoln's speech to the jury stripped the other lawyer of his pretensions.
"Gentlemen," he said, "these boys never would have tried to cheat old Farmer Case out of these oxen and that plow, but for the advice of counsel. It was bad advice, bad in morals and bad in law. The law never sanctions cheating, and a lawyer must be very smart to twist it so that it will seem to do so. The judge will tell you what your own sense of justice has already told you, that these Snow boys, if they were mean enough to plead the Baby Act, when they came to be men should have taken the oxen and plow back. They cannot go back on their contract and also keep what the note was given for."
The jury, without leaving their seats, gave a verdict for old Farmer Case. Between law cases, he could think about newspaper items such as one in 1842 reading, "Mr. Adams presents to the Senate January 24 a petition signed by citizens of Haverhill, Massachusetts, for the adoption of measures peaceably to dissolve the Union, and moves its reference to a select committee with instructions to report the reasons why the prayer should not be granted. Mr. Gilmore offers a resolution of censure upon Mr. Adams for presenting such a petition. Mr. Marshall offers a substitute declaring Mr. Adams' action the deepest indignity to the House and the people. Violent debate ensues 10 days. The resolution is laid on the table. Reception of the petition is refused." When Martin Van Buren stopped overnight in the town of Rochester, Illinois, a Springfield party took along Lincoln to help in a night of entertainment for the former president. The two main tavern performers that evening were Lincoln and Van Buren. Lincoln opened his big rag bag of memories of life in Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky, while Van Buren told about New York ways and New York lawyers as far back as Hamilton and Burr. Lincoln, of course, had 1,000 funny, pointed anecdotes, such as the one of the farmer who moved so often that when he was going to move again, the chickens could tell it and walked up and lay down to have their feet tied. His father's story of the man who was asked for a warranty bill of a horse he was selling, and he guaranteed him sound of skin and skeleton, and free from faults and faculties, and so on. Van Buren said his sides were sore from laughing. Lincoln might have told of a judge who, trying to be kindly, asked a convicted murderer, politically allied to him, "When would you like to be hung?" Or of the lawyer jabbing at a hostile witness who had one large ear, with the remark, "If he bit off the other ear, he would look more like a man than a jackass." Or of the old man with whiskers so long it was said of him when he traveled, "His whiskers arrive a day in advance." Or of Abraham Bale, the tall and powerful-voiced preacher from Kentucky, who was baptizing new converts in the Sangamon River just below Salem Hill. As Bale was leading a sister out into the water, her husband, watching the ceremony from the bank, called out, "Hold on, Bale! Hold on, Bale! Don't you drown her! I wouldn't take the best cow and calf in Maynard County for her." He could have told Van Buren how Bill Engel, the Campbellite preacher from Sugar Grove, and Fogg Atchison of Petersburg took a jolly bragging about which raised the fatter sheep, and Engel got the laugh on Atchison by saying, "I tell you, Mr. Atchison, I have the fattest sheep. An ox hooked one the other day, and we rendered it up. It was all tallow, and its tail made a tallow candle." But one day there came news that hurt Lincoln. Bowling Green was dead. In the house over at New Salem, at the foot of the bluff with the timber of oak growth climbing up, lay the body of his friend, teacher, companion, with the life gone. This was the place where Nancy and Bowling Green had nursed him back to health, coaxed his mind to come back and live and be strong. There Nancy had prepared for him hot biscuits smothered in honey, and he had lain on their cellar door in the sunshine of cool autumn days, reading Blackstone's commentaries. He rode out to the Green home. He stayed till the day of the funeral. Though he was not a Freemason, word came to him that the Masons, who were to conduct the funeral, wished him to make some remarks on the character and life of Bowling Green. On the day of the burial, the Masons in white aprons gathered in the Green cabin, the chaplain carrying the open Bible, the Tyler his drawn sword and other regalia of the Masonic Brotherhood. The master of ceremonies finally called Lincoln to the head of the coffin. For a few moments Lincoln stood looking down at the still, white, round face of Bowling Green. He began to tremble, and there were struggles the length of his long, bony frame. He slowly turned and looked around. The room was filled with faces. In the doorways and at the windows were living faces looking at him, the faces of old New Salem and Clary's Grove and Sand Ridge and Wolf Creek friends. A few words came off his lips, broken and choked words. Tears filled his eyes and ran down his cheeks. He gripped his hat, slowly lifted a handkerchief to his face, and smothered his face in the handkerchief. Then he turned to Nancy Green, who stood up from her chair and took the arm he offered her. He stood with the widow, and slowly the tears came to an end, and the struggles in the length of his long, bony frame came to an end. He looked toward the pallbearers. His hands calmly motioned them to take charge. The lid was screwed on the coffin, and Lincoln, with Nancy Green on his right arm, and his left hand in the hand of her granddaughter, followed the burial party to a corner of the farm where Bowling Green was laid away near the cabin he had built. Chapter 59. At the meetings of Lincoln and Mary Todd in the Francis home, Miss Todd made it clear to him that if another date should be fixed for a wedding, it should not be set so far in the future as it was the time before. Lincoln agreed with her. Early in October he wrote to his friend Speed as a single man to a trusted married friend, asking for information. "You now have been the husband of a lovely woman nearly 8 months. You are happier now than the day you married her. Returning elasticity of spirits is manifested in your letters. But I want to ask you a close question. Are you in feeling as well as judgment glad that you are married as you are? From anybody but me this will be an impudent question, not to be tolerated, but I know you will pardon it in me. Please answer it quickly, as I'm impatient to know." A few weeks later, on the morning of November 4, 1842, Lincoln came to the room of his friend James Matheny before Matheny was out of bed, and to Matheny under the quilts he said, "I'm going to be married today." On the street that day he met Ninian W. Edwards and told Edwards that he and Mary were going to be married that evening. And Edwards gave notice. "Mary is my ward, and she must be married at my house." And when Edwards asked Mary Todd if what he had heard was true, and she told him it was true, they all started to make the big Edwards house ready, as best they could on such short notice, for a wedding of one of the Edwardses. Mrs. Edwards sent for her sister Frances to bake a cake. The big house was swept and garnished, as well as possible on such short notice. Lincoln watched carefully a plain gold ring he carried, on the inside band of which the jeweler Chatterton had engraved the words, "Love is eternal." And he had a fleeting thought or two of his old, honest, tried, rugged friend John Hanks of cornfield and flatboat days. He had written Hanks a week or so before. "Dear John, I'm to be married on the 4th of next month to Miss Todd. I hope you will come over. Be sure to be on deck by early candlelight. Yours, A. Lincoln." At the Edwards house that evening, the Reverend Charles Dresser, in canonical robes, performed the ring ceremony of the Episcopal Church for the groom, 33 years old, and the bride, 23 years old. Behind Lincoln stood a Supreme Court judge, Thomas C. Brown, fat, bluff, blunt, and an able lawyer not accustomed to weddings. As Lincoln placed the ring on the bride's finger and repeated the form, "With this ring I thee endow with all my goods, chattels, lands, and tenements," the Supreme Court judge blurted out in a suppressed tone that everybody heard, "God Almighty, Lincoln, the statute fixes all that." The minister kept a straight face, became serious, and then pronounced Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd man and wife in the sight of God and man. Afterward came talk about the wedding, the bride, the groom. Jim Matheny said Lincoln had looked as if he was going to slaughter. It was told at the Butler house where Lincoln roomed that, as he was dressing, Bill Butler's boy came in and wanted to know, "Where are you going?" Lincoln's answer being, "To hell, I suppose." Mrs. Edwards said, "I'm sure there had been no time fixed for any wedding. No preparations had ever been made until the day that Mr. Lincoln met Mr. Edwards on the street and told him that he and Mary were going to be married that evening. The wedding guests were few, It was not much more than a family gathering. The entertainment was simple but in beautiful taste. The bride had neither veil nor flowers in her hair. There had been no elaborate trousseau for the bride, nor even a handsome wedding gown, nor was it a gay wedding. The bride's sister, Mrs. Frances Wallace, said, "The same morning they told Mrs. Edwards they were going to be married that night, she was terribly disappointed, for she could not get up at dinner in that short time. They asked me if I would help, so I worked all day. I never worked harder in my life, and in the evening we had a very nice little supper, but not what we would have had if they had given Mrs. Edwards time. Mr. Lincoln and Mary may have had a lover's quarrel for all I know, but I saw him the night he was married, and he was not distracted with grief or anything else. He was cheerful as he ever had been, for all we could see. He acted just as he always had in company. No one stood up for him. Just he and Mary stood up alone, and Mr. Dresser married them. Mr. Herndon says that Mrs. Lincoln wore a white silk dress, but I know she never had a white silk dress. After I was married, I gave her my white satin dress and told her to wear it till it got soiled, but then to give it back to me, for I wanted to keep all things like that. My wedding dress, you know. She was not married in the white satin. It was too soiled. She may have been married in a white Swiss muslin, but I think it was not a white dress at all. I think it was delaine or something of that kind." The Springfield Journal, in a corner of its third page on November 11, 1842, had the item, "Married, in this city on the 4th instant, at the residence of N.W. Edwards, Esquire, by Reverend C. Dresser, Abraham Lincoln, Esquire, to Miss Mary Todd, daughter of Robert Todd, Esquire, of Lexington, Kentucky." And Lincoln, in his law office 5 days after the wedding, sent a letter to Marshall at Shawneetown. He began the letter, "Dear Sam, yours of the 10th October, enclosing $5, was taken from the office in my absence by Judge Logan, who neglected to hand it to me till about a week ago, and just an hour before I took a wife. Your other of the 3rd instant is also received." Then he discussed 2 law cases and ended the letter, "Nothing new here, except my marrying, which to me is a matter of profound wonder." In January, the new husband wrote Speed, "Mary is very well, and continues her old sentiments of friendship for you. How the marriage life goes with us, I will tell you when I see you here." And in July, "We shall look with impatience for your visit this fall. Your Fanny cannot be more anxious to see my Molly, Mrs. Lincoln, than the latter is to see her, nor so much as I am. Don't fail to come. We are but 2 as yet." Chapter 60. More than 4 years had gone by since William Traylor was in jail in Springfield, charged with murder, and men around the public square were growling about the rope for Traylor. Then Lincoln had helped turn up, alive and healthy, the man who was supposed to have been killed, having stood by his client during false accusations and threats of lynching. And the years passed, and Traylor couldn't or wouldn't pay the fee of his lawyer and best friend in the hours a noose was knotted for his neck. And Traylor died a peaceable, homelike death, without having paid his lawyer, his valued counsel, and Lincoln sued the estate of William Traylor and collected $100. Cash of many kinds came into his hands. He wrote one client, "Walters has paid me $703.25 in gold for you." Or again, "We send you enclosed 2 $100 Missouri bills." Or, "He paid me $74 state bank paper, $42 Shawneetown paper, and $2.59 silver. We foreclosed on Walter's house and lots and sold them and bought them in your name," he wrote Joshua Speed. Then, among involved angles of the transaction for Speed, which included a secret contract, "It was sold for about $1,200, the amount of Van's debt, but although you are the ostensible purchaser, we have a secret contract with Van that
He is the purchaser for so much of the purchase money as is over and above what you will pay.
Law practice, however, didn't have the charm for Lincoln in 1844 that he found in politics. He spent days studying the tariff issue, delivered hour-and-a-half speeches, and took such a leadership as a protective tariff advocate in Springfield that the state register referred to him as the great Goliath of the junto. So earnestly did he consider himself the mouthpiece and exponent of the protective tariff that he kept up a running combat of argument against the opposition, took on all comers as he did in wrestling days. The State Register, a Democratic organ, told its readers on March 22 that a free trade speech by Judge Caverly, a Democratic presidential elector, so disturbed Mr. Lincoln that he promised to forfeit his ears and his legs if he did not demonstrate that protected articles have been cheaper since the 1842 tariff than before. The ways of Lincoln as a mixer in politics were in a letter he wrote Alden Hall of Pekin. Springfield, February 14, 1843. Friend Hall, your county and ours are almost sure to be placed in the same congressional district. I would like to be its representative. Still, circumstances may happen to prevent my even being a candidate. If, however, there are any Whigs in Tazewell who would as soon as I should represent them as any other person, I will be glad they would not cast me aside until they see and hear farther what turn things take. Do not suppose, Esquire, that in addressing this letter to you, I assume that you will be for or against all other Whigs. I only mean that I know you to be my personal friend, a good Whig, and an honorable man, to whom I may, without fear, communicate a fact which I wish my particular friend, if I have any, to know. There is nothing new here now worth telling. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. Sam Marshall wrote from Shawneetown complaining that Lincoln was careless about the Shawneetown bank cases and others. Lincoln explained that he had misplaced the letter about the bank cases and forgotten all about it. The truth is, when I received your letter, I glanced it over, stuck it away, postponed consideration of the cases mentioned, and forgot them altogether. In the case of Gatewood versus Wood and Wood, he wrote to Marshall, "We would have failed entirely to get into court but for an agreement with Mr. Eddy, which saved us. By the agreement we altered the record so as to make it appear that it had been sent to the circuit court, also agreeing that at the next term of court all the papers and orders are to be altered then accordingly nunc pro tunc." To beat the opposition in a case that honestly interested him, Lincoln would ambush the enemy with any trick or device within the law. In the Dorman Lane case, for instance, he believed certain rascals were trying to take a piece of land away from a hard-working couple of young people who were getting a start at farming. He wrote Sam Marshall, his partner in the case, in 1845, "I think we can plead limitations on them, so that it will stick for good and all. Don't speak of this, lest they hear it and take the alarm." When the first baby came to the clients in that case, it was a boy whom they named Samuel Marshall, and they promised that if the second baby was a boy, they would name it Abraham Lincoln. Chapter 61. Lincoln didn't forget the State Register warning about his assumed clownishness. Herndon cautioned him. He carried jokes too far in public. It came too easy for him to slip out of his usual dignity, do a swift monkey shine, and be back in his own face and character before men knew he was mimicking. On the stump and in courtrooms or hotel loafing rooms, he could be pointedly funny when feeling that way. He described weddings and funerals where the expected dignity of events was upset, incidents dealing with fiddlers, teamsters, mules, coons, skunks. One of his important proverbs was remembered from his father: "Every man must skin his own skunk." He used words natural to farmers shucking corn in a cold November wind, or carpenters putting the adze to oak rafters. He spoke of the parts and members of the body in words of common, hard-handed men. and often seemed to have some definite philosophy of human meekness, the frailty of mortal clay, the pride that goeth before a fall, the dignity whose assumptions suffer and wither in the catching of a greased pig. When he had finished a story, he may have shocked or annoyed men who called themselves polite, and who desired to be known as men of good taste. But other thoughtful men said there was always a point or a lesson or some genius of whim or nonsense connecting with the final strands of the tale or anecdote. In the repertoire of characters he mimicked were circuit-riding preachers who snorted hellfire, Quakers, Irishmen, Germans, men of struts, and a stutterer who whistled between stutters. He could do a sketch of the drugstore man, Diller, irritated by little Judge Logan sitting in the store and whittling the chairs. Diller ordered Judge Logan out of the store, and the leader of the Sangamon County Bar walked out in a huff, saying he would never come back, though later he did. He might compare the squabbling of politics and the howling of hostile factions to cats wailing with pain and spitting at each other at night outside the hotel rooms. In the morning, perhaps, the alley would be full of dead cats, so the sounds indicated. But in the morning, the cats were at peace with assured futures. One hot day in July, Lincoln drove his horse and one-seated gig from Bloomington to Tremont with Sweat, a 200-pound man on one side of him, and Judge Davis, a 300-pound man on the other side. At Tremont, he threw the livery stable man the reins, calling out, "Put up that horse and let me get out of here quick." And he added a remark often recalled in that livery stable and often told among cronies of Sweat. He mocked coarsely in a swift comic exclamation at his misery in a long drive on a hot day, sitting between two sweating, odorous, large men. One day in a courthouse on the Eighth Circuit, Lincoln rattled off a lingo changing the letters of words so that cotton patch became pot and catch, and jackass became jassack. A dozen other words were given tricky twists. Some were strictly barnyard and tavern words, to be found published perhaps only in unexpurgated prints of Shakespeare and Burns. The court clerk asked Lincoln to write out a copy of it, and for many years that court clerk took special care of the scrap of paper on which Lincoln had scribbled a piece of nonsense. Usher Linder said he noticed that Abe Lincoln and Abe's uncle Mordecai were a good deal alike as storytellers. No one took offense at Uncle Mord's stories. I heard him tell a bevy of fashionable girls that he knew a very large woman who had a husband so small that in the night she often mistook him for the baby, and that one night she picked him up and was singing to him a soothing lullaby when he awoke and told her that the baby was on the other side of the bed. Once when Linder was telling about Mordecai, Lincoln remarked, "Linder, I've often said that Uncle Mord ran off with all the talents of the family." It was a horsey country of horsey men. A 30 or 40-mile drive was counted an easy day. They spoke of one-horse towns, one-horse lawyers, and one-horse doctors, even of one-horse horse doctors. They tied their horses to hitching posts, half chewed away by horse teeth. They brushed off horsehair from their clothes after a drive. They carried feed bags of oats. They spliced broken tugs with rope to last till they reached a harness shop. Chapter 62. There were in 1846 in Springfield old settlers who remembered the Van Noy hanging 20 years previous in a hollow just south of where the new State House was built. Van Noy stood in a wagon under the gallows while the noose was put around his neck. The wagon drove off from under him and left his feet walking on air. The old settlers could tell about Nathan Cromwell, who went with his good-looking wife to the home of a man who had said something to or about Mrs. Cromwell, and he pointed a pistol at the man's heart and made him get down on his knees and beg Mrs. Cromwell's pardon. And there was a man whose name had been forgotten, though what happened to him was remembered. He had been drinking all day, and on a cold winter night started to go home along the St. Louis road. A couple of rods south of the master's cornfield, later the intersection of Grand Avenue and 2nd Street, he fell or was thrown from his horse, and in the morning was frozen stiff. Dr. Merriman was called and pronounced the man dead. Only 20 years had passed since the first regular shoemaker, Jabez Capps, had located his shop and store on the north side of Jefferson Street between 1st and 2nd. The first harness maker, Thomas Strawbridge, had come 22 years before. On the south side of Jefferson Street, near 2nd, stood a building that the old settlers pointed out as the first two-story brick store in Springfield. P.C. Kennedy had opened his stock of books and drugs there 16 years before. What had become Northwest Jefferson and 2nd Streets, a busy central corner of Springfield, was 24 years previous a piece of John Kelly's cornfield. On that spot had stood a log cabin courthouse, the first county seat of Sangamon County. Away from it had swept the rolling prairie, a mile east and west. A half-mile north and south, bordered on the north by heavy timber and on the south by growths of pink oak, elm, cherry, and hackberry, with fringes of plum, crabapple, and haw trees, besides hazelbrush and blackberry bushes, festoons of grapevines and winding strawberry runners. In the heavy timber that had once stood between 1st and 3rd Streets, boys used to gather pawpaws and dig ginseng and turkey peas. One of those boys, Zimri Enos, could recollect how his father loved big oxen and drove them with only a hazel stick for a goad, and how, in the winter of the deep snow, 1831, his two big yoke of oxen plowed through snow that horses couldn't travel, and brought from the timbers loads of wood for people whose cabin fires had gone out. So early the town of Springfield was beginning, as a town, to have a memory. It was only 25 years since, in the log cabin courthouse then at Jefferson and 2nd Streets, John Kelly was allowed by the county commissioner the sum of $42.50 due him by contract for building the courthouse, and $5 for extras. At the same time, the county was divided into 4 districts, and overseers for the poor were appointed, 2 for each district, with 3 trustees appointed by the county court to supervise the overseers of the poor. Then Robert Hamilton was allowed $84.75 for building the county jail, which the sheriff, John Taylor, found to be a no-account jail, and so told the county commissioners. Since that time there had come a new courthouse, built of brick, in the middle of the public square, with a hip roof and cupola. It had cost $6,841, and was knocked down and carried off to make way for the new Capitol, costing $240,000, nearly twice as much as it was first estimated. And it was one of the settled memories of Springfield that the lawyer and politician, Lincoln, had log-rolled through the legislature the bill that located the Capitol in Springfield. Besides Hoffman's Row, where Lincoln's office with Herndon was located, there was Chicken Row, a string of one-story shops and stores on one side of the square. But Hoffman's Row and Chicken Row were new. They were not of Springfield's past, to which the memories of old settlers ran. They could recall how a nearby town named Sangamon, on a bluff of the river where Lincoln had built the Offutt flatboat, had nearly won a decision from the county commissioners for the location of the county seat. And the commissioners had also come near to selecting for the county seat a town laid out by William S. Hamilton, a young lawyer who was the son of the famous Alexander Hamilton, and who had vanished after his plans were rejected. It was then that Alicia and John Kelly from North Carolina had named the town Calhoun, after the South Carolina senator, and it was so called until named after Spring Creek. Along with some of the early settlers had come their slaves. The Kirkpatricks brought their colored boy, Titus, Colonel Thomas Cox, his 2 girls, Nance and Dice, Daniel Cartwright, his boy, Major, George Forquet, his boy, Smith, and Colonel Cox, who had come 23 years before as Register of the Land Office, appointed by President Monroe, had bought out the Kellys, put up a mill and distillery, and a hewn log house with a hall and a brick chimney. Then debt and drink broke him. The law turned him out of house and home, and he and his wife and 2 children took shelter in a deserted log cabin 1.5 miles from town. First they had sold Nance and dice, and the circuit court clerk entered on the records that on July 12, 1827, John Taylor bought at public auction the person Nance for $151 and the person Dice for $150, and the court commission was $15.40. It was a later time that Erastus Wright came from Fort Clark to live in Springfield, where he traded 80 acres of land for a tame elk that he rode and drove to harness like a horse. There were remembered stanzas sung to an old Irish tune. She's bounded by the Wabash, the Ohio and the lakes. She's crawfish in the swampy lands, the milksick and the shakes. But these are slight diversions, and take not from the joy of living in this garden land, the state of Illinois. Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross at Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois. Chapter 63. The 37-year-old son of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln had changed with a changing Western world. His feet had worn deerskin moccasins as a boy. They were put into rawhide boots when he was full grown. Now he had them in dressed calf leather. His head cover was a coonskin cap when he was a boy, and all men and boys wore the raccoon tail as a high headpiece. Floating down the Mississippi to New Orleans, he wore a black felt hat from an eastern factory, and it held the post office mail of New Salem. Now he was a prominent politician and lawyer, wearing a tall, stiff silk hat known as a stovepipe, also called a plug hat. In this stovepipe, he carried letters, newspaper clippings, deeds, mortgages, checks, receipts. Once he apologized to a client for not replying to a letter. He had bought a new hat, and in cleaning out the old hat, he missed this particular letter. The silk stovepipe hat was nearly a foot high, with a brim only an inch or so in width. It was a high, lean, longish hat, and it made Lincoln look higher, leaner, more longish. As he had gone along farther in law practice and politics, he had taken more care of his looks. His first partner, John T. Stewart, was one of the handsomest figures and best-dressed men in Springfield, and Lincoln had to take Stewart's place once in a courthouse near Springfield, handling a case for a client. When Lincoln introduced himself as the man sent by Stewart to take Stewart's place, the client, an Englishman accustomed to wigs and gowns in a courtroom, refused to take Lincoln as his lawyer, snorted with disgust, and hired another lawyer. And though Lincoln had begun wearing broadcloth and white shirts with a white collar and black silk cravat, and a suggestion of sideburns coming down 3/4 the length of his ears, he was still known as one of the carelessly dressed men of Springfield, along with Stephen Logan, who wore unbleached cotton shirts and had sat 2 years as a circuit court judge wearing an unbleached cotton shirt with no cravat or stock. The loose bones of Lincoln were hard to fit with neat clothes, and once on, they were hard to keep neat. Trousers go baggy at the knees of a storyteller who has the habit, at the end of a story, where the main laugh comes in, of putting his arms around his knees, raising his knees to his chin, and rocking to and fro. Those who spoke of his looks often mentioned his trousers creeping to the ankles and higher, his rumpled hair, his wrinkled vest. When he wasn't away making speeches, electioneering, or practicing law on the circuit, he cut kindling wood, tended to the cordwood for the stoves in the house, milked the cow, gave her a few forks of hay, and changed her straw bedding every day. He analyzed the tariff, the national banks, the public lands, and the annexation of Texas, while paling a cow. One evening he went to where his cow was pastured with other cows, and as he told it, "I found the calves all together and away from the cows, and I didn't know my calf well enough to distinguish her from the others. Still, I picked out one that I thought was mine. Presently, that identical calf went and sucked my cow, and then I knew it was mine." He looked like a farmer, it was often said.
He seemed to have come from prairies and barns rather than city streets and barber shops. And in his own way, he admitted and acknowledged it. He told voters from the stump that it was only a few years since he had worn buckskin breeches, and they shrank in the rain and crept to his knees, leaving the skin blue and bare. The very words that came off his lips in tangled, important discussions among lawyers had a wilderness air and a log cabin smack. The way he pronounced the word idea was more like ID. The word really more like the drawled Kentucky rally. As he strode or shambled into a gathering of men, he stood out as a special figure for men to look at. It was a little as though he had come farther on harder roads and therefore had longer legs for the traveling. And a little as though he had been where life is stripped to its naked facts, and it would be useless for him to try to put on certain pretenses of civilization. He may have figured out for himself about how far he could go and find it easy and healthy and comfortable for him to be in speech and looks the Indiana Cornhusker and the Mississippi River flatboatman. The manners of a gentleman and a scholar dropped off him sometimes like a cloak, and his speech was that of a farmer who works his own farm, or a lawyer who pails a cow morning and evening and might refer to it incidentally in polite company or in a public address. He was not embarrassed, and nobody else was embarrassed, when at the Bowling Green funeral he had stood up, instead of delivering a formal funeral address on the character of the deceased, had shaken with grief and put a handkerchief to his face and wept tears, and motioned to the body bearers to take his dead friend away. There was a natural grace to it. Funerals should be so conducted. A man who loves a dead man should stand up and try to speak and find himself overwhelmed with grief, so that instead of speaking, he smothers his face in a handkerchief and weeps. This was the eloquence of naked fact, beyond which there is no eloquence. At the death of a great friend, he could weep without shame, lone and inevitable. At a petty campaign lie alluding to his aristocratic relatives visiting him, he could laugh and say that only one had made a visit and he was arrested for stealing a Jew's harp. He could be immediately solemn, tenderly grave, quizzically humorous, and flatly comic. As he strode or shambled into a gathering of men, he stood out as a special figure to look at. Some of the range of his feeling, the gamut of the solemn and comic, was registered in the angles of his body, in the sweeping lengths of extra-long arms and legs, in the panther slouch of running and throwing muscles, in the wiry, raw-boned frame that seemed to have been at home once handling an axe in tall timber, with the silent silhouette of an eagle watching. Standing, Lincoln loomed tall with his 6 feet 4 inches of height. Sitting in a chair, he looked no taller than other men, except that his knees rose higher than the level of the seat of the chair. Seated on a low chair or bench, he seemed to be crouching. The shoulders were stooped and rounded, the head bent forward and turned downward. Shirt collars were a loose fit. An Adam's apple stood out on a scrawny neck. His voice was a tenor that carried song tunes poorly, but had clear and appealing modulations in his speeches. In rare moments of excitement, it rose to a startling and unforgettable falsetto tone that carried every syllable with unmistakable meaning. In the stoop of his shoulders and the forward bend of his head, there was a grace and familiarity so that it was easy for shorter people to look up into his face and talk with him. The mouth and eyes, and the facial muscles running back from the mouth and eyes, masked 1,000 shades of meaning. In hours of melancholy, when poisons of dejection dragged him, the underlip and its muscles drooped. His friends felt either that he then was a sick man with a disorder of bile and secretions, or else that his thoughts roamed in farther and darker caverns than ordinary men ventured into. Ordinarily, there was a fresh, gracious calm. It was a grave, sad calm, perhaps gloomy, but strong with foundations resting on substrata of granite, a mouth shaped with depths of hope that its fixed resolves would be kept and held. And between the solemn mouth of Lincoln and at the other end of the gamut, his comic mouth, there was the play of 1,000 shades of meaning. Besides being tragedian, he was comedian. Across the mask of his dark gravity could come a light gray of the quizzical, the puzzled. This could spread into the beginning of a smile, and then spread farther into wrinkles and wreaths of laughter that lit the whole face into a glow. And it was of a quality of his highest laughter that it traveled through his whole frame, currents of it vitalizing his toes. A fine chiseling of lines on the upper lip seemed to be some continuation of the bridge of the nose, forming a feature that ended in a dimple at the point of the chin. The nose was large. If it had been a trifle larger, he would have been called big-nosed. It was a nose for breathing deep, sustained breaths of air, a strong, shapely nose, granitic with resolve and patience. 2 deepening wrinkles started from the sides of the right and left nostrils and ran down the outer rims of the upper lip. Farther out of the 2 cheeks were deepening wrinkles that had been long crude dimples when he was a boy. Hours of toil, pain, and laughter were deepening these wrinkles. From the sides of the nose, angular cheekbones branched right and left toward the large ears, forming a base for magnificently constructed eye sockets. Bushy black eyebrows shaded the sockets where the eyeballs rested with gray transformers of action, thought, laughter. Shaded into the gray of his eyes was a tinting of hazel. In his eyes, as nowhere else, was registered the shifting light of his moods. Their language ran from rapid twinkles of darting hazel that won the hearts of children on to a fixed baffling gray that the shrewdest lawyers and politicians could not read to find there an intention he wanted to hide. The thatch of coarse hair on the head was black when seen from a distance, but close up it had a brownish, rough, sandy tint. He had been known to comb it, parting it far on the right side, and slicking it down so that it looked groomed by a somewhat particular man, but most of the time it was loose and rumpled. The comb might have parted it either on the far right or on the far left side. He wasn't particular. Throughout his life as a grown man, he was holding to the hacked-out slants of body that his father had in mind in the younger days when his frame stretched upward in a rapid, uneven growth, and his father said he looked like he needed a carpenter's plane put to him. In those days they had called him Longshanks. And as a grown man, his long shanks were a dominant feature of his physical presence. Yet it was true that men and women as varied as Stephen T. Logan and Hannah Armstrong felt about him something elusive, glancing, elfin, off and beyond all that was told by the gaunt, rambling lines of his physical structure. The eyes, the laughter, the play of words, the scrutinizing, drawling poise, curves that came and went with the tricks of sun showers and rainbows. He gave out echoes and values. A cherishing of true testimonies ran from his face and form. All he could do for Bowling Green was to weep. The words had not been made that could tell what he wanted to say in that hour. As the day came near for his marriage to the brilliant, fashionable daughter of a Kentucky bank president, he held odds even by riding an old friend, also of hacked-out and slanted structure, the plain, old, dependable, silent, truth-telling John Hanks, who could not write his own name. "I hope you will come over. Be sure to be on deck by early candlelight." The lizard story might be a rehearsal of a comic pantomime, with 2 players having a line each to speak. And still further, it might be a pretentious allegory in democratic and religious behavior and words. When he had bought his house at 8th and Jackson Streets from Reverend Charles Dresser, there was a mortgage of $900 on it. And in the deed of title from Dresser to Lincoln, this $900 mortgage wasn't mentioned. He trusted Dresser, took a chance on losing $900, just the personal assurance of the preacher who had married him. And the money was later paid in full. It was natural that Abraham Lincoln was many things to many people.
Some believed him a cunning, designing lawyer and politician who coldly figured all his moves in advance. Some believed him a sad, odd, awkward man trying to find a niche in life where his hacked-out frame could have peace and comfort. Some believed him a superb human struggler with solemn and comic echoes and values far off and beyond the leashes and bones that held him to earth and law and politics. In his own mind, he did not divide people into good people and bad people. As he walked from his own home close to the cornfields near the city limits of Springfield and met people on his way to the courthouse and the post office, and as he watched the two-legged figures on their many errands, or forgetting their errands, moving around the public square, he saw good mixed in the bad and bad mixed in the good. In his own mind, he made the note: "The true rule in determining to embrace or reject anything is not whether it have any evil in it, but whether it have more of evil than of good. There are few things wholly evil or wholly good. Almost everything is an inseparable compound of the two, so that our best judgment of the preponderance between them is continually demanded." Chapter 64. There are certain old poems, old stories, old books, clocks and jackknives, old rose and lavender keepsakes with musk and dusk in them, with a sunset smoke loitering in the faded shine of their walnut and mahogany stain and embellishment. And we learn them by heart. We memorize their lines and outlines and put them away in the chests and the attics of our memories, keeping them as keepsakes, taking them out and handling them, reciting their feel and rhythm, scanning their lines, and then putting them back till the next time they will be wanted, for they will always be wanted again. Abraham Lincoln had such an old keepsake, a rhymed poem with stanzas having for him the sweet pathos of a slow, quaint tune hummed by a young woman to the auburn western sky of a late winter twilight. It spun out and carried further the hymn line, "Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear." It came from an old country across the sea, and was written like an air from an old-fashioned spinet with its rosewood touched with a yellow tarnish. It was put together like some old melodrama that measures out life so that we want to cry as we look at it. In the year he ran for Congress, Lincoln sent William Johnston a copy of the poem, and later wrote him, "You ask me who is the author of this piece I sent you, and you do so ask me to indicate a slight suspicion that I myself am the author. Beyond all question, I am not the author. I would give all I am worth and go in debt to be able to write so fine a piece as I think that is. Neither do I know who is the author." The poem read, "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud, like a swift fleeting meteor, a fast flying cloud? A flash of the lightning, a break of the wave, he passes from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around and together be laid, and the young and the old, the low and the high, shall molder to dust, and together shall lie. The infant a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection who proved, the husband that mother and infant who blessed, each all are away to their dwelling of rest. The maid on whose cheek, on whose brow, in whose eye shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and the memory of those who loved her and praised are alike from the minds of the living erased. The hand of the king that the scepter hath borne, the brow of the priest that the mitre hath worn, the eye of the sage and the heart of the brave are hidden and lost in the depths of the grave. The peasant whose lot was to sow and to reap, the herdsman who climbed with his goats up the steep, the beggar who wandered in search of his bread, have faded away like the grass that we tread. The saint who enjoyed the communion of heaven,
The sinner who dared to remain unforgiven, the wise and the foolish, the guilty and just, have quietly mingled their bones in the dust. So the multitude goes, like the flower or the weed that withers away to let others succeed. So the multitude comes, even those we behold, to repeat every tale that has often been told. For we are the same that our fathers have been. We see the same sights that our fathers have seen. We drink the same stream, we feel the same sun, and run the same course that our fathers have run. The thoughts we are thinking, our fathers would think. From the death we are shrinking, our fathers would shrink. To the life we are clinging, they also would cling. But it speeds from us all, like a bird on the wing. They loved, but the story we cannot unfold. They scorned, but the heart of the haughty is cold. They grieved, but no wail from their slumber will come. They joyed, but the tongue of their gladness is dumb. They died, aye, they died. We things that are now, that walk on the turf that lies over their brow, and make in their dwellings a transient abode, meet the things that they met on their pilgrimage road. Yea, hope and despondency, pleasure and pain, are mingled together in sunshine and rain. And the smile and the tear, the song and the dirge, still follow each other, like surge upon surge. 'Tis the wink of an eye, 'tis the draught of a breath, from the blossom of health to the paleness of death. From the gilded saloon to the bier and the shroud, oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? Such was one of the keepsakes of his heart. For him it spun out and carried further the hymn line, Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear. It was written by a young Scotchman, William Knox, who died when he was 36 years old in Edinburgh in 1836, and a young Scotchman, Jason Duncan, had first shown it to Lincoln in New Salem days. In the letter to Johnston explaining that beyond all question he was not the author of the poem, he also wrote, In the fall of 1844, thinking I might aid some to carry the state of Indiana for Mr. Clay, I went into the neighborhood in that state in which I was raised, where my mother and only sister were buried, and from which I had been absent about 15 years. That part of the country is, within itself, as unpoetical as any spot on the earth. But still, seeing it and its objects and inhabitants aroused feelings in me which were certainly poetry. Though whether my expression of those feelings is poetry is quite another question. When I got to writing, the change of subject divided the thing into 4 little divisions or cantos, the first only of which I send you now, and may send the others hereafter. The enclosure read, My childhood's home I see again, and sadden with the view, and still, as memory crowds my brain, there's pleasure in it too. O memory, thou midway world twixt earth and paradise, where things decayed and loved ones lost and dreamy shadows rise, and freed from all that's earthly vile, seen hallowed, pure and bright, like scenes in some enchanted isle, all bathed in liquid light. As dusky mountains please the eye when twilight chases day, as bugle notes that passing by in distance die away, as leaving some grand waterfall we lingering list its roar, so memory will hallow all we've known but know no more. Near 20 years have passed away since here I bid farewell to woods and fields and scenes of play, and playmates loved so well, where many were but few remain of old familiar things, but seeing them to mind again the lost and absent brings. The friends I left that parting day, how changed as time had sped, Young childhood grown, strong manhood gray, and half of all are dead. I hear the loved survivors tell how naught from death could save, till every sound appears a knell, and every spot a grave. I range the fields with pensive tread, and pace the hollow rooms, and feel, companion of the dead, I'm living in the tombs. 5 months later, he again wrote Johnston the letter reading, Friend Johnston, you remember when I wrote you from Tremont last spring, sending you a little canto of what I called poetry? I promised to bore you with another sometime. I now fulfill the promise. The subject of the present one is an insane man. His name is Matthew Gentry. He is 3 years older than I, and when we were boys we went to school together. He was rather a bright lad, and the son of the rich man of a very poor neighborhood. At the age of 19 he unaccountably became furiously mad, from which condition he gradually settled down into harmless insanity. When, as I told you in my other letter, I visited my old home in the fall of 1844, I found him still lingering in this wretched condition. In my poetizing mood, I could not forget the impression his case made upon me. Here is the result. But here's an object more of dread than aught the grave contains, a human form with reason fled, while wretched life remains. When terror spread and neighbors ran your dangerous strength to bind, and soon a howling crazy man, your limbs were fast confined. How then you strove and shrieked aloud, your bones and sinews bared, and fiendish on the gazing crowd with burning eyeballs glared, and begging and swore and wept and prayed, with maniac laughter joined. How fearful were these signs displayed by pangs that killed the mind. And when at length the drear and long time soothed thy fiercer woes, how plaintively thy mournful song upon the still night rose. I've heard it oft as if I dreamed, far distant, sweet and lone, the funeral dirge it ever seemed of reason dead and gone. To drink its stains I've stole away, all stealthily and still, ere yet the rising god of day had streaked the eastern hill. Ere held her breath trees with the spell seemed sorrowing angels round, whose swelling tears in dewdrops fell upon the listening ground. But this is past, and naught remains that raise thee o'er the brute. Thy piercing shrieks and soothing strain are like forever mute. Now fare thee well, more thou the cause than subject now of woe. All mental pangs by time's kind laws hast lost the power to know. O death, thou awe-inspiring prince that keep'st the world in fear, why dost thou tear more blessed ones hence, and leave him lingering here? If I should ever send another, the subject will be a bear hunt. Yours as ever, A. Lincoln. Yet a short time later, he did send Johnston 22 verses of a piece he called The Bear Hunt, mixing the backwoods man's slang with picked pet words from stylish English poets. 3 verses get the bear running, 9 verses have the bear chased, 4 have him fighting and dying, then 6 verses draw a moral and lesson. The piece read, A wild bear chase didst never see? Then hast thou lived in vain? Thy richest bump of glorious glee lies desert in thy brain. When first my father settled here, 'twas then the frontier line. The panthers screamed, filled night with fear, and bears preyed on the swine. But woe for Bruin's short-lived fun, when rose the squealing cry. Now man and horse and dog and gun for vengeance at him fly. A sound of danger strikes his ear, he gives the breeze a snuff. Away he bounds with little fear, and seeks the tangled ruff. On press his foes and reach the ground, where's left his half-munched meal. The dogs in circles scent around, and find his fresh-made trail. With instant cry, away they dash, and men as fast pursue. O'er logs they leap, through water splash, and shout the brisk halloo. Now to elude the eager pack, Bear shuns the open ground. Through matted vines he shapes his track, and runs it round and round. The tall, fleet cur with the deep-mouthed voice now speeds him as the wind, while half-grown pup and short-legged fice are yelping far behind. And fresh recruits are dropping in to join the merry corps. With yelp and yell and mingled din, the woods are in a roar. And round the chase now goes, the world's alive with fun. Nick Carter's horse his rider throws, and Mose Hills drops his gun. Now sorely pressed, Bear glances back, and lolls his tired tongue, when as to force him from his track, an ambush on him sprung. Across the glade he sweeps for flight, and fully is in view. The dogs, new fired by the sight, their cry and speed renew. The foremost ones now reach his rear, he turns, they dash away, and circling now the wrathful bear, they have him full at bay. At top of speed the horsemen come, all screaming in a row. Whoop! Take 'em, tiger! Seize 'em, drum! Bang! Bang! The rifles go. And furious now the dogs he tears, and crushes in his ire. Wheels right and left and upward rears, with eyes of burning fire. But leaden death is at his heart, vain all the strength he plies, and spouting blood from every part, he reels and sinks and dies. And now a dinsome clamor rose, but who should have his skin? Who first draws blood each hunter knows, this prize must always win. But who did this, and how to trace what's true from what's a lie? Like lawyers in a murder case, they stoutly argufy. Aforesaid fice of blustering mood, behind and quite forgot, just now emerging from the wood, arrives upon the spot. With grinning teeth and upturned hair, brimful of spunk and wrath, he growls and seizes on dead Bear, and shakes for life and death. And swells as if his skin would tear, and growls and shakes again, and swears as plain as dog can swear, that he has won the skin. Conceited whelp, we laugh at thee, nor mind that not a few of pompous two-legged dogs there be, conceited quite as you. And from then on, there seemed to be no more exercises of this kind. Lincoln quit his doggerel habit, writing to Johnston, "I'm not at all displeased with your proposal to publish the poetry, or doggerel, or whatever else it may be called, which I sent you. I consent that it may be done. Whether the prefatory remarks in my letter shall be published with the verses, I leave entirely to your discretion. But let names be suppressed by all means. I have not sufficient hope of the verses attracting any favorable notice to tempt me to risk being ridiculed for having written them." The mood of melancholy running through his verses could drop off him like a cloak, while he lighted with a quizzical look on his face. When his children were born, he chuckled. Even before the first one was born, in the months when the stork was promising to come, he joked Speed about the glad event coming. Speed first heard of the coming event from Bill Butler, and so wrote Lincoln, who replied, "In relation to the coming events about which Butler wrote you, I had not heard one word before I got your letter. But I have so much confidence in the judgment of a Butler on such a subject that I incline to think there may be some reality in it. What day does Butler appoint?" And he countered, "By the way, how do events of the same sort come on in your family? Are you possessing houses and lands and oxen and asses and manservants and maidservants and begetting sons and daughters?" And he closed with, "Mary joins in sending love to your Fanny and you." When the second boy came, he sketched the two of them and the family life for speed. "We have another boy. He is very much such a child as Bob was at his age, rather of a longer order. Bob is short and low, and I expect always will be. He talks very plainly, almost as plainly as anybody. He is quite smart enough. I sometimes fear that he is one of the little rare ripe sort that are smarter at about 5 years than ever after. He has a great deal of that sort of mischief that is the offspring of such animal spirits. Since I began this letter, a messenger came to tell me Bob was lost. But by the time I reached the house, his mother had found him and whipped him, and by now, very likely, he has run away again. Mary has read your letter and wishes to be remembered to Mrs. Speed and you, in which I most sincerely join her."
Chapter 65. Lincoln and his law partner, Stephen T. Logan, both had hopes of going to Congress. They didn't get along smoothly. Lincoln had left the partnership with regrets, for Logan was one of the foremost lawyers of the state and well started on a paying business. Logan had come to Illinois from Kentucky, a short sliver of a man with a wrinkled, pinched face and tight lips. His head carried a thicket of frowsy hair, his voice rasped, yet he commanded attention when he spoke. He had been a circuit judge 2 years. That he should have picked Lincoln for a junior partner testified that Lincoln had unusual ability or character of some sort. And that Lincoln should tell Usher F. Linder that he had an ambition to become as good a lawyer as Stephen T. Logan testified that Logan was far out of the ordinary as lawyers go. During the 2 years, they met so often and worked together in the same law office on the same cases, Lincoln had chances to dig through and get at the magic or whatever it was that made some people believe Logan could take apart and put together again that colossal box of devices called government. Logan knew how to be a lawyer so that people had fear and respect for lawyers. Lincoln had his chance to watch Logan every day, close up, to see how Logan did it. He was sorry to break with Logan, but one day something happened between him and Logan, so that he went to young William H. Herndon, who had read the law books in the office of Logan and Lincoln on the invitation of Lincoln and had been admitted to the bar. He asked Herndon to be his partner. Herndon didn't believe his ears. He said, "Mr. Lincoln, don't laugh at me."
"Billy, I can trust you if you can trust me."
They shook hands, opened an office, and hung out the shingle, Lincoln and Herndon. Lincoln was 9 years the older. For 10 years he had been seeing Herndon off and on, watching the boy grow up to a young man. He knew that when a mob killed Lovejoy at Alton, the president of Illinois College at Jacksonville was with Lovejoy, and the college, faculty, and students were blazing with abolitionist ideas. Archer Herndon, the father of William, heard about it and said he wasn't going to have his boy grow up a damned abolitionist pup, and ordered him home to Springfield, where he had clerked in Josh Speed's store. He and Speed and Lincoln slept in the same big room over the store and some nights talked each other to sleep. Once Lincoln had asked Herndon as to slavery, "What tells you the thing must be rooted out?" The answer? "I feel it in my bones." And Lincoln sometimes mentioned issues, public questions, that had stood the test of Bill Herndon's bone philosophy. They had an upstairs backroom office. There came the abolitionist newspapers week by week stirring up Herndon with the news of what the American Anti-Slavery Society was doing and the latest actions of the Liberty Party. Though slight as a political organization, it had savagely swept Henry Clay out of the political reckoning in 1844, when Polk defeated Clay with the narrow popular majority of 38,801, and the Liberty Party candidate got 62,270 votes, which could have made Clay president. For young Herndon, there was far passionate magic in words such as liberty, equality, brotherhood, justice, humanity. For him, there was reality, driving and terrific, back of the phrase, the cause of humanity. Sometimes the whole world of human struggle divided itself for him into two causes, the high and noble cause, and the low and degraded cause. Enthusiasms lighted torches in him and flung banners. A human cause must have bonfires of elation and faith. His father, Archer Herndon, was born in Virginia from Herndons who were in the Old Dominion as early as 1654. Grew up in Kentucky, married and moved to Illinois, arriving in 1821 in Sangamon County, driving a one-mule cart, with the mother holding the 2-year-old baby Billy. They stayed 4 years on a prairie farm 5 miles from Springfield, and then moved to Springfield. Herndon pictured the moving. The whole way was clear bog. Father made a small board cart, into which he threw the chickens, the little pigs, and the young children. He and I and Mother walked beside the cart, which had 2 wheels. We skipped from hill to hill, and when the wheels of the cart stuck or floundered, we lifted them out of the mud and balanced them somehow on one of the hummocks. We reached Springfield at last. We had to build our log cabin on the edge of a ridge while we labored to subdue the muck. The marks of bear's claws were deep in the trees right around us. 10 years later, I killed 100 snakes in 3/4 of a mile, so you may guess what it was then. There they all were, rattlesnakes, vipers, adders, and copperheads. And what sort of a snake is the copperhead, was asked. His answer was, a mean thing. A rattlesnake rattles, a viper hisses, an adder spits, a black snake whistles, a water snake blows, but a copperhead just sneaks. And he could go on with memories. At nightfall we laid green logs in parallel rows, set them on fire, and drove the cattle between them. Then whichever way the wind blew, we could keep off the gallinippers, mosquitoes with stings 3/4 of an inch long. The dumb beasts knew what it meant, and we never had to drive them again. They went in of themselves. Words cannot tell this life. The prairies of Illinois are watered with the tears and enriched by the graves of her women. The first generation lived on mush and pork. Fencing was too costly. No gardens could stand the herds of cattle, 1,000 strong, which might come swooping over any minute. Just as our corn was ripe, the bears would strip the ears. Just as the pumpkins grew golden, herds of deer would hollow out the gourds. As we got more land, there was no transportation to carry away the crops. A woman listening to Herndon remarked, standing in a log cabin in the edge of the prairie the other day and looking over the half-drained surface, I said, almost unconsciously, I am sure this land was settled before the Lord was willing. To understand the pioneers, said Herndon, you must know first how civilization had wronged them as poor whites. Next, how nature gradually restored what civilization took. To do the work an enormous vitality was required. Such a vitality could not exhaust itself on the soil. No social excitement, no lecture, theater, book, or friendly talk offered itself to the tired laborer when he came home at night. To drink, to indulge in his passions, was the only change life offered him. For the women, God forgive the men who brought them here. If they sought stimulants or anodynes, how could they be to blame? Wild, hardy, genial, these men were a mixture of the rowdy and the roisterer. It was impossible to outwit or outwhip them. Herndon was intense, sensitive, varied as his father and grandfather. His grandfather in Virginia had given slaves their freedom. His father in Illinois had stood fast with those who fought to make Illinois a slave state. A brother of his grandfather had married the youngest sister of Patrick Henry.
His father had kept a store, had fought politically with those who tried to call a convention to change Illinois from a free to a slave state, and had put up the first regular tavern in Springfield. The son grew up in a tavern, had a tavern eye for judging people, and took pride in the way he could size up men by looking in their eyes. He was of medium height, rather raw-boned, with particularly high cheekbones, dark eyes set far back in the sockets, and the careless shock of hair on his head was a peculiar black, a sort of blue-black. He had picked up tavern learning, the names of drinks men called for, the talk of men who talked about cards, horse races, chicken fights, women. Yet he was full of torches, banners, bonfires, lighted for what he called the cause of freedom, justice, humanity. As he and his senior law partner looked from the office window to the state capitol with its massive, enigmatic walls, they had a good deal to talk about when there was time. And in their talk, one was always Mr. Lincoln, and the other plain Billy. Chapter 66. Once in late summer, after showers had soaked the earth and sent the corn higher, Lincoln passed a cornfield a block from his home, meeting young Alexander Black, who noticed Lincoln had his head bowed forward, his chin at his breast, wrapped in thought. "He will pass by me without speaking," said young Alexander to himself. But as they met, Lincoln's face lighted. He nodded his head, beckoned with his hand toward the field, and said, "This rain makes the corn laugh." Toward the courthouse and the public square, there were city lots where corn was growing. Off toward the country were the cornfields. The panorama of the ways of growing corn was before their eyes from the front yard and the backyard of the 8th Street home. Always, as the seasons passed from year to year, that panorama of corn was one of the immense facts. In the spring they saw the sweet black loam turned over and laid in furrows, with a shine and a gleam on the strips of stiff dirt curved with a steel plow curve, as they lay waiting for the seed kernels. And the teeth of the harrow tore the stiff dirt loose, and the frame of the harrow leveled it, and the yellow kernels of maize were dropped in and covered over. The regular, never-failing Illinois rain came. The black loam soaked in the rain. The kernels of corn sent out white strands of feelers, spreading webs of roots, taking their nourishment, their requisites from the loam. In June, the young corn leaves came up to look at the sun and tell the sun, "Here we are." Then slow work of the sun, the air, and the loam lifted the leaves higher. The stalks thickened, and as the weeks passed, it came time for the little ears of corn to push out their cobs, with little soft white kernels in rows, all laid in close-wrapped husks, with silk threads running soft and green forming pads parallel to the rows of kernels on the cobs. As the weeks passed, the silk of this corn ran out of the opening where the ends of the husk wrappers met, and the sun tanned the corn silk with darkening copper and maroon. The weeks came when the green corn was full grown. The stand of the corn would hide a tall man if it was a good corn year. At the top of the stalks, highest of all, were tassels, plumes, announcements. Being full grown, the corn changed under the sunshine of early autumn. The green leaves, tassels, blades, husks, all turning to tan and brown and gray, while the full-grown kernels on the cob stiffened and hardened, till each was rooted in its niche and corner. The ripened ears, the corn crop of the season, were ready for the shucking. Then men came and tore off the ears, stripped the husks, and threw the red, white, and gold ears into wagons. It was harvest time. The stalks were cut close to the roots, piled, tied, shaped into patient, mysterious dummies that waited by dawn and noon till they were hauled away. The stumps of the stalks stood bare, marking the rows where the corn crop had grown. The corn kernels had been shelled off cobs and saved as meal for men and fodder for cattle, hogs, horses, chickens. They were the year's guarantee against hunger. They stood off famine and gave man a permit to live another year. Harvest time had come and gone,
Afterward came the months when snow blew across the fields and covered the stumps, and the fields were white and lonely. Chapter 67. Two farmers, Samuel Wyckoff and Dennis Forrest, came to see Lincoln one day. Each owned a quarter section of land in Township 14 north of Range 6 west in Sangamon County. They had a dispute concerning a small strip of land, each claiming it, and they agreed in writing to submit their dispute to the arbitrament of Abraham Lincoln, who was to hear the evidence and thereupon decide which is the owner of the disputed land and what line is hereafter to be the dividing line. Furthermore, we hereby mutually bind ourselves in the penal sum of $500 as liquidated damages to abide by the decision he shall make, and each to give and allow the other peaceable possession and enjoyment of his own side of the line, so to be designated. 2 weeks later, Lincoln handed the two farmers, who had come to him instead of a court, his decision, reading, "In pursuance of agreement, having fully heard the evidence, I decide that the land in dispute between Wyckoff and Forrest belongs to said Wyckoff, and that the old United States Surveyor's line, beginning at the west end thereof, and running thence easterly as marked to the timber by said U.S. Surveyor, so far as the timber extends, and continuing the same course as so marked, the proper distance to reach the east side of the lands of said Wyckoff and Forrest above described shall hereafter be the dividing line between the said lands of the parties." Once a jury picked by the Maynard County Sheriff got filled up with men of whom Lincoln said, "I would like to throw the whole panel out, for I know every single one of them, but I can't object to a man among them." It was a murder case, with Lincoln called in as a prosecutor. Two brothers named Denton had got in a dispute with a brother-in-law named Brown. They fought with axes. Brown was killed. The Dentons were the only witnesses. During the trial, which lasted a week, Lincoln felt sure the jury wouldn't convict. He left the questioning of witnesses and the final plea to the jury with another prosecutor. And as it happened, the jury freed the Dentons. Lincoln had sensed from the first that it would be uphill work to convict with that particular jury, and Lincoln never made much of a record when called in as a prosecutor. Fine points in justice came before him. He pressed a claim of John Warner against John Calhoun, who had been his chief when he was a surveyor. He questioned Calhoun as to transfers and assignments of property. Then there was the case of Nancy Green, who had loaned $200 and got a note for it, but couldn't collect. She put it in Lincoln's hands. He had to collect it from Mentor Graham, the new Salem schoolmaster who had helped Lincoln learn the science of surveying and had loaned Lincoln books. Lincoln sued Graham, won the suit, but didn't force immediate payment. What he asked was that the schoolmaster should do his best to pay the woman. This was the second suit Lincoln won for Nancy Green, the first being a dissolution of her marriage bond with Aaron Green. He took a case to the Supreme Court and wrote Marshall, his Shawneetown friend, "At the request of Mr. Eddy, I got the judgment reversed. This was no business of yours, and I now only ask as a favor of you that if Mr. Eddy is well, you say to him, I would like to have the little fee in the case if convenient." In the divorce case of Samuel Rogers versus Polly Rogers, Lincoln represented the husband and advised that no charge of adultery be made. In the development of the case, he filed an affidavit. A. Lincoln, being first duly sworn, says that he was employed as counsel in the case of Samuel Rogers versus Polly Rogers for a divorce, that he, the affiant, drew up the complainant's bill, that said complainant at the time told his affiant that he could prove that he said defendant had been guilty of adultery with one William Short while she was living with said complainant, but that affiant advised said complainant not to make the charge in his bill, as there was other sufficient grounds upon which to obtain a divorce, to wit, absence of more than 2 years. In effect, Lincoln was ready to help his client get a divorce, but was not willing to make an unnecessary public record against the woman in the case. In the same year, Thomas McKibben came to Lincoln down in Coles County. Jonathan Hart had called McKibben a horse thief. Lincoln brought court action against Hart for slander, demanding $2,000 damages. The case was tried. McKibben was awarded $200. Lincoln was paid a fee of $35. And old Thomas Lincoln, the father of Abraham Lincoln, living in his log cabin out from Charleston, came into town and was handed the $35 as required by Abraham Lincoln, who had left instructions with the clerk of the court thus to deliver the money to his father and get a receipt. In Lincoln's Springfield office was an account book marked Daybook of Lincoln and Herndon in one place, and in another Lincoln and Herndon's fee book. The fees in 180 cases for the year 1846 were entered, mostly by Lincoln. One fee was $2.50, two were $3. In 64 cases, the charge was $5. In 5, $7. In 63, $10. In 5, $50. In 1, $100. And in the remainder, from $15 to $25. One entry read, Scott versus Busher for defendant. To attending case in Maynard Circuit Court, if it ends where it is, paid $20. Another case, tried before a justice of the peace, was recorded Negro versus Robert Smith for defendant. To attending case of Negro Bob J.P., $5. His reputation was spreading as a man and lawyer of whom people said, he'll be fair and square. He couldn't talk just to be talking. At a political meeting, where an orator was speechifying splendiferously with arms uplifted, and with a voice bawling and ranting neither fact nor argument, Lincoln turned to friends and said in an undertone, Cut his galluses and let him go up. Lincoln couldn't talk against time if there was nothing to talk about. His quitting time for speaking came earlier than for other lawyers. With nothing to say, he was dumb. In a criminal case he tried with Usher F. Linder, the two of them agreed that, in the strategy of the case, each should make the longest speech possible and go on talking till he was used up. And as Linder told it afterward, Lincoln's performance ran out of wind at the end of an hour, while he, Linder, rambled on in a 3-hour speech to the jury. A doctor at Matamora, Robert C. Lamson, said that he had learned from Lincoln, who had stayed overnight at his house several times, that it was a healthy habit to tell other people all he positively knew about one thing or a few things, and to say nothing at all about things he wasn't sure of. Of a patient doomed to pass away, Lamson used to remark, "He's got the can't help it's," a phrase he said he had picked up from hearing Lincoln use it. Homely phrasings of Lincoln often lingered and were repeated. The lawyer Bagby at Pekin told Lincoln of a lawsuit with a highly educated minister as the important witness. And the minister had an extra fine sense of the distinctions and definitions of words. Bagby found the witness would not testify positively to things which Bagby knew that the witness knew. "I think so," and "I believe so" were the answers. Finally, Bagby asked, "What do you mean by the expression, 'I think'?" The witness answered at once, "That, sir, is the knowledge I have of my recollection of things of which I am not positively certain." He was then asked, "What do you mean by the expression, 'I believe'?" To which he just as smoothly answered, "That is the faith I have in the existence of objects of which I have distinct recollection." Which made Lincoln chuckle. He came out of the same hole he went in at. Chapter 68. Passions, deaths, reputations, the incessant and shifting forces of life, the stuff of plays of Shakespeare and the books of Boccaccio and Rabelais, plain tales of life's surprises, put the stain of their designs on the parchments of Lincoln's law practice. Among his clients were descendants of Cain and Abel, of David and Bathsheba, of prodigal sons, of virgins who brought oil or came empty-handed. Lincoln petitioned the Supreme Court for a rehearing in the case of Peterson versus Edwards, which was a suit between two women in which one charged the other was the mother of a Negro child. In a closely reasoned brief, the argument of Lincoln dwelt on allegations.
The words alleged are, Mrs. Edwards has raised a family of children by a Negro, and I can prove it. If we change the language from the second person past tense, as detailed by the witnesses, to the first person present tense, as spoken by Mrs. Patterson, the words proved by Mrs. Seymour to have been spoken by Mrs. Patterson are, I did tell Julius Scoville that Mrs. Edwards has had children by a Negro, and all her children are Negroes.
He discussed whether in law it is sufficient to prove words equivalent to those identically charged.
While we understand words amounting to the identical charge alleged as being, in the sense of the law, not merely equivalent words, but the words alleged, notwithstanding a slight literal or verbal variance, we insist that a variance to be material in the law must be a variance in sense. If we are right in this, we ask, is there any difference in sense between saying a woman has raised children by a Negro and saying she had children by a Negro?
In as simple a manner as though he were addressing a jury of farmers, he presented certain points to the Supreme Court.
On the question of arrested judgment, this court declared that the words, Mrs. Edwards has raised a family of children by a Negro, do not, in their plain and popular sense, or in common acceptation, necessarily amount to the charge of adultery. Wherein these words vary from or fall short of such a charge, the opinion does not state. Whether the court believe that these words do not mean that Mrs. Edwards had raised a family of children, of whom she was the mother, and a Negro was the father, or whether, admitting this, the court believes she may have been the wife of the Negro, and therefore may have borne children by him without adultery, the opinion shows nothing from which we can judge. Until the decision of this court, we had never supposed that there could be a rational doubt that these words could be construed by all who might hear them as the Declaration construes them. We have thought, and still do think, that if 12 plain men should enter this room and each out of the hearing of the others should be told these words, not one of them would fail to attach to them the very meaning that the Declaration attaches to them.
Then saying,
but we may be mistaken,
he branched out into old and new rules in courts, and a train of judicial decisions bearing on the construction of words of doubtful meaning. In the July term, A.D. 1845, in the Sangamon Circuit Court, Lincoln and Herndon represented Jonathan and Susan Miller, who were defendants against charges of slander brought by William and Martha Ann Beatty. In Lincoln's handwriting, the plea opened, and the said defendants come and defend the wrong and injury when, where, etc., and say the said Susan is not guilty in manner and form as the said plaintiffs, in their said declaration have alleged, and of this they, the said defendants, put themselves upon the county, etc., and for further plea in this behalf, the said defendants, now disclaiming all intention of affirming the truth of the supposed slanderous words in the said declaration mentioned, say plaintiffs actio non, because they say that at time of the supposed speaking of the supposed slanderous words in the said declaration mentioned by the said Susan, she, the said Susan, did speak the said words in the connection following and not otherwise, that is to say, I, the said Susan meaning, have understood that Mrs. Beatty, the said Martha Ann meaning, and Dr. Sullivan were seen together in Beatty's, the said Williams meaning, stable one morning very early in the very act. It certainly is a fact. Joe Shepherd can prove it by 2 respectable witnesses. Mrs. Beatty, the said Martha Ann meaning, and Dr. Sullivan were seen in the very act. They, the said Martha Ann and the said Dr. Sullivan meaning, were caught in the very act, old Mr. Vandergrift, one Thomas Vandergrift meaning, and the said Thomas, by the hearers and then there being understood to be meant, told Mr. Miller, the said Jonathan meaning, so at the Tanyard.
and the said defendants aver that before the speaking of the words aforesaid, to wit, on the blank day of May, A.D. 1845, at the county aforesaid, the said Thomas Vandergrift did speak and tell said words as aforesaid to the said Jonathan. And so the said defendants say that she, the said Susan, did speak the said words and the said declaration mentioned, as lawfully she might, for the cause aforesaid. And the said defendants are ready to verify, wherefore they pray judgment, etc. In the document written by Lincoln and Herndon in the case, 2 replications follow, each of about the same length, one written by Herndon, the final one by Lincoln. Chapter 69. In the year 1843, a man named Robert Matson came from his home in Bourbon County, Kentucky, and bought a large tract of land in Coles County, Illinois, not many miles from the cabin of Thomas Lincoln in that county. Matson started farming his land, naming it Black Grove Farm, bringing with him his slaves from Kentucky to plant and gather the crops. When the harvests were over, he took the Negroes back to Kentucky, working his Illinois land with a different gang of slaves each year. One free Negro, Anthony Bryant, stayed in Illinois from year to year, acting as foreman or overseer for Matson, studying the Bible at odd times, learning to spell his way slowly through some of the chapters. In the year 1847, Bryant's slave wife and 4 children were brought from Kentucky and put to work on the Matson farm. Matson's housekeeper, Mary Corbin, who was more than a housekeeper to him, one day exploded with anger and spoke terrible words to Jane Bryant, the wife of Anthony. "You're going back to Kentucky," shrieked Mary Corbin, "and you're going to be sold way down south in the cotton fields." Anthony Bryant heard what seemed to be a death sentence on his wife, and drove as fast as horseflesh could let him to the village of Oakland, 2 miles away. There he talked to Hiram Rutherford, a young doctor from Pennsylvania, and Gideon M. Ashmore from the Duck River country of Tennessee. And in the middle of that night, Anthony Bryant, his wife and 1 child on horseback, and 3 children on foot, arrived at the Ashmore home in Oakland. They stayed at the Ashmore home several days while Robert Matson and his friend Joseph Dean argued and threatened. Then Matson went before William Gilman, Justice of the Peace, swore that the Negro woman and her children were his property, and they were arrested and locked up in the county jail at Charleston. Squire Gilman heard the arguments of Orlando B. Ficklin for the Negroes and of Usher F. Linder for Matson. The squire decided he didn't have authority on the question of freedom or slavery for the Negroes, and turned the prisoners back into the hands of the sheriff. After the Bryant woman and her children had spent 48 days in jail, the sheriff, A.J. Mitchell, put into the hands of lawyers a bill to be collected from Matson. The main item read, "To keeping and dieting 5 Negroes 48 days at 37 cents each per day, $107.30. Next, Matson was arrested and convicted, the charge being that he had lived unlawfully with Mary Corbin, a woman not his wife. After that, Matson brought an action against Rutherford and Ashmore, claiming damages for the unlawful seizure and holding of his property, Negro slaves. The main action came when Matson went into circuit court, demanding the release of his property on grounds of habeas corpus and calling for $2,500 damages from Rutherford, valuing the slaves at $500 apiece. When the summons in the case was served on Rutherford, he rode to Charleston, found Abraham Lincoln sitting tilted in a chair on the tavern veranda, interrupted as Lincoln had finished telling one story and was going to start on another, and they went to one side for a talk. As Rutherford told his troubles, he noticed Lincoln growing sober, sad, looking far off, shaking his head in a sorry way. At length, and with apparent reluctance, Lincoln answered that he could not defend me, because he had already been counseled with in Matson's interest, said Rutherford later. This was a grievous disappointment and irritated me into expressions more or less bitter in tone. He seemed to feel this, and endeavored in his plausible way to reconcile me to the proposition that, as a lawyer, he must represent and be faithful to those who counsel with and employ him. I appeared not to be convinced, retorting that my money was as good as anyone's else. Although thoroughly in earnest, I presume I was a little hasty. A few hours later, Lincoln sent a message to Rutherford and followed the first message quickly with a second. "The interview and my quick temper," said Rutherford, "made a deep impression on Mr. Lincoln, I am sure, because he dispatched a messenger to me with the information that he had sent for the man who had approached him in Matson's behalf, and if they came to no more decisive terms than at first, he would probably be able to represent me." In a very brief time this was followed by another message, that he could now easily and consistently free himself from Matson and was, therefore, in a position, if I employed him, to conduct my defense. But it was too late. My pride was up, and I plainly indicated a disinclination to avail myself of his offer. Instead, I employed Charles H. Constable, a lawyer who had emigrated to Illinois from Maryland, a classical scholar, fluent and ready in debate, and of commanding physical presence. Ashmore made terms with Orlando B. Ficklin, a Kentuckian, who had won renown as a lawyer. The case came to trial before Judges Wilson and Treat of the Supreme Court of the state, with Lincoln and Usher F. Linder as counsel for Matson. Farmhands went on the witness stand for Matson, and swore he had told them at the time he brought the slaves to his Illinois land that he didn't intend to keep them there permanently. It seemed as though Matson's lawyers expected to win by showing that Matson had no plans for permanently locating slaves in Illinois. And yet, when Lincoln presented his statements for Matson, they sounded like a searching inquiry into the cold facts and the elemental justice of the case, rather than an argument for the plaintiff. A Coles County lawyer, D.F. McIntyre, got the impression that Lincoln was clumsy at handling the case in favor of his client. He made no attack on the defense, no attempt to batter down the points of the opposition, and practically gave his case away by the outright admission that if the Kentucky slave owner had brought his slaves to Illinois for the purpose of working them and using them as slaves on the Coles County farm, the Negroes were thereby entitled to freedom. McIntyre noted that Lincoln said the whole case turned on one point. Were these Negroes passing over and crossing the state, and thus, as the law contemplates, in transitu, or were they actually located by consent of their master? If only crossing the state, that act did not free them, but if located, even indefinitely, by the consent of their owner and master, their emancipation logically followed. It is therefore of the highest importance to ascertain the true purpose and intent of Matson in placing these Negroes on the Black Grove farm. McIntyre noted further, when Mr. Lincoln arose to make the closing argument, all eyes were fixed upon him. Every person in the courtroom was curious to hear what reasons he could or would assign in behalf of his slaveholder, to induce the court to send his mother and his 4 children back into lives of slavery. But strange to say, Lincoln did not once touch upon the question of the right of Matson to take the Negroes back to Kentucky. His main contention was that the question of the right of the Negroes to their freedom could only be determined by a regular habeas corpus proceeding. Judge Wilson leaned forward over the bar and asked, "Mr. Lincoln, your objection is simply to the form of the action by which, or in which this question should be tried, is it not?" "Yes, sir." Then came the high point of the day for Lincoln. Judge Wilson asked, "Now, if this case was being tried on issue joined in a habeas corpus, and it appeared there, as it does here, that this slave owner had brought this mother and her children voluntarily from the state of Kentucky and had settled them down on his farm in this state, do you think, as a matter of law, that they did not thereby become free?" And Lincoln answered, "No, sir, I am not prepared to deny that they did."
Linder then argued for Matson that slaves were chattel property, the federal constitution protected such property, and it could not lawfully be taken from him. But the court decree on October 17, 1847, declared Jane Bryant and her 4 children are discharged from the custody as well of the sheriff as of Robert Matson and all persons claiming them as slaves, and they shall be and remain free from all servitude whatever to any person or persons from henceforward and forever. And Matson quietly slipped away toward the Wabash River, quit the county, and without paying Lincoln his fee. Rutherford saw Lincoln leave Charleston for the next county on the circuit. As he threw across the animal's back his saddlebags, filled with soiled linen and crumpled court papers, and struck out across the prairie, he gave no sign of any regret because, as a lawyer, he had upheld the cause of the strong against the weak. Thus spoke Rutherford, who had put up the barriers after Lincoln had gone the limit trying to break into the case on the side he preferred. As Lincoln straddled his gray mare and rode in the October prairie haze, he might have recalled the remark he once made to a lawyer who had asked him to go in on a case he didn't believe in, and he had said, "You'll have to get some other fellow to win this case for you. I couldn't do it. All the while I'd be talking to that jury, I'd be thinking, Lincoln, you're a liar. And I believe I should forget myself and say it out loud." Chapter 70. 4 years after his marriage to Mary Todd, Lincoln was 37 years old and getting ready to leave Springfield to go to Washington, D.C., to sit, vote, and speak as the one and only Whig congressman elected from the state of Illinois. He had become what was called a public man. Mary Todd had borne him 2 children, the first in 1843, named Robert Todd, the second in 1846, named Edward Baker. She, the daughter of a Kentucky bank president, had married him with all his debts. They had started their married life as 2 boarders and roomers at $4 a week in the Globe Tavern. Though he was still not out of debt and still paying installments on the old debts from New Salem days when his grocery store winked out into bankruptcy, they had bought a house and a lot on 8th and Jackson Streets, a few blocks from the public square, with a 1.5-story frame house on it. From the front windows, they could watch the corn grow on fields between their parlor and the public square. His run for congressman was against Peter Cartwright, an old-fashioned circuit rider, famous as an evangelist and exhorter and a Jackson Democrat. Years before, little Abe Lincoln had helped his father at chopping logs for their cabin near Little Pigeon Creek in Indiana. Cartwright had rode the Salt River circuit with Bible and rifle. If a sinner came in drunk and interrupted the sermon, Cartwright jumped from the pulpit and personally threw him out. A deacon spoke a cold, precise, correct prayer, and Cartwright had to say, "Brother, 3 prayers like that would freeze hell over." And he had a contempt for Yankees and snorted that they were imps who eat oysters. When a presiding elder at a church meeting in Tennessee whispered to Cartwright, pointing out a visitor, "That's Andrew Jackson," the reply was, "And who's Andrew Jackson? If he's a sinner, God'll damn him the same as he would a guinea nigger." Cartwright was 24 years older than Lincoln, and besides his own children and grandchildren, he could count on political support from a big personal acquaintance, including not only church members who believed in his religious faith, but also sinners who admired the swift, clean way he could throw disturbers out of church. The people farther east with their mansions, elegance, and fashions, New York with its dancers from Paris, roused sarcasm from him. He was proud of the human stuff of Kentucky and Illinois. The Democrats picked him as the one man who had the best chance of taking the Springfield district away from the Whigs. Cartwright's men spread reports during the campaign that Lincoln's wife was a high-toned Episcopalian, that Lincoln in a temperance speech in Springfield had said that drunkards are as good as Christians and church members, that Lincoln was a deist who believed in God but did not accept Christ and the doctrines of atonement and punishment, that Lincoln said Christ was a bastard. Lincoln made speeches and electioneered personally over the district, wrote many letters, and near the end of the campaign was sure he would win. Months earlier, a Democratic friend said he did not like to vote against his party, but he would vote for Lincoln if Lincoln told him the vote was needed. A few days before election, Lincoln told him, "I have got the preacher, and I don't want your vote." In spite of warnings, he went anyhow to a religious meeting where Cartwright was to preach. In due time, Cartwright said, "All who desire to lead a new life, to give their hearts to God, and go to heaven will stand." And a sprinkling of men, women, and children stood up. Then the preacher exhorted, "All who do not wish to go to hell will stand." All stood up, except Lincoln. Then Cartwright, in his gravest voice, "I observe that many responded to the first invitation to give their hearts to God and go to heaven. And I further observe that all of you, save one, indicated that you did not desire to go to hell. The sole exception is Mr. Lincoln, who did not respond to either invitation. May I inquire of you, Mr. Lincoln, where you are going?" And Lincoln slowly rose and slowly spoke. "I came here as a respectful listener. I did not know that I was to be singled out by Brother Cartwright. I believe in treating religious matters with due solemnity. I admit that the questions propounded by Brother Cartwright are of great importance. I did not feel called upon to answer as the rest did. Brother Cartwright asked me directly where I am going. I desire to reply with equal directness. I am going to Congress." The meeting broke up. 2 years before this campaign, Lincoln had met charges somewhat like those of Cartwright's supporters. At that time, he was seeking nomination for Congress, and the friends of Edward D. Baker brought several points against him. He wrote to a friend, "It would astonish, if not amuse the older citizens to learn that I, a strange, friendless, uneducated, penniless boy working on a flatboat at $10 a month, have been put down here as the candidate of pride, wealth, and aristocratic family distinction. Yet so, chiefly it was. Baker is a Campbellite, and therefore, I suppose, got all that church. My wife has some relations in the Presbyterian churches and some with the Episcopalian churches, and therefore, wherever it would tell, I was set down as either one or the other, while it was everywhere contended that no Christian ought to go for me, because I belonged to no church, was suspected of being a deist, and had talked about fighting a duel." He and Baker were good personal friends, and he made it clear that Baker had nothing to do with the politics of personal misrepresentation. One day the campaign tale again was told to him in a store in Springfield that he belonged to a proud family and his aristocratic relatives came to visit him. And A.Y. Ellis said he heard Lincoln explain, "That sounds strange to me, because I do not remember but of one who ever came to see me, and while he was in town, he was accused of stealing a Jew's harp." He wrote letters. He sat at a desk, dipped a quill pen into an ink bottle, and wrote to editors, politicians, voters, precinct workers. And there was a deadly accuracy to his letters. He put things in an exact way so that what he meant could be clearly understood. If it was a promise, he made it as specific as possible, telling just what he could do and what he couldn't do in filling the promise. If it was a compliment, what there was to it was all there, entirely sincere, standing up under the test of repeated reading. As he would finish a sentence or a paragraph, he read it out loud, usually to see how it would sound. The sound of words helped him see more clearly just what he was saying. Often he wrote in a pinched, crabbed, labored style, bringing in details of fact and citing arrays of facts. But when the letter was finished, all the crabbed details massed together into a smooth, compact surface that made a truthful letter, a letter that he could stand by afterward. Ink bottles were emptied and filled again as he wrote piles of letters, with his eye on a seat in Congress. "I have written to 3 or 4 of the most active Whigs in each precinct of the county," he wrote a friend in Marshall County. The man he had had to beat for the nomination was Hardin, and he had only compliments for Hardin in a letter to B.F. James.
Hardin is a man of desperate energy and perseverance, and one that never backs out, and I fear to think otherwise is to be deceived in the character of our adversary.
He reckoned the counties for and against his nomination.
I can possibly get Cass, but I do not think I will. Morgan and Scott are beyond my reach. Maynard is safe to me. Mason neck and neck. Logan is mine. I suppose Tazewell is safe. Keep your eyes continually on Woodford and Marshall. Let no opportunity of making a mark escape. When they shall be safe, all will be safe, I think.
A newspaper said he could be nominated for governor. He let it be understood he wished to be mentioned for governor if the mention would help him go to Congress. The goal was Congress. A movement against Lincoln was on foot in a town. He wrote the editor of the paper there,
I want you to let nothing prevent you getting an article in your paper of this week.
He could appeal frankly.
If your feelings toward me are the same as when I saw you, which I have no reason to doubt, I wish you would let nothing appear in your paper which may operate against me. You understand. Matters stand just as they did when I saw you.
The blunt little sentence crept in often. You understand. Some letters ended, confidential, of course, or
don't speak of this lest they hear of it, or for your eyes only.
There were times to travel in soft shoes.
It is my intention to take a quiet trip through the towns and neighborhoods of Logan County, Delavan, Tremont, and on to and through the upper counties. Don't speak of this, or let it relax any of your vigilance. When I shall reach Tremont, we will talk everything over at large.
A direct personal appeal was phrased.
I now wish to say to you that if it be consistent with your feelings, you would set a few stakes for me.
No personal feelings against Hardin must be permitted.
I do not certainly know, but I strongly suspect that General Hardin wishes to run again. I know of no argument to give me a preference over him, unless it be turnabout is fair play.
And again to another,
it is my intention to give him, Hardin, the trial, unless clouds should rise which are not yet discernible. This determination you need not, however, as yet, announce in your paper, at least as not coming from me. In doing this, let nothing be said against Hardin. Nothing deserves to be said against him. Let the pith of the whole argument be, turnabout is fair play.
Chatter came to his ears that his friend Edward D. Baker could go for the nomination. He wrote Henry Drummer.
Before Baker left, he said to me, in accordance with what had long been an understanding between him and me, that the track for the next congressional race was clear to me so far as he was concerned, and that he would say so publicly in any manner and at any time I might desire.
At no time would he be shaken in his belief in Baker's friendship. To Martin Morris at Petersburg went the message,
I have heard it intimated that Baker had been attempting to get you or Miles or both of you to violate the instructions of the meeting that appointed you and go for him. I have insisted and still insist that this cannot be true. Surely Baker would not do the like, and if one should get the nomination by such extraordinary means, all harmony in the district would inevitably be lost. Honest Whigs, and very nearly all of them are honest, would not quietly abide such enormities. I repeat, such an attempt on Baker's part cannot be true. Write me at Springfield how the matter is. Don't show or speak of this letter.
And later, when the second baby came to the Lincoln home, it was named Edward Baker. Friends of old days, long gone, arose as ghosts. There was James Short, the farmer who bought at auction Lincoln's horse and surveying instruments and gave them back to Lincoln after they were seized for debt in New Salem. At the end of the letter, Martin Morris at Petersburg was told,
You should be sure to have men appointed delegates that you know you can safely confide in. If yourself and James Short were appointed from your county, all would be safe. Whether Jim's woman affair a year ago might not be the way of his appointment is a question. I don't know whether you know it, but I know him to be as honorable a man as there is in the world. You have my permission and even request to show this letter to Short, but to no one else, unless it be a very particular friend who you know will not speak of it."
It was Short who said that when Lincoln worked on his farm, he husked 2 loads of corn to my 1. If a man had promised not to take sides in a fight, he wanted that man to stay put.
"Now tell me, is Morris going it openly? You remember you wrote me that he would be neutral."
And in fixing up political fences, it would be worthwhile to know who was trying to tear the fences down.
"Nathan said that some man, who he could not remember, had said lately that Maynard County was going to decide the contest, and that made the contest very doubtful. Do you know who that was? Don't fail to write me instantly on receiving, telling me all, particularly the names of those who were going strong against me."
There must be harmony, joint purpose. A regiment of political workers facing an enemy must not fight among themselves.
"Previous to General Hardin's withdrawal, some of his friends and some of mine had become a little warm, and I felt and meant to say that for them now to meet face to face and converse together was the best way to efface any remnant of unpleasant feeling, if any such existed. I did not suppose that General Hardin's friends were in any greater need of having their feelings corrected than mine were. Since I saw you at Jacksonville, I have had no more suspicion of the Whigs of Morgan than of those of any other part of the district. I write this only to try to remove any impression that I distrust you and the other Whigs of your county."
In politics, there are insinuations published in newspapers not worth answering.
"So far as this communication may relate to the convention, I prefer that your paper let it stink and die unnoticed."
He took on debaters as carelessly as in the Black Hawk War he took on wrestlers.
"If alive and well, I am sure to be with you on the 22nd. I will meet the trio of mighty adversaries you mention in the best manner I can."
Out of the ink bottle on the law office desk in Springfield came not only schemes, plans, arrangements, compliments, inquiries. There were human issues asked about by people not so interested in votes, delegates, and party victories. 2 men at Hennepin wanted to know from Lincoln where he stood on Texas. In the year 1844, the big question was Texas. Should it be let into the Union of States along with its slaves or not? Henry Clay, the Whig candidate for president, had said 2 weeks before he was nominated that annexation of Texas would bring war with Mexico and was not called for, changing this later to saying that if Texas did come into the Union, it might not do much harm because the slaves were to die off and the slavery question too, only to say again before Election Day that he had no particular change to make from what he first said about annexation. Lincoln, however, took a stand from which he made no change. He wrote to the men at Hennepin,
"I perhaps ought to say that individually I never was much interested in the Texas question. I never could see much good to come of annexation, inasmuch as they were already a free Republican people in our own model. On the other hand, I never could very clearly see how the annexation would augment the evil of slavery. It always seemed to me that slaves would be taken there in about equal numbers, with or without annexation. And if more slaves were taken because of annexation, still there would be just so many the fewer left where they were taken from. It is possibly true to some extent that with annexation some slaves may be sent to Texas and continued in slavery that otherwise might have been liberated. To whatever extent this may be true, I think annexation is an evil. I hold it to be the paramount duty of us in the free states, due to the union of the states, and perhaps to liberty itself, paradox though it may seem, to let the slavery of the other states alone, while on the other hand, I hold it to be equally clear that we should never knowingly lend ourselves, directly or indirectly, to prevent that slavery from dying a natural death, to find new places for it to live in when it can no longer exist in the old.
Besides keeping track of neighborhood politics, the hundreds of names of men for and against him, he was following national drifts with an eye for the big facts. In a Whig circular of which he was a chief writer, he discussed the tariff in national banking and public lands, and arguing against low prices for state and government lands, said, "By the time one of the original new states, Ohio for example, becomes populous and gets weight in Congress, the public lands in her limits are so nearly sold out that in every point material to this question she becomes an old state. She does not wish the price reduced because there is none left for her citizens to buy." The circular argued for the Whigs to stand together.
"That union is strength is a truth that has been known, illustrated, and declared in various ways and forms in all ages of the world. That great fabulist and philosopher Aesop illustrated it by his fable of the bundle of sticks. And he whose wisdom surpasses that of all philosophers has declared that a house divided against itself cannot stand."
And there were moments when he was working so fast and toiling with so many details that he didn't have time or take time to use simple words and make his points clear to common people. He used long words such as independent and predestination that had kept him awake at night as a boy trying to figure out the meaning of the meaning. In the Whig circular it was written, "The resolution declares the expediency of Mr. Clay's land bill. Much incomprehensible jargon is often used against the constitutionality of this measure." Chairmen at political meetings introduced him as an Illinois man, known from Galena at the north to Cairo in the south, from the Mississippi River on the west to the Wabash on the east. He had campaigned in Indiana for Henry Clay for president, and when he made his speech in Gentryville, his old employer, Josiah Crawford, was in a front seat, proud of the boy that had husked corn in his fields. Crawford noticed Lincoln didn't use books nor read statistics in his speech. He wanted to know, "Where's your books, Abe?" And Abe laughed.
"It's my stuck-out lip."
They smiled, remembering the days and nights when the boy pushed out his underlip while tussling with a book to get at its meanings. He had gone to Kentucky and talked with Henry Clay, and grasped Henry Clay's hand, and he had found Henry Clay a little different from what he had expected, colder, stiffer, more precise, farther from the people than he had imagined. He had seen the word roarback come into the American language. The Whigs used a story that James K. Polk, the Democratic nominee for president in 1844, had marched a gang of slaves south to be sold, each slave branded JKP, saying the story came from a travel book written by Byron von Rohrback. Lincoln was going to Washington to sit, to speak, and to vote under the big white dome, the only Whig congressman from a state in a rough triangle between Lake Michigan, the Mississippi River, and the Wabash. His letters, appeals, speeches, conversations, and explanations had gone to the eyes and ears of thousands of people. He had poured himself out tirelessly to be a congressman. He had written to Richard Thomas of the town of Virginia, "If you should hear anyone say that Lincoln don't want to go to Congress, I wish you, as a personal friend of mine, would tell them that you have reason to believe him mistaken. The truth is, I would like to go very much." He was now what was called a public man. He was trying to read the mind and the feelings of the public, to look under surface currents and find the deep important drifts, and to connect public opinion and feeling with politics. He was reading faces, voices, and whispers. He listened for insinuations, pretensions, truths, in the little changes to be seen and heard in the faces, voices, whispers he met. He was trying to learn how to tell what men want to live for and what they are willing to die for, by what was spoken in faces,
voices, whispers. While his campaign for Congress was on, some Whig friends clubbed together and raised $200 and handed it to him for personal campaign expenses. After the election, he handed them back $199.25, saying he had spent only 75 cents in the campaign.
I did not need the money. I made the canvas on my own horse. My entertainment, being at the house of friends, cost me nothing. And my only outlay was 75 cents for a barrel of cider, which some farmhands insisted I should treat to.
The count of ballots had given Lincoln 6,340 votes, Cartwright 4,829, and Walcott, abolitionist, 249. He had been elected to Congress and was going to the halls where Clay, Webster, Calhoun had spoken and reached the ears of the nation. After hundreds of speeches and letters, after thousands of handshakes, after scheming and waiting and struggling, he had become a congressman. And he wrote Josh Speed, "Being elected to Congress, though I am very grateful to our friends for having done it, has not pleased me as much as I expected."
Chapter 71. Nearly a year had passed between the time of Lincoln's election to Congress and his going to Washington. He watched and waited. War began with Mexico. Rifle companies of young men who had drilled regularly and marched in processions on the 4th of July were offering themselves for service. Of 8,370 volunteers in Illinois, only 3,720 could be taken. They went down the Mississippi, across the Gulf to Texas, and on into Mexico. They were writing letters back home about occasional deer meat and wild grapes as a change from rations of pork and beans. They were writing about plantations, sugar cane, cypress trees, Spanish moss, prickly pear and cholla, tarantulas and Texans. Edward D. Baker had raised a regiment, received a commission as colonel, and gone to Mexico. John J. Hardin, whose seat in Congress Lincoln was to take, was killed while leading his regiment in a charge at the Battle of Buena Vista. The 3rd and 4th Regiments of Illinois Volunteers distinguished themselves in the campaign against the city of Mexico and in the Battle of Cerro Gordo. James Shields, challenger of Lincoln to a duel, received wounds at Cerro Gordo. 2 of the 3 Illinois colonels at Buena Vista were killed. In Washington, the young congressman, Stephen A. Douglas, spoke for aggressive war against Mexico. John Quincy Adams wrote of Douglas in his diary, "In the midst of his roaring to save himself from choking, he stripped off and cast away his cravat, unbuttoned his waistcoat, and had the air and aspect of a half-naked pugilist." Douglas quoted from General Andrew Jackson, "The wanton character of some of the outrages upon the persons and property of our citizens, upon the officers and flag of the United States, independent of recent insults to this government, would justify, in the eyes of nations, immediate war." For himself, Douglas said, "Aside from the insults to our flag, the indignity to the nation, and the injury to our commerce, it is estimated that not less than $10 millions are due our citizens for these and many other outrages which Mexico has committed within the last 15 years. When pressed by our government for adjustment and remuneration, she has resorted to all manner of expedients to procrastinate and delay. She has made treaties acknowledging the justice of our claims, and then refused to ratify them on the most frivolous pretexts. Gentlemen have the hardihood to tell us that the President has unwisely and unnecessarily precipitated the country into an unjust and unholy war. They express great sympathy for Mexico, profess to regard her as an injured and persecuted nation, the victim of American injustice and aggression. They have no sympathy for the widows and orphans whose husbands and fathers have been robbed and murdered by the Mexican authorities. No sympathy with our own countrymen who have dragged out miserable lives within the walls of her dungeons, without crime and without trial. No indignation at the outrages upon our commerce and shipping, and the insults to our national flag.
No resentment at the violation of treaties and the invasion of our territory. I despair of ever seeing my country again in the right if they are to be the oracles. Douglas quoted Frederick the Great. Take possession first and negotiate afterward, and declared, that is precisely what President Polk has done. He has taken possession and proposed to negotiate. And while the Whigs politically had stood against the declaration of war, calling it a fight for a land grab, they took the position that the war having been started and the nation committed to it, the thing to do was to fight it through with no stint of sacrifice. This was the position of General Zachary Taylor, a Whig in politics, who commanded the American army in its expedition across the Rio Grande and into northern Mexico to the Battle of Buena Vista. It was also the position of such Whigs as Colonel Baker and Colonel Hardin, who was killed. Sons of the famous Whigs, Daniel Webster and Henry Clay, died in field service on Mexican soil. Lincoln watched events, collected facts and data, worked on the policies he could stand for in Congress. He noticed that dinners, barbecues, brass bands, fireworks, cannon salutes, speeches of welcome met the returning soldiers. 5,000 people gathered in Springfield for the home greeting. Returning officers received high appointments. In Maynard County, 5 returned volunteers were elected to the offices of Judge of Probate, Clerk of the County Commissioner's Court, Assessor, Treasurer, and Recorder. Lincoln wrote to O.H. Browning of Quincy about law and politics in which they were interested. Don't fret yourself about trouble you give me. When I get tired, I'll tell you. I'm glad you sent this letter, because it reminds me to write the result of your 2 cases of Moore versus Brown and God knows who all. After reporting the news of lawsuits, he told Browning what he expected the then assembling Constitutional Convention might do. Indeed, I do not know what they are doing in the convention. Some things I have fears for. I'm not easy about the courts. I'm satisfied with them as they are, but shall not care much if the judges are made elective by the people, and their term of office limited. I fear, however, something more, and as I think, much worse than all this, to wit, a puppy court, that is, a judge in each county, with civil jurisdiction in all cases up to $1,000, and criminal in all cases not capital. A migratory Supreme Court, and salaries so low as to exclude all respectable talent. From these may God preserve us. As to what I and everybody else are doing, I'm preparing to go to the Chicago River and Harbor Convention, and everybody is doing pretty much what everybody is always doing. In Chicago, he stood on the shore of Lake Michigan and looked across its stretch of blue water rising to meet the sky. It was the largest mass of fresh water he had ever looked on. He had known large rivers. A vast inland freshwater sea was new to him. He learned that Chicago had installed a slaughterhouse where they killed 130 cattle a day and exported to the English market. A fast-settling North County was hauling its produce to Chicago. In one year, when other points were paying 40 and 50 cents a bushel for wheat, the Chicago market was paying 87 cents and $1 a bushel. Farmers and wheat buyers were hauling wheat to Chicago from as far as 250 miles away. Lines of 10 and 20 wagons headed for Chicago were common. One line of 80 wagons loaded with wheat had been counted. In Ottawa one year, a firm advertised for 50 teams to haul wheat to Chicago. The city was attacking the problem of quicker movement of crops that farmers were holding for higher prices. Governor Ford of Illinois had remarked, "I have known whole stacks of wheat and whole fields of corn to rot, or to be dribbled out and wasted to no purpose, and whole droves of hogs to run wild in the woods so as never to be reclaimed, whilst the owner was saving them for a higher price." Delegates came to the River and Harbor Convention from all the northern states, 7 from Connecticut, 28 from Massachusetts, 27 from Pennsylvania. From Missouri came 45, from South Carolina, 1. Daniel Webster, Henry Clay, and other famous national leaders sent letters of hope that the convention would bring internal improvements. Here, Lincoln met Horace Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, and Thurlow Weed, boss of the Whig Party in New York. Greeley wrote for his paper, "In the afternoon, Honorable Abraham Lincoln, a tall specimen of an Illinoisan, just elected to Congress from the only Whig district in the state, was called out and spoke briefly and happily." The Chicago Journal told its readers, "Abraham Lincoln, the only Whig representative to Congress from this state, we are happy to see in attendance upon the convention. This is his first visit to the commercial emporium of the state, and we have no doubt his first visit will impress him more deeply if possible, and inspire a higher zeal for the great interest of river and harbor improvements. We expect much from him as a representative in Congress, and we have no doubt our expectations will be more than realized, for never was reliance placed on a nobler heart and a sounder judgment. We know the banner he bears will never be soiled." The convention, run by Whigs, went on record in favor of more river and harbor improvement, and against the Democratic President James K. Polk for his failure to help lake harbors with government money. The question of the tariff would be sure to come up in Congress, and Lincoln was putting down on paper his thoughts as they came to him about the protective tariff which the Whig party favored. "Iron and everything made of iron can be produced in sufficient abundance and with as little labor in the United States as anywhere else in the world. Therefore, all labor done in bringing iron and its fabrics from a foreign country to the United States is useless labor. The same precisely may be said of cotton, wool, and other fabrics, as well as many other articles." He made note of certain naked first principles which were the starting points for a system of economics. "If at any time all labor should cease, and all existing provisions be equally divided among the people, at the end of a single year there could scarcely be one human being left alive. All would have perished by want of subsistence. So again, if upon such division all that sort of labor which produces provisions should cease, and each individual should take up so much of his share as he could, and carry it continually around his habitation, although in this carrying the amount of labor going on might be as great as ever so long as it could last, at the end of the year the result will be precisely the same. That is, none would be left living. The first of these propositions shows that universal idleness would speedily result in universal ruin, and the second shows that useless labor is, in this respect, the same as idleness. I submit, then, whether it does not follow that partial idleness and partial useless labor would, in the proportion of their extent, in like manner result in partial ruin, whether if all should subsist upon the labor that one half should perform, it would not result in very scanty allowance to the whole. In the early days of our race, the Almighty said to the first of our race, 'In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread.' And since then, if we expect the light and the air of heaven, no good thing has been or can be enjoyed by us without having first cost labor. And inasmuch as most good things are produced by labor, it follows that all such things of right belong to those whose labor has produced them. But it has so happened in all ages of the world that some have labored and others have without labor enjoyed a large proportion of the fruits. This is wrong and should not continue. To secure to each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as possible, is a worthy object of any good government. The habits of our whole species fall into three great classes: useful labor, useless labor, and idleness. Of these, the first only is meritorious, and to it all the products of labor rightfully belong. But the two latter, while they exist, are heavy pensioners upon the first, robbing it from a large portion of its just rights. The only remedy for this is to, so far as possible, drive useless labor and idleness
out of existence.
Chapter 72. By stage and by steamboat, Lincoln traveled east, crossed the Allegheny mountain range, rested his eyes on the Potomac River, on the slopes where George Washington had lived most of his years, and gazed up the broad pathway of Pennsylvania Avenue, connecting the White House where President James K. Polk lived, and the Capitol with its mystic white dome under which the Congress of the United States was to sit in deliberation on laws, measures, and events, and the name of Abraham Lincoln was to be called in the roll calls. Here he stood for the first time at the hub of the wheel of government, the central point from which the armies and navies of the United States, the post offices and postmasters, the public lands, the rivers and harbors, the seacoasts and the lighthouses, the customs officials, ambassadors, consuls, expeditions, and commanders were controlled, advised, dismissed, appointed, pensioned, paid in currency. Here came ambassadors from Europe, Asia, South America, Mexico, with their wives, servants, uniforms, appropriate apparel, trunks, portfolios, diplomatic missions, phrases, conventions, precedents. Republics, kings, queens, czars, emirs, pashas, and shahs had told these representatives what to look for and what to say in Washington. Before the time of the birth of Abraham Lincoln, there never was on any one spot of the earth such a collection of representatives from such far-flung areas of the earth's surface as the aggregation of ambassadors in Washington when he first came to that city. In no previous century was such an aggregation possible. The sailing vessels, steamships, and new spheres of contact and influence set up by the factory system and world trade had made it possible. It was a shrinking earth on which humanity was doing business. The curves of travel around it were growing smaller. Had not General Jackson said that Texas must be annexed, because if she were not annexed, she would form an alliance with Great Britain, and that alliance would make war for control of Western America? So this was Washington, where only a few years before General Harrison had keeled over and died under the tumult of the office hunters who came asking jobs, where John Tyler had kept a bowl of juleps in the summer and of eggnog in the winter for whosoever called at the White House, where John Howard Payne, the author of the song Home, Sweet Home, had come in his poverty and been appointed consul at Tunis to go and die in Africa far from his own sweet home, where Samuel F.B. Morse had set up his magnetic telegraph for congressmen to examine and criticize, where by the narrow vote of 89 to 83 they had handed him $25,000 to experiment with, though Representative Cave Johnson said half the money should be used for experiments in mesmerism, while Representative Houghton said half should go to the Millerites who were announcing the end of the world to come shortly, as New York merchants put signs in their windows, "White muslin for ascension robes." This was Washington, where Senator William Allen of Ohio was saying of the boomers booming themselves for presidency, "Sir, they are going about the country like dry goods drummers, exhibiting samples of their wares," where Pennsylvania Avenue was a mud hole after a heavy rain, and on Polk's inauguration day parading soldiers slipped and sprawled in the mud, where there were 2 inauguration balls, one at $10 a ticket in Carusi's saloon, and one at $2 a ticket in the National Theater, where there was a scramble for supper victuals. The best hats, cloaks, and canes were stolen early in the evening, and Commodore Elliott had his pocket picked and lost not only his money, but a lock of hair from the head of General Jackson, and a lock of hair from the head of James Madison, where Mrs. Polk was told, "Madam, you have a very genteel assemblage tonight," and replied, "Sir, I have never seen it otherwise," where General Felix Grundy McConnell of Alabama had come to the Congressional Assembly wearing a blue swallow-tailed coat, light cashmere pantaloons, and a scarlet vest, accompanied by 2 sparkling French milliner girls dressed in Parisian dancing costumes, where the Secretary of State, William Learned Marcy, worked at home after breakfast on writing notes to foreign governments, seated in a loose dressing gown with an old red handkerchief on the table before him, and a snuff box from which he had used so many pinches that his voice and breath had changed for the worse. Where there were congressmen for and against the carrying of mails on the Sabbath, where congressmen sat, spoke, voted according to what they considered the logic, the common sense, or the justice of a passionate human cause as presented in a bill before the House, where congressmen sat, spoke, voted according to the tobacco, rice, cotton, or slave labor interest of their section and district, or according to the iron, steel, canal, railroad, milling, and manufacturing interest, or according to the corn, pork, river, and harbor, or internal improvement interest of their district and section. Where there were fixers always fixing human causes that would not stay fixed, that always broke out in a new place that needed fixing, so that the fixers would again go to work saying that this time they expected it would stay fixed. Here were the stage and footlights where Jackson, Clay, Calhoun, Webster, and John Quincy Adams had spoken their lines so many years. Jackson, the most passionate and forthright of all, Calhoun offering merciless logic, Webster polished oratorical periods, Clay many sentences varying the styles of all, and John Quincy Adams offering the queries of the perplexed, honest philosopher. Jackson had gone. The footlights were out for him. Soon another and another was to go. In a few years the stage would be dark for a little row of players who had put their impress on every large issue and event in the government for 30 years or more. After them were to come other players. They would have lines to speak on a fiercely lighted stage. On the halfway line between the states of the North and of the South, they had placed and laid out this city. It was built on something resembling an oath that the states North and South belonged together and should meet at a halfway point. And since the year it was platted into streets, the human streams had coursed over the crest of the Allegheny Mountains, beyond to the Mississippi River, out to the Rocky Mountains, and now were threshing out the news of the Mexican War, and of gold in California, and of the Fremont exploring expeditions, so that soon, it was seen, the little city with the big white dome on the Potomac River would be the gathering place of men from states at distances staggeringly beyond anything in the dreams and plans of those who placed and laid out the city. This was the one planned city in America, with its spaces and outlooks measured by design rather than accident, with an architecture and a layout of streets deliberate and free-handed. In the mystic float of the Capitol dome rested some mystery of the Republic, something that people 1,000 miles from the Potomac River believed in and were ready to die and make sacrifices for. Here were libraries, museums, documents, gardens. Here were dialects from Louisiana to Maine, from the Carolinas to Minnesota, the soft Southern drawl, the Yankee nasal twang, the slow Western slang. Here were more boarders and roomers, ready to pack and go on short notice than any other city in the world. Here Abraham Lincoln and his family were to board and room for 2 years, beginning in December of 1847. Chapter 73. The Lincoln family, with 2 boys, Bob and Ed, one 4 years old, the other 18 months old, rented lodgings on Capitol Hill, to live in a city 10 times the size of Springfield, Illinois. By the banks of the Potomac, and not the Sangamon, Abraham Lincoln was to spend his 39th birthday anniversary and round out his 40th year. He had become a legislative member of the Washington government, which spent $60 million a year. He and 200 other men were to decide on what the $60 million would be spent for. He was a lawmaker of the American Republic. Into his hands came a 509-page book, embroidered with gilt scrolls, gilt edges, and gilt title, The Constitution, on the back, and on the front cover in gilt letters, Honorable Abraham Lincoln, Representative, U.S., Illinois. The printer of the book, W. Hickey of Philadelphia, took the first 8 pages of the book and filled them with testimonials in ornamental scroll type, telling what an excellent book he had assembled and printed. The language throughout the book was splendiferous, and in the style Eighth Circuit lawyers in Illinois called orgmatorial. Of the Constitution it declared, Esto perpetua, 3 exclamation points being necessary to carry the enthusiasm. As in Springfield, Illinois, so it was in the national capital. Nearly all the lawmakers were lawyers. Already acquainted with many through newspapers and published speeches, Lincoln studied them further as they sat at their desks or rambled through the lobbies, the House post office, the Capitol grounds. He found men such as Alexander Stephens of Georgia, Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, Joshua Giddings of Ohio, who like himself had come up from cabins of poverty. He took the measure of such aristocrats as Robert C. Winthrop of Boston, Speaker of the House. He searched the gentle, thoughtful face of Horace Mann, full of hope for a universal free school system. He joked the 6 Democrats from Illinois who were keeping their eyes on the record of the one Whig from their state. He sat at breakfasts in the home of Daniel Webster, where William, a Negro he had freed, and Daphne, a slave Negro woman not yet freed, were servants, though the fact of Daniel Webster of Massachusetts having neglected to free the Negro woman, Daphne, whom he owned, was a carefully kept secret. He scrutinized the cherubic, bland face of Horace Greeley, with pink skin fresh as that of a farmhand just come from milking, and a little round forehead contemplative of public abuses to be corrected by righteous citizens. Horace Greeley often would point to an abuse and announce, "We propose to attack this abuse." He spread on the front page of the New York Tribune one morning the mileage charges of congressmen, showing the amount of miles charged and mileage pocketed by each member at the last session. In the case of Abraham Lincoln, for instance, the official distance from Washington by the shortest mail route to Springfield was 780 miles, but Lincoln had charged the government for travel by a route of 1,626 miles and collected $1,300.80, which the Tribune figured was $676.80 in excess of mileage over what it would have been if the distance had been computed by the most direct mail route. The Lincoln mileage account, like that of nearly all members of Congress from the West, assumed that the way to travel from the West was to go to Chicago and take a steamboat and ride on the Great Lakes to Buffalo. The law provided payment for mileage by the usually traveled road, and the Tribune declared, "The usually traveled road for a great many members of the last Congress was an exceedingly crooked one, even for politicians. The wrong, as respects their cases, is not in them, but in the law." Greeley urged, "If the people will only give a little thought to this subject, they will do themselves a service, for I am confident the mileage abuse is the parent of many others. Let every man do a little, and soon the crooked shall be made straight." Lincoln had his money bothers. He accepted from Senator Stephen A. Douglas on December 21, 1847, a note to Messrs. Corcoran and Riggs, reading, "Pay to A. Lincoln or order $167 in charge, same to my account." At the mess table in Mrs. Spriggs' boarding house, where Lincoln took his meals, he ate with 4 Pennsylvania congressmen, Patrick Thompson of Mississippi, Elisha Embry of Indiana, Joshua Giddings, and others. As the Mississippi and Ohio members, between helpings of victuals, clashed over the slavery issue, Lincoln sometimes interrupted and steered the discussion into a good-natured channel. At Caspery's bowling alley, near Mrs. Spriggs' place, he tried for 10 strikes with his long right arm and told yarns between plays and games. Men dropped in just to hear him loosen up with his stories. One listener commented later, "He indulged with great freedom in the sport of narratives, some of which were very broad. His witticisms seemed for the most part to be impromptu, but he always told the anecdotes and jokes as if he wished to convey the impression that he had heard them from someone, but they appeared very many times as if they had been made for the occasion." In the House of Representatives post office, Lincoln was at home in a corner where storytellers met. After listening to others during the Christmas holidays, he had let go a few reminiscences of the Black Hawk War. "By New Year's Eve he was recognized as the champion storyteller of the capital," wrote a newspaper man. His favorite seat was at the left of the open fireplace, tilted back in his chair, with his long legs reaching over to the chimney jamb. He never told a story twice, but appeared to have an endless repertoire always ready, like the successive charges of a magazine gun. He might have told stories like an old Illinois favorite of his, one that he told in the legislature when a good law was proposed and a member spoke against it. It was unconstitutional. The member had shaggy, overhanging eyebrows, wore spectacles, and wanted his fellow members to understand he had keen eyes for any points not constitutional. Lincoln said the debate reminded him of an old fellow on the Wabash River who had shaggy, overhanging eyebrows and wore spectacles. One morning this old fellow was looking up a tree near his cabin and thought he saw a squirrel sitting on a high branch. Getting his rifle, he fired one load, reloaded, fired again, but he couldn't hit the squirrel. He asked a boy, "Don't you see that squirrel humped up about halfway up the tree?" "No, I don't," said the boy, and looking keenly into his father's face, he broke out, "I see your squirrel. You've been shooting at a louse on your eyebrow." Lincoln had anecdotes such as one about John T. Stewart, the Whig, and Stephen A. Douglas, the Democrat, stumping Sangamon County and arriving late one night at a tavern. The landlord showed them 2 beds, each with a man sleeping in it. Douglas asked the landlord their politics. One was a Whig and the other a Democrat, the landlord told them. And Douglas said, "Stewart, you sleep with the Whig, and I'll sleep with the Democrat." Or he could tell of the Kentucky magistrate who was tired of hearing 2 lawyers wrangling after he had given his decision. He admonished them, "If the court is right, and she thinks she err, why then you err wrong, and she knows you is shut up." In the House Post Office, there were members who could tell such stories as the one of General Jackson going to Harvard to take a degree of Doctor of Laws so that he could, if he chose, write LL.D. after his name. The old general knew plenty of Smoky Mountain dialect and plenty of Choctaw and Cherokee and Creek Indian lingo, but no Latin, and he had got up from a sickbed to go to the exercises where the sheepskin degree was to be handed him. President Quincy of Harvard made the presentation speech in Latin, and as Jackson accepted, he made a little response in a voice so low and mumbling that few in the audience understood him. Some said that he spoke a few modest, simple words in English. Others said that he replied, "Caveat emptor, corpus delicti, ex post facto, e pluribus unum, ursa major, sic semper tyrannis, quid pro quo, requiescat in pace." There were anecdotes such as the one concerning Robert Owen, the Indiana congressman from the Ohio and Wabash River district. After a campaign debate with an opponent, Owen heard 2 farmers talking. "Did you hear Owen talk?" asked one. "Yes," said the other, "I heard him." "Now ain't he a hoss?" was next asked, and the answer was, "Well, yes, they're both blooded nags. They make a very pretty race." It was Owen who told a farmer in Posey County that he hesitated about running for the legislature because, having been born in England, he was an adopted American citizen and his foreign birth would be brought up against him. The Posey County farmer replied, "Well, it oughtn't to. A man isn't a horse if he was born in a stable." It was a time when pigs roamed the streets of Washington sniffing for food. In saloons and taverns were lithographs showing President Tyler at a steamboat dock. His secretary was calling, "Captain, hold on there. Ex-President Tyler is coming. Hold on." And the captain, a Henry Clay Whig, pulled the engine bell, looked scornfully at the Tyler party, and yelled, "Ex-President Tyler be dashed. Let him stay." And there was the grog ration in the Navy to talk about. It was said 2 congressmen voted to cut down the ration, and then said to each other, "Now we can go out and have a drink." Chapter 74. At the time Lincoln swore his oath and took his seat as congressman, the war with Mexico was nearly over. American armies in Mexico were clinching their hold on that country. The government in Washington spent $27 million and the lives of 27,000 soldiers. Mexico was beaten. The question of the day was, what next? What price shall we force from Mexico to pay us for what the war has cost us? One answer to this question came from a man who stood up on crutches in the Senate. He was 6 feet high, lean of build, with wide gray-blue eyes, a thin, shrewd nose, bushy eyebrows, proud, independent, positive. He had been shot in the foot at the Battle of Buena Vista and stayed in the saddle with his bleeding foot till the battle was won. His father and uncles had served in Revolutionary War armies from 1776 to Yorktown. 3 of his older brothers had fought in the War of 1812. 2 of them being officially commended for gallantry at the Battle of New Orleans. He himself had graduated from the West Point Military Academy and served 12 years in the regular Army of the United States. He had been in Illinois and Wisconsin through the Black Hawk War. His name was Jefferson Davis. He had been colonel of the Mississippi Rifles, a crack regiment of young aristocrats from Mississippi. He was a cotton planter with several thousand acres at Biloxi, Mississippi. The governor of Mississippi had appointed him United States Senator to fill a vacancy. Now he was asking Congress to vote money to send 10 regiments of soldiers to garrison the cities and provinces of Mexico, and to hold that territory till the Washington government decided what to do with it. In a speech on March 17, 1848, Senator Davis told the Senate, "I hold that in a just war we conquered the larger portion of Mexico, and that to it we have a title which has been regarded as valid ever since man existed in social condition, the title of conquest. It seemed to me that the question is now, how much shall we keep? How much shall we give up? And that Mexico cedes nothing." Yucatan should be annexed, or England would take it, Davis believed. Furthermore, if the American advance to the Isthmus was resisted by Britain, he would make war on Britain. Also, if Britain set foot in Cuba, America should interfere. He was a fighting man, sensitive, proud, independent, positive. The 10 regiments bill passed the Senate by a vote of 29 to 19. It went to the House. There it never came to a vote. It was pigeonholed by the Committee on Military Affairs. Whigs controlled the House. South and North the politicians hesitated, straddled. There was confusion. Congressman Lincoln stood up and pointed at James K. Polk, the head of the government, calling him a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. Only 5 Southern states had voted solidly for the regiment's bill. In the other Southern states there was opposition to the taking of all Mexico and the annexation of it to the United States. John C. Calhoun, the senator from South Carolina, along with senators from Tennessee and Georgia, voted against 10 regiments of regulars to garrison Mexico. They saw danger in the scheme. In the North, however, Senator Benton of Missouri was for it. So was Senator Lewis Cass of Michigan. In short, the South was not solid in favor of the dream of the fire eater for national expansion southward. Yet there were Northern politicians who spoke and voted the wish of the big cotton planters on every important bill. The Senate, controlled by the planters through the Democratic Party, voted for the 10 regiments. The House, controlled by the Whigs, less under the thumb of the planters, pigeonholed the 10 regiments. The 2 leading members of the House Committee on Military Affairs, which did the pigeonholing, were Robert Toombs and Howell Cobb of Georgia. Yet, though Coombs and Calhoun, both from cotton states, opposed the 10 regiments bill, they were bitter political enemies. When Calhoun had started a movement for the organization of a separate Southern party, with an eye toward secession from the Union, Toombs and other Whigs had got inside the movement and broken it up. On all bills and measures hitting at slavery, the South voted solid. On the matter of secession from the Union as an advantage to the South and the slavery institution, Southern congressmen were not solid. There were members such as Robert Toombs and Alexander Stephens of Georgia who believed that slavery would have a better chance with the Southern states in the Union than out. They called the extremists fire eaters and ultras. What seemed to be architectural statesmanship sometimes traced into spite work or the backwashes of cunning politics. Congressman Binkerhoff wanted offices for friends back home, and not getting what he wanted from President Polk, set out to knife the administration. He wrote a proviso to ride with the appropriations bill and took it to Judge David Wilmot, a quiet member from Pennsylvania. Wilmot looked it over, inquired about the meaning of it, and said he guessed he would introduce it, since he was asked. Thus came into Congress a little piece of writing that called up storms of debate. It provided that any new territory that came into the United States from the Mexican War Treaty should be free and not slave territory. Onto one bill after another it was put as an amendment. Voted down, it came back. Lincoln spoke aye for the Wilmot proviso so many times he couldn't exactly remember how many. He guessed it was about 40 times, at least. Tom Corwin of Ohio had killed himself politically when he broke out in the Senate one day with the declaration, "Were I a Mexican as I am an American, I would say to the invader, 'We will welcome you with bloody hands to hospitable graves.'" Stephen A. Douglas had held to his original stand that President Polk had properly done what Frederick the Great had done in Silesia by the rule, "Take possession first and negotiate afterward." There seemed to be in the air the beginnings of a realization of an ocean-bound republic, with the territory from the Atlantic to the Pacific coasts in the hands of the United States. It was a carrying further of the thought of General Jackson years before that Texas must be annexed. More and more Western territory must be taken into the Union, or there would be alliances formed that would make war for the control of Western America. In England, the United Service magazine had commented editorially, "It is rather extraordinary that although France and ourselves are always at the alert and alarm if any European power shows the slightest intention of making a grab at a few miles of territory to which it may have taken a fancy, yet the wholesale seizure by Brother Jonathan of vast territories, rich and fertile, and belonging to other and weaker powers, is regarded with the most perfect apathy, and is scarcely considered worth the attention of European governments. It is impossible but to admire the tremendous results of the cunning and diplomacy of this republic, which, creeping on insidiously and by degrees, and treating with perfect contempt what we in Europe may say or think of their doings, are slowly but surely adding to its already enormous extent of territory, swallowing in its capacious maw tracts of land large enough for empires. One good point about him is that he does not make the least pretense to abstemiousness, and openly avows that sooner or later all North America, and no little share between the tropics, with all the West Indian islands, must in the natural course of events fall into his ready jaws. For many of the free-riding and free-shooting men of the Southwest who lived in the saddle, the Mexican War was a grand adventure across a grand piece of country. They felt in their way something of the size of the adventure as told by a British officer writing in the Montreal Gazette. From the 42nd degree of latitude and Santa Fe to Veracruz, a line, say, of 2,500 miles is now covered by American troops or ships of war, and though so immensely long, all perfectly safe in its rear and resting upon supplies. The American government has, in short time, established a grander base of operations in extent than has ever been seen in modern warfare. While the war was in its beginning, the Spectator in London has given this long-range picture. "The present petty warfare they are waging on the frontier is but an episode in the great plot. General Taylor's force is but the precursor of the real army of invasion, the squatter and the backwoodsman, men in whom it is a hereditary and invincible instinct always to depart from before the approach of civilization, to avoid every spot where law has been established, and never to feel themselves at home except on debatable ground. by men like these, coming by twos and threes, then by scores and hundreds, and finally in multitudes, like carrion birds to the quarry, the northern provinces of the Republic of Mexico will be overrun, and thence the process will be continued until the whole territory is filled and mastered by these unprincipled and desperately energetic immigrants. And the Spectator coupled with this picture another one. The fate of Mexico has an immediate practical importance for all classes of men in this country, being separately identified with that of a vast amount of British capital. Expunge Mexico from the list of nations, and with this same blow you put out the fires on thousands of English hearths. Already we have suffered enough by the waste and decay of the wealth we have invested in that country. The annihilation of what remains would scatter bankruptcy among our merchants, paralyze our industry, disorder all functions of our national life, and spread starvation among our working classes. And again the Spectator. The Isthmus of Tehuantepec, that majestic region, teeming with boundless wealth, washed by two oceans, traversed through half its breadth by a navigable river, which offers at its mouth the finest harbor in the Gulf of Mexico, may now be secured by Englishmen. Will they refuse to accept the region which was selected by the sagacious mind of the great conqueror Cortez to constitute his own private domain? If so, the French will be delighted to grasp the prize we disdain. The Morning Chronicle in London told its readers that an offer of England to step in as umpire between the United States and Mexico had met with a refusal at Washington, and commented, "We shall apply to the transatlantic statesmen the remarks of the Athenians to the Menians. We wonder at their simplicity more than we admire their magnanimity." The simplicity referred to found voice in a paper far out in Missouri in the St. Louis Union. The barbarism of the Mexican nation and the unsettled condition of its government have conspired to keep hidden one of the first agricultural and manufacturing nations on earth. The war will facilitate the march of improvement in many respects. The day is not very distant when a race of civilized men must people the shores of the Pacific lying in comparative neighborship with China. A trade so valuable as one which might readily be established between the Atlantic coast and China across this continent cannot for many years be neglected. To Lincoln, his own way was clear. There were no zigzags in the course of his thinking about the war. His public speeches and his confidential letters to Herndon back home fitted together in all parts, pieces, corners, and dovetails. Behind the war he saw politics. He believed one motive back of the war was that Polk and the Democratic Party wanted to take away public attention from the backdown of the Democratic Party on the Oregon boundary. They had said they would take all land up to the 5440, or they would fight Great Britain. The slogan had been 5440 or fight. They had backed down, and in order to cover up, they started a war where they were sure they could win, and the winnings looked good. It was the big reason. Next to that was another reason. The Democrats knew that the war would win more territory into which the Southern planters could spread out with cotton, slave labor, and the politics of cotton and slavery. He saw at a desk in the Senate chamber the spare figure of John C. Calhoun, with a face carved by merciless events, a time-worn forehead with the relentless thoughts back of it. People do not understand liberty or majorities. The will of the majority is the will of a rabble. Progressive democracy is incompatible with liberty. Those who study after this fashion are yet in the Horn Book, the ABC of governments. Democracy is leveling. This is inconsistent with true liberty. Anarchy is more to be dreaded than despotic power. It is the worst tyranny. The best government is that which draws least from the people and is scarcely felt, except to execute justice and to protect the people from animal violation of law. With his power slipping from him, The eye of Calhoun was on Jefferson Davis as the one to follow in his own independent paths of Southern leadership. When President Polk had sent Colonel Davis a commission as Brigadier General of Volunteers, Davis had sent back the commission with a message to the President that states only had the power to grant such a commission. In the summer of 1848, Davis had told the Senate, "If folly and fanaticism and pride and hate and corruption of the day are to destroy the peace and prosperity of the Union, let the sections part like the patriarchs of old, and let peace and goodwill subsist among their descendants. Let no wounds be inflicted which time may not heal. Let the flag of our Union be folded up entire, the 13 stripes recording the original size of our family, untorn by the unholy struggle of civil war." Davis was offering the counsel to the people of Mississippi. The generation which avoids its responsibility sows the wind and leaves the whirlwind as the harvest to its children. Let us get together and build manufactories, enter upon industrial pursuits, and prepare for our own self-sustenance. Of slavery he told his people, "If slavery be a sin, it is not yours. It is the common law right and property in the service of man. Its origin was divine decree, the curse upon the graceless son of Noah." Yet Davis was not sure but that the states north might develop a cheaper labor that would push labor out of the states south. "Leave the country to the south and west open," he urged, "and speculation may see in the distant future slavery pressed by a cheaper labor to the tropical regions." Yet he also believed that development might take still another course. He noted that laws of the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois forbade free Negroes from entering those states. The next development might be the extension of slavery into those states. Chapter 75. Lincoln sat as a member of the Congressional Committee on Post Offices, and in bringing in a report on post office matters, he started to tell the House that all the Whigs in committee voted for the report, and all the Democrats except one. He was interrupted. Didn't he know it was out of order to tell on the floor what happened in the committee room? He then observed, said the House minutes, that if he had been out of order in what he said, he took it all back as far as he could. He had no desire, he could assure gentlemen, ever to be out of order, though he never could keep long in order. Up over the speaker's desk was a clock with a yellow face, telling time for the congressman. Over the clock stood a marble woman, busy writing in a book. She was supposed to be the figure of history, watching the congressman. A bill to raise the salary of a judge in Western Virginia from $1,800 to $2,500 a year came up. The House minutes recorded, "Mr. Lincoln said it came then to this, that the people in the Western District of Virginia had got 11 courts to be held among them in 1 year. For their own accommodation, and being thus better accommodated than their neighbors elsewhere, they wanted their judge to be a little better paid." In Illinois there had been, until the present season, but 1 district court held in the year. There were now to be 2. Could it be that the Western District of Virginia furnished more business for a judge than the whole state of Illinois? As to making speeches on the floor of the House, Lincoln wrote back to Herndon at the Springfield law office, "By way of getting the hang of the House, I made a little speech 2 or 3 days ago on a post office question of no general interest. I find speaking here and elsewhere about the same thing. I was about as badly scared, and no worse, as I am when I speak in the court." This was a tryout. A more thorough effort was to come. "As you are all so anxious for me to distinguish myself, I have concluded to do so before long." Getting the floor of the House on January 12, 1848, he defended the vote of his party given a few days previous, declaring that the war with Mexico was unnecessarily and unconstitutionally commenced by the President. He spoke of his impression of how he and others believed they ought to behave while their country was engaged in a war they considered unjustly commenced. "When the war began, it was my opinion that all those who, because of knowing too little, or because of knowing too much,
could not conscientiously oppose the conduct of the President in the beginning of it should nevertheless, as good citizens and patriots, remain silent on that point, at least till the war should be ended.
Now he was forced to break silence. The president was telling the country continually that votes of the Whigs for supplies to the soldiers in the field were an endorsement of the president's conduct of the war. Then, too, the president was holding back documents and information to which the public was entitled. Lincoln had earlier introduced resolutions and demands that the president should locate the exact spot where the war began. He now accused the president of marching an American army out of proven American territory into land not established as American soil, and there shedding the first blood of the war. The president was attempting to prove by telling the truth what he could not prove by telling the whole truth. Back in Illinois were political enemies murmuring that Lincoln was revealed as a Benedict Arnold on his spot resolutions. He now wanted the folks back home to see him pressing the president for the documents of the war, all of them.
Let the president answer the interrogatories I proposed. Let him answer fully, fairly, and candidly. Let him answer with facts and not with arguments. Let him remember he sits where Washington sat, and so remembering, let him answer as Washington would answer. As a nation should not, and the Almighty will not, be evaded, so let him attempt no evasion, no equivocation. And if, so answering, he can show that the soil was ours where the first blood of the war was shed, then I am with him.
And if the president refused to answer or set up pretenses that there was nothing to answer,
then I shall be fully convinced of what I more than suspect already, that he is deeply conscious of being in the wrong, that he feels the blood of this war like the blood of Abel crying to heaven against him.
He dramatized James K. Polk.
Originally having some strong motive to involve the two countries in a war, and trusting to escape scrutiny by fixing the public gaze upon the exceeding brightness of military glory, that attractive rainbow that rises in showers of blood, that serpent's eye that charms to destroy, he plunged into it, and he has swept on till, disappointed in his calculations of the ease with which Mexico might be subdued, he now finds himself he knows not where. How like the half-insane mumbling of a fever dream is the whole war part of his late message. At one time telling us that Mexico has nothing whatever that we can get but territory, and another showing us how we can support the war by levying contributions on Mexico. The president is in no wise satisfied with his own positions. First he takes up one, and attempting to argue us into it, he argues himself out of it, then seizes another and goes through the same process, and then, confused at being able to think of nothing new, he snatches up the old one again. His mind, taxed beyond its power, is running hither and thither like some tortured creature on a burning surface, finding no position on which it can settle down and be at ease. He knows not where he is. He is a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. God grant he may be able to show there is not something about his conscience more painful than all his mental perplexity.
If Lincoln could have known what had happened in the White House, he would have known that behind its closed doors, two men saw President Polk every day and did their best to push him into taking all of Mexico. The two men were James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, Secretary of State, and Robert J. Walker of Mississippi, Secretary of the Treasury. For months the president hesitated. He was precisely what Lincoln had characterized him, a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. Of Walker the president noted in his diary, "He was for taking all of Mexico." Of Buchanan the notation was similar. Finally he wrote in his diary, after endless advice, to seize the whole territory of the Mexican nation. I replied that I was not prepared to go to that extent, and furthermore that I did not desire that anything I said should be so obscure as to give rise to doubt or discussion as to what my true meaning was, that I had in my last message declared that I did not contemplate the conquest of Mexico. In rehearsing the start of the Mexican War, Lincoln for the first time told in public his views about revolutions and the rights of peoples to revolutionize. His declarations had a breath of the smoky days of Washington, Jefferson, and the American Revolution. Any people anywhere being inclined and having the power have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe is to liberate the world. Nor is the right confined to cases in which the whole people of an existing government may choose to exercise it. Any portion of such people that can may revolutionize and make their own of so much of the territory as they inhabit. More than this, a majority of any portion of such people may revolutionize, putting down a minority intermingled with or near about them who may oppose this movement. Such minority was precisely the case of the Tories of our own Revolution. It is a quality of revolutions not to go by old lines or old laws, but to break up both and make new ones. All of Mexico, including Texas, he pointed out, had revolutionized against Spain, after which Texas revolutionized against Mexico, raising the question of just how far the boundary line ran that was fixed by the Texas Revolution. So far as Lincoln could learn, the spot where the first blood of the war was shed was outside the Texas line and over in Mexican territory. The spot, was located between two rivers on a strip of land over which the United States government did, or did not, exercise jurisdiction. And Lincoln was trying to get President Polk to tell just how far the jurisdiction of the United States was exercised over that strip of land, if at all. He used his own house and lot in Springfield, his ownership of it, to illustrate his point. It is possible that jurisdiction may be exercised between two rivers without covering all the country between them. I know a man, not very unlike myself, who exercises jurisdiction over a piece of land between the Wabash and the Mississippi, and yet so far is this from being all there is between those two rivers that it is just 152 feet long by 50 feet wide, and no part of it much within 100 miles of either river. He has a neighbor between him and the Mississippi, that is, just across the street, in that direction, whom I am sure he could neither persuade nor force to give up his habitation, but which nevertheless he could certainly annex, if it were to be done by merely standing on his own side of the street and claiming it, or even sitting down and writing a deed for it. He voted for all supplies for soldiers, for every help to the fighting men in the field, yet also for every possible measure that would lay blame on President Polk and the administration. He hoped the folks back home would understand from his speeches how he looked at the war, but the folks back home refused to understand. Even Bill Herndon couldn't see it. He wrote Herndon, "You fear that you and I disagree about the war. I regret this, because if you misunderstand, I fear other good friends may also. I will stake my life that if you had been in my place, you would have voted just as I did. Would you have voted what you felt and knew to be a lie? I know you would not. Would you have gone out of the house, skulked the vote? I expect not. If you had skulked one vote, you would have to skulk many more before the end of the session. No man can be silent if he would. You are compelled to speak, and your only alternative is to tell the truth or a lie. I cannot doubt which you would do." He named Whig congressmen who had been officers through some of the fiercest fighting in Mexico. They were voting to condemn the war, the administration, and the conduct of the president. He closed the letter to Herndon. "I do not mean this letter for the public, but for you. Before it reaches you, you will have seen and read my pamphlet speech, and perhaps been scared anew by it. After you get over your scare, read it over again, sentence by sentence, and tell me honestly what you think of it." What bothered Herndon and others back home was a resolution maneuvered through Congress by the Whigs, voicing thanks to the officers of the Mexican War, with a stinger for the Polk administration. It added to the thanks the words,
in a war unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President of the United States. The vote was 82 to 81. In a second letter to Herndon, Lincoln explained that the President of the United States is the same as a king in power if he can do what President Polk had done in commencing the Mexican War. Allow the President to invade a neighboring nation whenever he shall deem it necessary to repel an invasion, and you allow him to do so whenever he may choose to say he deems it necessary for such purpose, and you allow him to make war at pleasure. Study to see if you can fix any limit to his power in this respect. If today he should choose to say he thinks it necessary to invade Canada to prevent the British from invading us, how could you stop him? You may say to him, "I see no probability of the British invading us," but he will say to you, "Be silent, I see it if you don't." The Constitution gave the war-making powers to Congress, as Lincoln understood it, by this reasoning. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and they resolved to so frame the Constitution as no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. But your view destroys the whole matter, and places our president where kings have always stood. His guess was correct that if Herndon was misunderstanding, there would be others misunderstanding. The Belleville Advocate, for March 2, came along with a report of a meeting in Clark County of patriotic Whigs and Democrats who adopted this declaration. Resolved that Abe Lincoln, the author of the spotty resolutions in Congress against his own country, may they long be remembered by his constituents, but may they cease to remember him except to rebuke him. They have done much for him, but he has done nothing for them, save the part they have taken in their country's cause. The Illinois State Register was telling its readers of newspapers and public meetings that declared Lincoln to be a second Benedict Arnold. To Reverend J. M. Peck, Lincoln wrote a letter. The minister had spoken at a Belleville celebration of the Battle of Buena Vista, saying after an exhibit of facts, "In view of all the facts, the conviction to my mind is irresistible that the government of the United States committed no aggression on Mexico." To him, Lincoln wrote, "Not in view of all the facts. There are facts which you have kept out of view." And he went on, "It is a fact that the United States Army, in marching to the Rio Grande, marched into a peaceful Mexican settlement and frightened the inhabitants away from their homes and their growing crops. It is a fact that Fort Brown, opposite Matamoros, was built by that army within a Mexican cotton field, on which at the time the army reached it a young cotton crop was growing, and which crop was wholly destroyed, and the field itself greatly and permanently injured by ditches, embankments, and the like. It is a fact that when the Mexicans captured Captain Thornton and his command, they found and captured them within another Mexican field. Now I wish to bring these facts to your notice, and to ascertain what is the result of your reflections on them. If you deny that they are facts, I think I can furnish proof which shall convince you that you are mistaken. If you admit that they are facts, then I shall be obliged for a reference to any law of language, law of states, law of nations, law of morals, law of religions, any law, human or divine, in which an authority can be found for saying those facts constitute no aggression. Possibly you consider those facts too small for notice. Would you venture to so consider them had they been committed by any nation on earth against the humblest of our people? I know you would not. Then I ask, is the precept, "Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them," obsolete, of no force, of no application? I shall be pleased if you can find leisure to write me. Lincoln went to the State Department sleuthing for facts, trying to satisfy himself that the treaty signed between Mexico and the Republic of Texas had been copied correctly from the original for its publication in the newspaper Niles Register. and what he learned at the State Department indicated that President Polk had never sent to that department for its official copy of the treaty, and that the president had based his statements about the document from reading the copy of it published in Niles' Register. So Lincoln told Congress, with a shade of a quizzical tone, "If anyone should suppose that Niles' Register is a curious repository of so mighty a document as a solemn treaty between nations, I can only say that I learned to a tolerable degree of certainty by inquiry at the State Department that the President himself never saw it anywhere else." One evening at the library of the Supreme Court, after digging in many books and documents, he drew out volumes to read in his room at Mrs. Sprigg's boarding house. The library was going to close for the night, and he took his books, piled them on a table, pulled a large bandana out of his hip pocket, tied it around the books, ran a stick through the knots, slung the stick over his shoulder, and walked out of the library of the Supreme Court in the way natural to him, in the way he carried his earthly belongings from his canoe on the Sangamon River up into the town of New Salem when he was going to clerk in Offutt's store. Over his shoulder was a short circular blue cloak he had bought since he came to Washington. Thus he walked to his Capitol Hill lodging, where he untied the knots of the handkerchief bundle, read his books, took a brass key from his vest pocket and wound his watch, read his books, put his boot heels into a boot jack and pulled off his boots, blew out the candlelights, and crept into a warm yellow flannel nightshirt that came down halfway between his knees and ankles. Then he slept the sleep of a man who had been searching Washington dissatisfied with mere claims, looking for the foundations of claims. He may have dreamed of old Tom Lincoln writing for money and pleading, "I haven't a thing I could sell." And there was a sweetness in Tom writing, "The old woman is well." Chapter 76. One morning in February of 1848, a man sat at his desk in the House of Representatives writing a piece of poetry. He was an old man. He had been born in 1767, or 7 years before the Revolutionary War commenced with the firing of shots at Lexington. And he was a very practical man, even though on this morning, as the House was called to order for business, he was writing a piece of poetry. A resolution was introduced expressing thanks to the generals of the Mexican War for their brave conduct and skilled strategy. The clerk had read, "Resolved by the House that," when there was a cry and a stir, and the members of the House looked toward the old man. He had stood up as if he might speak once more from the floor where he had spoken hundreds of times. He clutched his desk with groping, convulsive fingers. Then he sank back into his chair with a slump. A friend and 2 doctors carried him to a sofa, and he was taken first into the rotunda and then into the speaker's room. Mustard poultices were placed on his chest and back. He was rubbed and given a friction treatment. About an hour afterward he spoke a few words. "This is the last of earth, but I am content." His wife, relatives, and friends stood by his side. One was Henry Clay of Kentucky, who held the old man's hand and looked into the old man's face, while tears came into his eyes. At the funeral services in Washington, one representative from each state was in attendance. They escorted the body to Faneuil Hall in Boston. The body was laid in a grave in Quincy, Massachusetts. This was the end of John Quincy Adams, his life, career, and works. For 17 years he had been a member of Congress. During 8 of those years he had fought against the gag rule, by which Congress voted against any petitions relating to slavery being received. Each year the majority against him was less until the gag rule was beaten. He had been President of the United States from 1825 to 1829, and before that was Secretary of State under President Monroe, and had more of a hand in writing the Monroe Doctrine than did Monroe. Earlier yet, he had been in London and Paris at work with Henry Clay and Albert Gallatin on the treaty that ended the War of 1812. This same John Quincy Adams saw Napoleon come back to Paris from Elba. He was in Russia representing President Madison at the time the armies of Napoleon were burned out of Moscow and sent reeling and harried back toward France. Before that, he had been a professor of rhetoric and oratory at Harvard University. He had come to Harvard after serving as United States Senator from Massachusetts and helping President Jefferson make the Louisiana Purchase. Washington had appointed him minister to Portugal, after which his father, President John Adams, sent him to Berlin. Before his graduation from Harvard, he had served as a secretary to the American commissioners who negotiated the Treaty of Peace that ended the Revolutionary War in 1782. The year before that, he was with the American envoy to Russia, following university studies at Paris and Leipzig. A sweet, lovable man who had led a clean life full of hard work, steady habits, many dangers, furious enemies, such was John Quincy Adams. Most of the days of his life he got out of bed and put on his clothes before 4:30 in the morning, and then read 1 or 2 chapters in the Bible. When in Washington, he took a swim every morning, summer and winter, in the Potomac River. He was a little undersized, wore delicate sideburns, had a mouth with a piece of God on it, and spoke often as though his body was a rented house, and John Quincy Adams would step out of the tenement and live on. His last words there in February of 1848 fitted him. "This is the last of earth, but I am content." One day, 4 years before he died, John Quincy Adams of Massachusetts wrote 4 little verses to another congressman, Alexander Stephens of Georgia, the wizened, wry, dry member, weighing less than 100 pounds, known to Jefferson Davis as the Little Pale Star from Georgia. The verses were titled, "To Alexander H. Stephens, Esquire of Georgia," and 2 of them read, "We met as strangers in this hall, but when our task of duty's done, we blend the common good of all, and melt the multitude in one. As strangers in this hall we met, but now with one united heart. What heir of life awaits us yet? In cordial friendship let us part." He drew men to him, this Alexander Stephens. In his black eyes, set deep in a large-boned, homely head, there was a smolder by which men knew he would play politics only so far, after which a personal sincerity must be considered. He stood up one day to speak on the Mexican War and declared, "All wars, to be just, must have some distinct and legitimate objects to be accomplished. One of the strangest circumstances attending this war is, that though it has lasted upward of 8 months, at a cost of many millions of dollars, and the sacrifice of many valuable lives, both in battle and by the diseases of the camp, no man can tell for what object it is prosecuted, and it is to be doubted whether any man save the President and his cabinet knows the real and secret designs that provoked its existence. To suppress inquiry and silence all opposition to conduct so monstrous, an executive ukase has been sent forth, strongly intimating, if not clearly threatening, the charge of treason against all who may dare to call in question the wisdom or propriety of his measures. It is to be seen," said Stephens, "whether the free people of this country have so soon forgotten the principles of their ancestors as to be easily awed by the arrogance of power. For very little further interference with the freedom of discussion, Charles X of France lost his throne, and for very little greater stretch of royal prerogative, Charles I of England lost his head. There are some things more to be dreaded than the loss of a throne, or even the loss of a head, amongst which may be named the anathema of a nation's curse, and the infamy that usually follows it." And it happened that on February 2, 1848, while sitting at his desk in the House of Representatives, Abraham Lincoln wrote a note to his law partner Herndon, saying, "I just take up my pen to say that Mr. Stephens of Georgia, a little slim, pale-faced, consumptive man with a voice like Logan's, has just concluded the best speech of an hour's length I ever heard. My old withered dry eyes are full of tears yet. If he writes it out anything like he delivered it, our people shall see a good many copies of it."
Chapter 77. Lincoln got the hang of the House, as he called it, and made speeches on internal improvements, public roads, rivers, harbors, canals, saying in one speech that, so far as he could see, there was the same wrangling in state legislatures and in counties and towns as there was in the National Congress over improvements. One man is offended because a road passes over his land, and another is offended because it does not pass over his. One is dissatisfied because a bridge for which he is taxed crosses the river on a different road from that which leads from his house to the town. Another cannot bear that the county should be got in debt for these same roads and bridges, while not a few struggle hard to have roads located over their lands, and then stoutly refuse to let them be opened until they are first paid the damages. As the first step toward fair dealing out of the nation's money for needed improvements among the states, Lincoln suggested statistical information to guide congressmen, saying he did not see much force in one member's objection to counting all the pigs and chickens in the land. Though the speech was mainly constructive and practical, it was lighted with the observation, "An honest laborer digs coal at about 70 cents a day, while the president digs abstractions at about $70 a day. The coal is clearly worth more than the abstractions." Mainly, the speech was coaxing, advisory, conciliatory, hoping to get practical work done. "Difficulty though there be, let us meet and encounter it. Determine that the thing can and shall be done, and then we shall find the way. Let each contribute his mite in the way of suggestion." He was voicing the wishes of the Chicago River and Harbor Convention. To pay for canals with canal tolls and tonnage duties before canals were dug was like the Irishman and his new boots. "I shall never get 'em on till I wear 'em a day or two and stretch 'em a little." Often during the first half of the year 1848, Lincoln was rushed with work. He wrote Archibald Williams a letter about politics, closing, "Excuse this short letter. I have so many to write that I cannot devote much time to any one. Yours as ever." And to Richard Thomas, "Excuse the shortness of this letter. I'm really very much hurried. Yours as ever." And again to Thomas, "In great haste, yours as ever." Tacked on to some of his letters were the abrupt, odd postscripts of a quizzical man of affairs. To one, "Taylorism seems to be going right, which I am glad. Keep the ball rolling." To Andrew McCallan, "Don't pay postage on letters to me. I'm entitled to them free." To Samuel Marshall at Shawneetown, Illinois, after short news about a law case, "As to the matter of your lost horse, I will look into it and do something if I can." And to his old friend Richard Thomas he had to explain he had no influence with President Polk. "As to Mr. Graham's application for a lieutenancy, I have already submitted it to the President in the best way I could think of it to give it success. I wrote him about it and do not know anything more that I can do for him. You know I can have no intimacy with the President, which might give me personal influence over him." In replying to Reverend Henry Slicer, who had written to ask why he was excluded from the funeral services of John Quincy Adams, Lincoln wrote that he had not been consulted, knew nothing about it, and "so entirely ignorant was I in relation to your having been excluded from the funeral services of Mr. Adams, that, until I received your letter, I should have given it as my recollection that you actually did participate in those services." He advised E.B. Washburne on a political campaign matter. "Make Baker help about it. He is a good man to raise a breeze." Lincoln turned out dozens of letters a day, fixing his political fences. He ordered The Battery, a Whig campaign paper, sent to S.A. Halbert at Belvidere, Illinois, and wrote, "If it strikes you as giving promise of being a good campaign paper, please get as many subscribers as you can and send them on. I have put you down for one copy, the subscription for which I will pay myself if you are not satisfied with it." Back in Sangamon and other counties of his district were Whigs who wanted to be officers in the Army. They wrote Lincoln to get them commissions from the Democratic administration. He wrote to the Springfield postmaster, "The thing that perplexes me more than most anything else are the cases of Whigs calling on me to get them appointments to places in the Army from the President. There are two great obstacles in the way which they do not understand. First, the President has no such appointments to give. And secondly, if he had, he could hardly be expected to give them to Whigs at the solicitation of a Whig member of Congress." One February day in 1848, a scandal arose from an affair at Mrs. Spriggs' boarding house. The Negro servant in the house had been buying his freedom at a price of $300. He had paid all but $60 when, one day, two white men came to the house, knocked him down, tied and gagged him, took him to a slave jail, and had him sent to New Orleans for sale. Joshua Giddings of Ohio asked for a hearing by Congress to get at the facts. He was voted down by 98 to 88. Giddings and Lincoln enjoyed each other's company. Lincoln was not radical in Giddings's way, but both the men had streaks of stubborn and personal quality. Each was meek about picking a fight. Giddings had made a speech in Congress a few years previously, taking a violent stand against slavery. A Southern member had lurched against Giddings, shoved Giddings out of an aisle, and thrust a right hand into a vest pocket as if he might have a bowie knife there. Giddings inquired, "Did you push me?" "I did." "Intentionally?" "Yes." "For the purpose of insult?" "Yes." "Well, sir, we are in the habit of leaving men who wantonly insult others to the contempt of public opinion." At that point, friends from North and South interfered. Chapter 78. Alexander Stephens, in telling about friendships in the 30th Congress, said, "I was intimate with Mr. Lincoln as with any other man except perhaps Mr. Toombs." They had comradeship. Scrawls of personal tragedy, pinches of hunger and fate were on their two faces, yet they had depths of clean laughter together. Whereas men looked up toward Lincoln's head and asked, "How's the weather up there?" Stephens said, "Men address me familiarly as my son. Such often happens to me." Each felt it uphill work to act the part of a great man. Stephens once wrote in a diary, "I believe I shall never be worth anything, and the thought is death to my soul. I am too boyish, unmanful, trifling, simple in my manners and address." Both were uneasy amid women. Stephens once writing in his diary after examining drawings of ancient statues, "With the gladiator and Venus I am delighted. Pity but some of our fashionable belles would take a lesson from this form of true grace, the Venus. They would change their present disgusting waspish shape." Both had stories mocking at their dignity as lawyers. Stephens used to pass a shoe shop in Crawfordsville, Georgia, and heard a voice, "Who is that little fella that walks so fast by here every day?" And a replying sarcastic voice, "Why, that's a lawyer." And he had visited a farmer uncle in Pennsylvania who asked at family dinner, "What business do you follow, Alex?" "I'm a lawyer, uncle." Then silence, broken by the uncle's husky voice, "Alex, don't you have to tell lies?" Stephens, Lincoln, and 5 other Whigs, in the winter of 1847-48, organized the Taylor Club, with members nicknamed the Young Indians. They saw that the Whig war hero, who had protested against leading his troops onto Mexican soil and starting a war of invasion, and then had obeyed orders and gone in and fought as a wildcat from hell, would make a candidate the Democrats couldn't keep from getting into the White House. How to get Taylor nominated was the high point with the Young Indians. Lincoln sent many letters west urging Taylor as the candidate who would take the Democrats on the blind side. Stevens worked with connections south and north. He noticed that Taylor speakers in New York were howled down, and Taylor meetings broken up by the dead rabbits and Bowery boys, whose fists were at the service of Whig politicians who didn't consider Zach Taylor in their plans. And Stevens got Toombs, the affable, persuasive, companionable Toombs, to go to New York and pay $200 to Isaiah Reinders, captain among roughs and shoulder hitters, for a fair and uninterrupted hearing from a New York audience in behalf of Taylor. Reinders met Toombs at the Astor House, and, as Stevens told it, entered cheerfully into the engagement and said it would cost $200. It would require that to secure the necessary force. Toombs closed with him. At a certain noted saloon, Toombs went and met the captain and his subalterns, Bill Ford, Sullivan, and other noted boxers. Nothing passed but such agreeable chat as Toombs knew how to give in his peculiar style, and the glass to his company. A large audience came to the meeting on the following night. Leading Taylor politicians were on hand. One introduced Toombs, who, as the orator of the evening, began, "Fellow citizens of New York," when yells shot out, "Slaveholder! Slaveholder!" Toombs was quiet a moment, took a fresh start, and then yells came, "Hurrah for Clay! Hurrah for Clay!" Cool and unruffled, Toombs stood at ease, commenced once more, and then, as Stephen told the events, "There was the greatest row you ever saw. 'Put 'em out!' rang from one side of the hall to the other, and everywhere a stalwart arm was seen pitching some fellow out. Reinder's men were at work. Some who were being pitched out exclaimed, 'I made no noise,' and the reply was, 'You have chalk on your back and you've got to go.' In 2 minutes the hall was cleared some 40 chalkbacks. Reinders had scattered his men through the audience, marked the backs of all who yelled interruptions, and on the cry, 'Put them out,' all chalkbacks were hustled to the doors and thrown into the street. The audience was quiet and orderly while Toombs gave them one of his masterly harangues," said Stevens. "The wildest enthusiasm prevailed, loud shouts of applause went up, and then came 3 cheers for old Zach, given with a vim as Toombs took his seat. Our victory was complete. We had a foothold in New York. Our battery in that stronghold of the enemy did effective work. Great events often turn on small ones." In their philosophy of direct political action, both Stevens and Lincoln took into reckoning that element Lincoln indicated in writing Herndon that year to be sure to line up the wild, shrewd boys. Chapter 79. Lincoln went to Philadelphia in June as a delegate to the National Convention of the Whig Party and helped nominate General Zachary Taylor, the hero of the Mexican War, for president. He wrote to Illinois, "Taylor's nomination takes the locos, Democrats, on the blind side. It turns the war thunder against them. The war is now to them the gallows of Haman, which they built for us, and on which they are doomed to be hanged themselves." And he analyzed, "One unmistakable sign of victory is that all the odds and ends are with us. Barn burners, Native Americans, Tyler men, disappointed office-seeking locofocos, and the Lord knows what." The nickname barn burners had been given discontented Democrats who had drawn out and formed a new organization they called the Free Soil Party. They were named after the farmer who burned his barn to drive the rats out. The Whig nomination of General Zachary Taylor had peculiar angles. He was nicknamed Old Rough and Ready, and he had spoken positively, before the war commenced, his view that a war was not called for. It was only when direct orders to move reached him that he took his troops to where the first blood was shed. He kept quiet on the slavery issue, and it was said that a letter to him from a Southern planter read, "Sir, I have worked hard and been frugal all my life, and the results of my industry have mainly taken the form of slaves, of whom I own about 100.
Before I vote for president, I want to be sure that the candidate I support will not so act as to divest me of my property." To which General Taylor, who had a plantation in Louisiana, replied, "Sir, I have the honor to inform you that I too have been all my life industrious and frugal, and that the fruits thereof are mainly invested in slaves, of whom I own 300. Yours." One day in July, Lincoln stood on the floor and began remarks that carried him striding back and forth up the aisle of the House. It was a stump speech that had the champing of a campaign war horse in it, with a sniffing of defiance and contempt for the enemy, and a snorting of challenge for the opposition to come on and do battle. It was a kind of horseplay that veteran stump speakers use to send the farmers home refreshed and perhaps convinced. He lammed and lambasted General Lewis Cass of Michigan, the Democratic nominee for president. It was rough and tumble, meant to raise a breeze. Lincoln pictured the Democrats' use of General Jackson's nickname, Old Hickory. "Hickory poles and hickory brooms, your never-ending emblems, and now your campaign paper here is proclaiming that Cass and Butler are of hickory stripe. Like a horde of hungry ticks, you have stuck to the tail of the Hermitage lion to the end of his life, and you are still sticking to it, and drawing a loathsome sustenance from it, after he is dead. A fellow once advertised that he had made a discovery by which he could make a new man out of an old one, and have enough of the stuff left to make a yellow dog. Just such a discovery has General Jackson's popularity been to you. You not only twice made president of him out of it, but you have had enough of the stuff left to make presidents out of several comparatively small men since, and it is your chief reliance now to make still another." Then came pointed mockery and the bubbling jokes that across southern Illinois had given the name of Abe Lincoln a special tang. The Democrats were trying to make a heroic military figure out of their presidential candidate, General Cass, who had been a volunteer aide to General Harrison at the Battle of the Thames, and had held a command during an Indian war. So Lincoln pitched in. "Mr. Speaker, old horses and military coat-tails, or tails of any sort, are not figures of speech such as I would be the first to introduce into discussions here. But as a gentleman from Georgia has thought fit to introduce them, he and you are welcome to all you have made or can make by them. If you have any more old horses, trot them out. Any more tails, just cock them and come at us. I repeat, I would not introduce this mode of discussion here. But I wish gentlemen on the other side to understand that the use of degrading figures is a game at which they may not find themselves able to take all the winnings. We give it up. Ah, you give it up, and well you may. The point, the power to hurt, of all figures consists in the truthfulness of their application. They are weapons which hit you, but miss us." But in my hurry I was very near closing this subject of military tales before I was done with it. There is one entire article of the sort I have not discussed yet. I mean the military tale you Democrats are now engaged in dovetailing into the great Michigander, General Cass. Yes, sir. All his biographies have him in hand, tying him to a military tale like so many mischievous boys tying a dog to a bladder of beans. True, the material they have is very limited, but they drive at it with might and main. He invaded Canada without resistance, and he outvaded it without pursuit. As he did both under orders, I suppose there was to him neither credit nor discredit in them, but they constitute a large part of the tale. He was volunteer aide to General Harrison on the day of the Battle of the Thames, and as you said in 1840, Harrison was picking huckleberries 2 miles off while the battle was fought. I suppose it is a just conclusion with you to say Cass was aiding Harrison to pick huckleberries. By the way, Mr. Speaker, did you know I'm a military hero? Yes, sir.
In the days of the Black Hawk War, I fought, bled, and came away. If General Cass went ahead of me in picking huckleberries, I guess I surpassed him in charges upon the wild onions. If he saw any live fighting Indians, it was more than I did, but I had a good many bloody struggles with the mosquitoes, and although I never fainted from the loss of blood, I can truly say I was often very hungry. Mr. Speaker, if ever I should conclude to doff whatever our Democratic friends may suppose there is of black cockade federalism about me, and therefore they shall take me up as their candidate for presidency, I protest they shall not make fun of me as they have of General Cass by attempting to write me into a military hero.
Next, he took up General Cass's record while governor of the Territory of Michigan, to show that the governor drew $1,500 a year for office rent and clerk hire as superintendent of Indian Affairs, without really having a separate office or hired clerk. Then he passed to the matter of General Cass during 9 years drawing 10 rations a day from the government at $730 a year. And further, at Eton, his capacities are shown to be wonderful. From October 1821 to May 1822, he ate 10 rations a day in Michigan, 10 rations a day here in Washington, and near $5 worth a day on the road between the two places. There is an important discovery in this example: the art of being paid for what one eats instead of having to pay for it. Hereafter, if any nice young man should owe a bill which he cannot pay in any other way, he can just board it out. Mr. Speaker, we have all heard of the animal standing in doubt between 2 stacks of hay and starving to death. The like of that would never happen to General Cass. Place the stacks 1,000 miles apart, it would stand stock still midway between them and eat them both at once, and the green grass along the line will be apt to suffer some too at the same time. By all means, make him president, gentlemen. He will feed you bounteously, if there is any left after he shall have helped himself. The moment came when he had only 3 minutes left and had to close. He spoke of splits and breaks in the Democratic Party ranks and wound up, "I have heard some things from New York, and if they are true, one might well say of your party there, as a drunken fellow once said when he heard the reading of an indictment for hog stealing. The clerk read on till he got to and through the words, 'Did steal, take, and carry away 10 boars, 10 sows, 10 shoats, and 10 pigs,' at which he exclaimed, 'Well, by golly, that is the most equally divided gang of hogs I ever did hear of.' If there is any other gang of hogs more equally divided than the Democrats of New York are about this time, I have not heard of it." The Baltimore American said the speaker kept the house roaring. He would commence a point in his speech far up one of the aisles and keep on talking, gesticulating, and walking until he would find himself, at the end of a paragraph, down in the center of the area in front of the clerk's desk. He would then go back and take another head and work down again, and so on. The paper hit off Lincoln as a very able, acute, uncouth, honest, upright man, and a tremendous wag withal. Lincoln had his personal ways, his own methods of playing politics. A first element to line up in his plans was the young men, especially the shrewd, wild boys such as those who were his never-failing guards in Sangamon County, at Clary's Grove, Sand Ridge, and Wolf Creek. He wrote to Herndon, "As to the young men, you must not wait to be brought forward by the older men. For instance, do you suppose that I should ever have got into notice if I had waited to be hunted up and pushed forward by older men? You young men get together and form a rough and ready club and have regular meetings and speeches, taking everybody you can get. As you go along, gather up all the shrewd wild boys about town, whether just of age or a little under age, Chris Logan, Reddick Ridgely,
Louis Swizzler, and hundreds such. Let everyone play the part he can play best. Some speak, some sing, and all holler. Your meetings will be of evenings. The older men and the women will go to hear you, so that it will not only contribute to the election of old Zack, but will be an interesting pastime and improving to the intellectual faculties of all engaged. Don't fail to do this.
Then he went on to write a line and speak in a tone he didn't use often.
This makes me a little impatient, he told Herndon.
This last letter from Herndon had asked for all the speeches made in Congress about General Taylor, the Mexican War, and campaign issues. He explained,
I have regularly sent you the Congressional Globe and Appendix, and you cannot have examined them, or you would have discovered that they contain every speech made by every man in both houses of Congress, on every subject during the session. Can I send any more? Can I send speeches that nobody has made?
Lincoln was trying to figure out what had happened back home. The Whig newspapers were not publishing the speeches of Whig congressmen as they should.
With the exception of my own little speech, which was published in 2 of the then 5, now 4 Whig papers, I do not remember having seen a single speech or even extract from one in any single one of those papers.
And he was trying to figure where Herndon had been keeping himself. He knew Herndon was a widely read scholar and lost himself in books sometimes, and too that Herndon was a hard drinker when he drank and lost himself at the taverns sometimes. He wrote,
You ask how Congress came to declare that war had existed by the Act of Mexico. Is it possible you don't understand that yet? You have at least 20 speeches in your possession that fully explain it.
And he wrote wearily,
I will, however, try it once more,
and launched off into a complete statement unraveling in a simple way what went on in Congress, how the Whigs were forced to vote that war existed by Act of Mexico, or else vote against money and supplies for the soldiers in the field.
They did not want to vote against sending help to General Taylor, and therefore they voted for both together. Is there any difficulty in understanding this? Even my little speech shows how this was.
Then, from the young partner and friend at Springfield, came a bitter letter. And the older man at Washington wrote that he was young once, but now he was no longer young.
Your letter is exceedingly painful to me, and I cannot but think there is some mistake in your impression of the motives of the old men. I suppose now I am one of the old men, and I declare on my veracity, which I think is good with you, that nothing could afford me more satisfaction than to learn that you and others of my young friends are doing battle in the contest, and endearing themselves to the people, and taking a stand far above any I have ever been able to reach in their admiration. I cannot conceive that other old men feel differently. Of course, I cannot demonstrate what I say, but I was young once, and I'm sure I was never ungenerously thrust back. I hardly know what to say. The way for a young man to rise is to improve himself every way he can, never suspecting that anybody wishes to hinder him. Allow me to assure you that suspicion and jealousy never did help any man in any situation. There may sometimes be ungenerous attempts to keep a young man down, and they will succeed, too, if he allows his mind to be diverted from its true channel to brood over the attempted injury. Cast about and see if this feeling has not injured every person you have ever known to fall into it.
They were 2 fine friends. The older man tried to reach across the Alleghanies and the plains and tell it.
In what I have said, I am sure you will suspect nothing but sincere friendship. I would save you from a fatal error. You have been a laborious, studious young man. You are far better informed on almost all subjects than I have ever been. You cannot fail in any laudable object, unless you allow your mind to be improperly directed. I have somewhat the advantage of you in the world's experience, merely by being older, and it is this that induces me to advise."
Yes, Lincoln was growing older. He wrote notes, memoranda, on what he thought General Taylor ought to say as presidential candidate.
"Were I president, I
should do so and so on the tariff, the national debt, a national bank, and
in the final treaty of peace with Mexico, we shall probably be under the necessity of taking some territory, but it is my desire that we shall not acquire any extending so far south as to enlarge and aggravate the distracting question of slavery."
Back pay was due Joseph Ferguson, who had died in Mexican War service. The father of the soldier was writing from Springfield to Lincoln. "I am very much in want of the money, and would be glad to have you call and obtain it immediately and forward the same to me without delay." And Lincoln made calls at the War Department in Washington until the matter was adjusted. Sometimes his past, of the days before he was born, interested him. A Shenandoah Valley congressman mentioned the Lincolns in Rockingham County, Virginia. It was there his grandfather, Abraham Lincoln, had lived. He wrote to one David Lincoln at Sparta, Virginia, and was told that the Lincolns of Virginia had come from Berks County, Pennsylvania. Several letters passed between the congressman and David Lincoln about their kinfolk. But later, in writing to a Jesse Lincoln in Tennessee, Abraham referred to David of Virginia, saying,
"I forget if he informed me which of my grandfather's brothers was his father."
He was interested in his genealogy, but not enthusiastic. On Christmas Eve of 1848, he sent his father $20 as asked for, and wrote a letter with kindly, sly digs at the poor excuses offered by Tom Lincoln in asking for the money. Chapter 80. Lincoln delivered a speech in Congress on July 27 of 1848, in which he outlined a portrait or sketched a cartoon of another politician. Yet in his very caricature of another man, there was a report of himself, a revelation of what he would rather quit politics than to be and do. In fact, he knew he was slipping in popularity and influence at home because of his refusal to be obedient to public opinion on the Mexican War issue. He analyzed the wiggling weasel course of General Lewis Cass, the Democratic presidential candidate, on the Wilmot Proviso. In 1846, General Cass was for the proviso at once. In March 1847, he was still for it, but not just then. In December 1847, he was against it altogether.
"This is a true index to the whole man," declared Lincoln. "When the question was raised in 1846, he was in a blustering hurry to take ground for it. He sought to be in advance, to avoid the uninteresting position of a mere follower. But soon he began to see glimpses of the great Democratic ox gad waving in his face, and to hear indistinctly a voice saying, 'Back, back, sir, back a little.' He shakes his head and bats his eyes and blunders back to his position of March 1847. But still the gad waves, and the voice grows more distinct and sharper still. 'Back, sir, back, I say.' And back he goes to the position of December 1847, at which the gad is still, and the voice soothingly says, 'So, stand at that.'"
The style of the speech was scathing and withering, a newspaper commented. Lincoln wasn't always humble. He could be cutting and scornful. Chapter 81. Lincoln had decided, after a short stay of his wife in Washington, that it would be best for her to return to Springfield, which she did. When again she wished to go east, she wrote to him asking him about it, as though in such a case it was for her to ask and for him to advise or decide. He signs his letters to her affectionately or most affectionately, and the name A. Lincoln. She signs her letters truly yours, and initials and dash M.L. His salutation is, "My dear wife," or "Dear Mary," and hers, "My dear husband." He wrote her he hated to sit down and direct documents back to Illinois voters, and he hated to be in an old boarding house room by himself. While she was there, he had thought she hindered him in attending business, but since then, having nothing but business, no variety, the daily routine had grown tasteless. All of the boarders with whom she was on decided good terms, he wrote, sent their love to her, while the others of the house were saying nothing. He has been shopping in the stores of Washington, as she asked, but cannot find a pair of plaid stockings of any sort to fit Eddie's dear little feet. He wished her to enjoy herself in every possible way, he wrote, but as to her open intimacy with a certain Wycliffe family, he asked if there were not danger of her wounding the feelings of her own good father. One letter Lincoln wrote to his wife that year read in full as follows: Washington, July 2, 1848. My dear wife, your letter last Sunday came last night. On that day, Sunday, I wrote the principal part of a letter to you, but did not finish it, or send it till Tuesday, when I had provided a draft for $100 which I sent in it. It is now probable that on that day, Tuesday, you started to Shelbyville, so that when the money reaches Lexington, you will not be there. Before leaving, did you make any provision about letters that might come to Lexington for you? Write me whether you got the draft, if you shall not have already done so, when this reaches you. Give my kindest regards to your Uncle John and all the family. Thinking of them reminds me that I saw your acquaintance, Newton of Arkansas, at the Philadelphia Convention. We had but a single interview, and that was so brief and in so great a multitude of strange faces that I am quite sure I should not recognize him if I were to meet him again. He was a sort of Trinity, 3 in 1, having the right, in his own person, to cast the 3 votes of Arkansas. 2 or 3 days ago I sent your Uncle John and a few of our other friends each a copy of the speech I mentioned in my last letter, but I did not send any to you, thinking you would be on the road here before it would reach you. I send you one now. Last Wednesday, P.H. Hood & Company dunned me for a little bill of $5.38, and Walter Harper & Company another for $8.50, for goods which they say you bought. I hesitated to pay them because my recollection is that you told me when you went away there was nothing left unpaid. Mention in your next letter whether they are right. Mrs. Richardson is still here, and what is more, has a baby. So Richardson says, as he ought to know. I believe Mary Hewitt has left here and gone to Boston. I met her on the street about 15 or 20 days ago, and she told me she was going soon. I have seen nothing of her since. The music in the Capitol grounds on Saturdays, or rather the interest in it, is dwindling down to nothing. Yesterday evening the attendance was rather thin. Our 2 girls, whom you remember seeing first at Kinesis, at the exhibition of the Ethiopian Serenaders, and whose peculiarities were the wearing of black fur bonnets and never being seen in close company with other ladies, were at the music yesterday. One of them was attended by their brother, and the other had a member of Congress in tow. He went home with her, and if I were to guess, I would say he went away a somewhat altered man, most likely in his pockets and in some other particular. The fellow looked conscious of guilt, although I believe he was unconscious that everybody around knew who it was that had caught him. I have had no letter from home since I wrote you before, except short business letters which have no interest for you. By the way, you do not intend to do without a girl because the one you had has left you. Get another as soon as you can to take charge of the dear Codgers. Father expected to see you all sooner, but let it pass.
Stay as long as you please, and come when you please. Kiss and love the dear rascals. Affectionately, A. Lincoln.
A letter dated Lexington, May 48, arrives one day from Mrs. Lincoln. He may think old age has set its seal upon her. In few or none of my letters I can remember the day of the month. I must confess it is one of my peculiarities. I feel wearied and tired enough to know that this Saturday night our babies are asleep, and as Aunt Maria B. is coming in for me tomorrow morning, I think the chances will be rather dull that I should answer your last letter tomorrow. She gives news from her sister Frances at Springfield. Willie is recovering from another spell of sickness. As to Springfield, she reports it as dull as usual. Then the family Kentucky news. Eddie has recovered from his spell of sickness. Bobby came across a kitten, brought it to the house. Eddie spied it, fed it with bread, was delighted over it. In the midst of his happiness, Ma came in. She, you must know, dislikes the whole cat race, I thought in a very unfeeling manner. She ordered the servant near to throw it out, which of course was done. Ed, screaming and protesting loudly against the proceeding, she never appeared to mind his screams, which were long and loud, I assure you. She sketches her mother. 'Tis unusual for her nowadays to do anything quite so striking. She is very obliging and accommodating, but if she thought any of us were on her hands again, I believe she would be worse than ever. And the next moment she appeared again in a good humor. I know she did not intend to offend me. By the way, she has just sent up a glass of ice cream, for which this warm evening I am duly grateful. Then the wife in Kentucky writes to her husband in Washington, wishing he and she were together. She wants to go east, join him, and visit eastern cities, sightseeing. Her Uncle James Parker of Mississippi is to travel east to put his eldest daughter in school in Philadelphia. Why shouldn't she travel with her uncle and meet her husband in Washington? I believe it would be a good chance to pack up and accompany them, she writes. You know I'm so fond of sightseeing, and I did not get to New York or Boston or travel the lake route. But perhaps dear husband cannot do without his wife next winter, and must needs take her with him again. I expect you would cry aloud against it. She darts from topic to topic. How much I wish instead of writing we were together this evening. I feel very sad away from you. Ma and myself rode out to Mr. Bell's splendid place this afternoon to return a call. The house and grounds are magnificent. Frances would have died of their rare exotics. It is growing late. These summer eves are short. I expect my long scrawls, for truly they are, weary you greatly. Then came more news or chat, and I must bid you good night. Do not fear the children have forgotten you. I was only jesting. Even E. eyes brighten at the mention of your name. My love to all. Just before writing the sentence, I must bid you good night, she had written the two words, with love, and crossed them out. Chapter 82. Early in September of 1848, Lincoln stumped New England for the national Whig ticket. He rode into new territory and saw the factories, mills, shops, foundries that made the Middle Atlantic states and New England rich and powerful. Regions that were almost nations by themselves, the white faces of thousands of wage workers. He was a man immensely and intensely impressed by facts that spread before his eyesight. He could analyze, deduce, synthesize facts that came within earshot. He would pick up facts and play with them, turn them over in his mind, and make them pay out with results beyond facts. As committees of Whigs escorted him, they felt often here was a sober, sad man from far west, with a strangeness they could not solve. As he loosened and lightened, they felt they knew him. He was so warmly and simply human. Then he would lapse to the sober, sad face again, the slouching, angular shoulders that drooped. In Boston, he saw Faneuil Hall and looked up Commonwealth Avenue and its rows of mansions past which Boston mobs carrying ropes had dragged agitators of the public peace. At Cambridge, near the walls of Harvard University, he delivered a speech. At Lowell, he spoke and saw there the incessant movement of its thousands of power looms and spindles, translating raw cotton fabrics to be moved on the new steam cars and the new steamships into far home and world markets. At Worcester, he was introduced by an ex-governor of the state, Levi Lincoln. The two of them traced back to a Samuel Lincoln who had come 200 years before to Hingham, Massachusetts. Abraham said to Levi, "I hope we both belong, as the Scotch say, to the same clan. But I know one thing, and that is that we are both good Whigs." He told the state Whig convention at Worcester that in speaking "this side of the mountains," he felt modest and referred to his home people looking on his auditors as instructed and wise. The New Free Soil Party reminded him of the Yankee peddler who offered for sale a pair of pantaloons large enough for any man and small enough for any boy. As to slavery, he believed the people of Illinois agreed with the people of Massachusetts, except perhaps that they did not keep so constantly thinking about it. The Boston Advertiser noted, "Mr. Lincoln has a very tall and thin figure, with an intellectual face, showing a searching mind and a cool judgment. He spoke in a clear, cool, and very eloquent manner for an hour and a half, carrying the audience with him, only interrupted by warm and frequent applause." At Cambridge, a reporter sized him up as a capital specimen of a sucker Whig, 6 feet at least in his stockings. There were halls where his head almost scraped the ceiling. They were struck with his height as he arose in the low-studded hall. A young Whig, George H. Monroe, and others, called at the Tremont House in Boston to take Lincoln to Dedham for a day speech. "He was as sober a man in point of expression as I ever saw," said Monroe, telling about it later. "In the cars he scarcely said a word to one of us. He seemed uneasy. I should say the atmosphere of Boston was not congenial to him. We took him to one of the most elegant houses in the town of Dedham, and here he seemed still less at home. The thing began to look rather blue for us. When we went over to the hall, it was not much better. It was a small hall and only about half full, for Mr. Lincoln had not spoken in Boston yet, and there was nothing in his name particularly to attract. But at last he arose to speak, and almost instantly there was a change. His indifferent manner vanished as soon as he opened his mouth. He went right to work. He wore a black alpaca sack, and he turned up the sleeves of this, and then the cuffs of his shirt. Next he loosened his necktie, and soon after he took it off altogether. All the time he was gaining upon his audience. He soon had it as by a spell. I never saw men more delighted. His style was the most familiar and offhand possible. His eye had lighted up and changed the whole expression of his countenance. He began to bubble out with humor. But the chief charm of his address lay in the homely way he made his points. There was no attempt at eloquence or finish of style. But for plain pungency of humor, it would have been difficult to surpass his speech. The speech ended in a half hour. The bell that called to the steam cars sounded. Mr. Lincoln instantly stopped. "I am engaged to speak at Cambridge tonight, and I must leave." The whole audience seemed to rise in protest. "Go on, finish it," was heard on every hand. One gentleman arose and pledged to take his horse and carry him across country. But Mr. Lincoln was inexorable. That evening, Lincoln spoke at Tremont Temple, following the speech of William H. Seward, governor of New York, and in a few weeks to be elected United States Senator. The Whig newspaper, The Atlas, the next morning printed a column of Seward's speech and itemized Lincoln's as powerful and convincing, and cheered to the echo. Governor Seward was telling his audience that year, The party of slavery leaves the mountain ravine and shoal to present all their natural obstacles to internal trade and free locomotion, because railroads, rivers, and canals are highways for the escape of bondsmen. The party of liberty would cover the country with railroads and canals to promote the happiness of the people and bind them together with the indissoluble bonds of interest and affection. Lincoln told Seward at their hotel that night that he had been thinking about what Seward said in his speech.
"I reckon you are right. We have got to deal with this slavery question and got to give much more attention to it."
He left Boston on the steam cars one Saturday morning, and from the windows as he traveled, he saw the walls of the cotton mills, with their power-driven looms, their miles of spindles, with their bobbin boys and girls. At Albany, he stopped off and talked with Thurlow Weed, the Whig boss of New York. They went out and visited Millard Fillmore, the Whig candidate for vice president. He rode on the Erie Canal to Buffalo, visited Niagara Falls, went down Lake Erie, and overland to Chicago and Springfield. After visiting his family, his law partner, and friends, he turned his law office corner into a shop where he whittled on a wooden model of a steamboat with expansible, buoyant chambers, sliding spars, and ropes and pulleys. It was an invention, he told Herndon, and was going to work a revolution in steamboat navigation. On the way from Niagara Falls, the steamboat he was on got stuck on a sandbar. The captain ordered barrels, boxes, and empty casks forced under the vessel. They lifted the vessel off the sandbar with their expansible, buoyant chambers. So Lincoln finished off a model and wrote a description of its workings, all to be patented. Between times, he and Herndon talked about Niagara Falls. "What made the deepest impression on you?" asked Herndon. The answer:
"The thing that struck me most forcibly when I saw the falls was, where in the world did all the water come from?"
And he wrote notes for a lecture, how the geologist can prove by the wearing back of the Niagara plunge that the world is at least 14,000 years old. How Niagara calls up the past.
"When Columbus first sought this continent, when Christ suffered on the cross, when Moses led Israel through the Red Sea, nay, even when Adam first came from the hand of his Maker, then as now, Niagara was roaring here. The eyes of that species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mounds of America have gazed on Niagara as ours do now. Contemporary with the first race of men and older than the first man, Niagara is strong and fresh today as 10,000 years ago. The mammoth and the mastodon, so long dead that fragments of their monstrous bone alone testify that they ever lived, have gazed on Niagara. And that long, long time never still for a single moment, never dried, never froze, never slept, never rested."
In the autumn weeks before Election Day, Lincoln stumped Illinois for the national and state Whig ticket, helping to make General Taylor president. His stand on the Mexican War he sometimes tried to make clear by saying the United States was like the farmer who said, as to wanting more land,
"I ain't greedy. I only want what jines mine."
Stephen T. Logan, running for Lincoln's seat in Congress, lost the race to a Democrat who was a Mexican War veteran. Chapter 83. Back home in Springfield, Lincoln had to help decide which Whigs would have plums. The Springfield postmaster, J.R. Diller, had done his best to defeat Lincoln's plans, and Lincoln recalled how 5 years previously he had got the postmastership for Diller. He had written a letter on December 16, 1844, to Congressman Hardin, reading, "Dear John J., you perhaps know of the great scramble going on here about our post office. Upon general principles, you know this would be no concern of the Whigs, but in this particular case, if it be in your power to do anything, you may thereby do a favor to some of your friends here, without disobliging any of them, so far as I believe.
The man we wish appointed is J.R. Diller. The reason is that Major Spotwood's family, now comparatively destitute, will be favored by it. I write this by an understanding with Diller himself, who has seen its contents."
And having thus helped put Diller into office, Lincoln later found it necessary to ask politely that Diller be put out. This he did in a letter to the Postmaster General, recommending Abner Y. Ellis for the office, and declaring, "J.R. Diller, the present incumbent, I cannot say has failed in the proper discharge of any of the duties of the office. He, however, has been an active partisan in opposition to us." Lincoln went to Washington, sat as a congressman who had failed of re-election, introduced resolutions to abolish the slave trade in the District of Columbia, watched the hungry office hunters come swarming in on President Taylor, tried and failed to land a high diplomatic appointment for Ned Baker, delivered a few remarks on the public lands, looked on the riotous whirl of the president's inauguration ball, had his hat stolen and walked Washington streets bareheaded at 3 o'clock in the morning, said goodbye here and there, and came home to Springfield, through as a congressman. Then, during 4 or 5 months, he carried on a campaign of letter writing and conferences aimed at getting for himself or for some other Illinois man the appointment of Commissioner of the General Land Office at Washington, salary $3,000 a year. Finally, the politics of the affair seemed to narrow down to where Lincoln personally would have to go after the office, or it would be lost to the Whigs of Southern Illinois. Early in June, he was writing friends.
"Will you as soon I should have the General Land Office as any other Illinoisan? If you would, write me to that effect at Washington, where I shall be soon. No time to lose."
Later in June, he was in Washington wearing a linen duster, carrying a carpet bag, offering President Taylor 11 reasons why he should be named for the land office job. The appointment went to Justin Butterfield, who had marshaled Northern Illinois and Chicago influence, besides that of Daniel Webster. And from then on, for months and years, Cyrus W. Edwards of Illinois refused to speak to Lincoln because he believed he himself should have had the land office, and Lincoln's handling of the affair had lost it to him.
"To lose the friendship of Mr. Edwards by the effort for him," wrote Lincoln, "would oppress me very much, were I not sustained by the utmost consciousness of rectitude."
Lincoln's decision then was to stay in Springfield and practice law. During the spring he had been busy, as a leading Whig, in recommending Whigs to be appointed by the Taylor administration to various offices. Toward the end of July, he wrote to John M. Clayton, the Secretary of State, that President Taylor's policy of throwing all responsibility for appointments on departments was having a bad effect.
"It is fixing for the President the unjust and ruinous character of being a mere man of straw. This must be arrested, or it will damn us all inevitably. It is said General Taylor and his officers held a council of war at Palo Alto, I believe, and that he then fought the battle against unanimous opinion of those officers. This fact, no matter whether rightfully or wrongfully, gives him more popularity than 10,000 submissions, however really wise and magnanimous those submissions may be. The appointments need be no better than they have been, but the public must be brought to understand that they are the President's appointments. He must occasionally say, or seem to say, 'By the Eternal, I take the responsibility.' Those phrases were the Samson's locks of General Jackson, and we dare not disregard the lessons of experience. Your obedient servant."
The months passed by, and 3,400 Democratic office holders were turned out, and 3,400 Whigs put in their places. Shady claims of former years were brought up. The Secretary of War, Crawford, was paid, as his share of one claim, the sum of $115,000. President Taylor, 64 years old, walked the streets of Washington alone, enjoying the weather, or he rode on Old Whitey, the horse that went through the Mexican War with him. His wife, who didn't like leaving the Louisiana plantation to go to Washington, spent most of her time knitting in the White House. Gas was installed to light the White House. New furniture and carpets were put in. When the president was introduced to a dozen young women in white dresses at a party one evening, he smiled slowly. "I have been so long among Indians and Mexicans that I hardly know how to behave myself, surrounded by so many lovely women." Sam Houston came on from Texas as senator, wearing a vest made from a panther skin, and during Senate sessions sat whittling sticks of soft pine wood supplied by the sergeant-at-arms. The months passed, and General Taylor sat in the hot sun near the Washington Monument and listened to 2 Fourth of July orations for nearly 3 hours. He drank ice water. He went home to the White House and ate from a basket of cherries. He drank goblets of iced milk. He disobeyed his doctor and ate more cherries and iced milk. He had stood against all the ravages of Mexico and wildlife in the Southwest, but he could not stand civilization. He said, "In 2 days I shall be a dead man." His mind was clear to the last, and he murmured, "I have endeavored to do my duty." Henry Clay had come back as senator from Kentucky, 73 years old. He had wept over his loss of the presidency. He had seen 2 Whigs who had beaten him for the nomination die in office. He went to balls and parties, kissed the pretty girls as he chose, and played cards in his room at the National Hotel, always with a glass of toddy standing by, made from Kentucky Bourbon County whiskey. And out in Illinois, Abraham Lincoln was settling down and straightening out his desk and papers in the law office with Bill Herndon. He was asking no nominations. Chapter 84. On the same front page of the Illinois State Journal where Abraham Lincoln and W. H. Herndon announced in 1849 they were attorneys and counselors at law, was a statement of J. H. Adams at the sign of the Big Hat. He is determined to sell hats at the lowest prices. Adams enumerated fresh arrivals of hats: vis-a-vis beaver fine brush, Angola drab, nutria smooth cashmere, fashionable pearl, otter moleskin, plush, Spanish shape, muskrat of French style, and round crown Russia, also wool hats of all colors. Adams, however, was not alone in meeting the hat needs of Sangamon County. The new hat store was opening with hats which will favorably compare with those made in St. Louis or any other city: fine moleskin hats, silk hats, fine Russia, and rough and ready hats, warranted to stand hard service. Adams lived by and for hats, and sometimes looked like a hat of a man, while John G. Ives led a quiet tick-tock existence, and looked like a clock of a man. Ives informed Springfield that, having been engaged in this city over 8 years in the repairing of clocks and watches, I feel confident I can give satisfaction to all who may favor me with their custom. Those having any disorder of the body were told that Burchell and Owen's drugstore kept Dr. Keeler's panacea, which would cure all ills, including constitutional debility, mercurial and hereditary predispositions, etc. The saddle maker, Amos Camp, said his motto was "Live and let live." Lowry, Lamb and Company were selling a plow they said was "the best plow in the country for breaking up stubble and foul ground, as it is almost impossible to choke it." R.F. Ruth, the harness maker, had put in a stock of saddles, saddlebags, carpet bags, carriage whips, and silver and brass-mounted carriage and buggy harnesses, besides an assortment of horse collars, blind bridles, back bands, belly bands, long and short tugs. Arrivals were announced of steel pens, Havana cigars, feather beds, India rubber shoes, coal stoves, Russia parlor stoves with self-regulators, silk fans, music boxes, 8-day brass clocks, silver candlesticks, ladies' buckskin, booties, slippers, chameleon silks, satin de chine, ladies' workboxes, earrings, card cases, bracelets, Boston butter crackers, new-style side and hanging lard lamps, silk-fringed Tibet shawls, French merinos, plaid lusters, drab modes. And at Hickox Brothers were 100 muffs for ladies, misses, and children at 50 cents to $15. Reverend N.H. Hall, D.D., of Lexington, Kentucky, published a notice as to the day and hours he would preach in the First Presbyterian Church, God willing. Watson's Saloon announced oysters, sardines, and other fixins can be had at all hours except Sundays and Sunday nights. D. Barnes advertised, wanted 10,000 deer skins, the highest price paid in cash for deer skins. During the agitation for laying plank pavements around the public square of Springfield and on the streets leading from the main hotels to the railroad depots, it was told that a traveling man one muddy week during spring rains was saluted by another traveling man. "Didn't I see you yesterday morning sitting on a box in the middle of the street?" "No," was the reply. "I was sitting on top of the Chenery House bus." Civilization was creeping in, year by year, with no violence but with slow, steady accretions. As an organic growth, civilization was rooting itself. Lincoln strolled hither and yon, on his shoulders the scrawny blue military cape he had bought in Washington when he was a member of the Congress of the United States. He saw cow pastures his feet had worn paths on, filled with lumber frame cottages. Fences hedged the old paths. He saw city lots where a log cabin had stood and the dishes inside were pewter. In their stead had come a brick house with a pantry and little fan-shaped ice cream dishes tinted with gold and blue violets. "Who is bound for California?" queried a want ad, saying, "All persons who feel interested in the California expedition will meet in the courthouse Saturday evening at early candlelight." Lincoln was a spectator and a philosopher as he rambled and saw his fellow townsmen making out as well as they could with life. It interested him when a man such as John Hutchinson, an undertaker, opened a line of cabinet furniture and announced, "He also continues the undertaking as heretofore and is proprietor of the new burying ground, which is laid off in small lots suitable for families, also half lots and graves for one person, coffins of every size and quality ready made, and as cheap as can be had in the city of the same quality, and Hurst's gentle horse and careful driver furnished as heretofore." Yet Lincoln's life was not held down to the humdrum of Springfield. He had law cases in towns out on the Eighth Circuit. On the day before Christmas of 1849, he was in Cincinnati, Ohio, writing a letter to Peter Hitchcock, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Ohio at Columbus. Either that day or the next, Lincoln expected to get the brief of the other side in the case and then go on to Columbus for the hearing. He was associated with T.D. Lincoln of Cincinnati. Their client was Linus Logan, whose steamboat, Mail, was rammed by the steamboat Clipper on the Ohio River. Lincoln's client had won a verdict of $3,760 in a lower court. In the hearing before the Supreme Court at Columbus, this verdict was sustained. Chapter 85. The little frame house, which was the Lincoln home on the corner of 8th and Jackson Streets in Springfield, was painted white with green blinds and white chimneys. Under the care of Mary Todd Lincoln, who was spick and span about such things, it was a clean, snug-looking place. There the ex-congressman, back from Washington, settled down to law practice, shoveled snow from the front door to the street, from the back door to the barn and the outhouses. As he put the currycomb to the horse and slicked axle grease on his buggy wheels, he could think about little Stephen A. Douglas, the short, thick-chested, blue-eyed man who had been a common struggler with the rest of them in Springfield a few years back. Now sitting in conferences with Clay, Calhoun, and Webster at Washington, a defender of the memory of Andrew Jackson, and fast taking place as a national leader of the Democratic Party. It seemed only yesterday that Simeon Francis caught Douglas by the hair and jammed him against a hayrack on the public square. and James Shields, who he had met on a sandbar in the Mississippi River, and was ready to cleave in two with a cavalry broadsword, was Douglas's colleague from Illinois in the Senate. The mayor of Springfield was John Calhoun, his old friend who had started him as a surveyor. They were all Democrats. Among Whigs, luck was the other way. His old law partners were practicing law. Stewart had been in Congress and never got back. Stephen T. Logan, the little thin-lipped, sharp-voiced, bushy-haired man who had tried hard to be elected, had not reached Congress but had stayed at home and become known as one of the ablest lawyers in Illinois. Quaint statistical facts stood in plain garb in the newspaper columns, puppets with prophetic fingers. 80,000 cords of wood were burned yearly in the railroad locomotives of the country, but coal had been tried out and coal mines were opening up. In April of 1848, when the telegraph lines from New York had reached as far as Niles, Michigan, the Tribune of Chicago notified its readers that perhaps in 2 weeks Chicago would have telegraph connection with New York, Boston, and Washington. When that takes place, look to the Tribune for late news. The slavery question seemed to be settled by the omnibus bill. 5 Negroes were in jail down on the public square. They were fugitive slaves and, according to the law, would go back to their owners. And yet, though the slavery question did seem settled, there were more quiet men here and there who were helping to pass on runaway Negroes up from Jacksonville, Springfield, Bloomington, on up to Galesburg, Princeton, Chicago, and so to Canada, where the British law prohibiting slave ownership made them safe. The northern part of Illinois had been filling up with settlers. Towns such as Princeton and Galesburg were like little pieces of New England, more Yankee than some towns in New England which had filled their factories with newcomers from Europe. Irish and Germans were swarming into Chicago by thousands. At Bishop Hill was a settlement where the women wove rag carpets and wore black kerchiefs around their heads, knotted under the chins. It was a spot as humanly Swedish as Sweden. Yes, Illinois was changing. What was ahead in politics no man could tell. The one sure thing was that people from Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia and the Carolinas, who had controlled Illinois, were to be outnumbered and outvoted at some time in the near future. Up in Bureau County was Owen Lovejoy, brother of Elijah. Over in Ohio was Joshua Giddings. Edward D. Baker had gone to California and was lighting the Sacramento Valley with his oratorical torch. New men, new issues were coming. The writing of history of the country would have to be with new names. Over the breakfast and supper table at the Lincoln home, the woman of the house told him her hopes that he would move onward and upward to a high place where his name would shine. He knew that fame, name, and high place would please her more than anything else. When he made a move in politics, he usually knew her view of it. She told him her views, and plainly. She read, she talked with people of influence, she gave him her judgment. She told him when she was pleased, when she wasn't. He believed in dreams and tried to read his dreams for their connections with his future. She believed in signs. She told him about signs, portents. Both were superstitious. Both had hopes. As the ex-congressman and prominent Whig leader shoveled snow, he had thoughts and hopes. News came one day as he was trying a case over in Bloomington. The Whig administration in Washington had a message for the leading Whig in Illinois. Was he willing to take an appointment as governor of the territory of Oregon? Lincoln made a quick answer. Whether he would go depended on what he heard from his wife. Her decision was no. She was willing to live in Washington as the wife of a general land commissioner, but she did not care to live in a pioneer country separated by weeks of wagon travel from the settled regions of the country. Illinois itself, then, had enough silent places. The plumes of smoke from the breakfast and supper fires of the cabins along the Sangamon were lonely enough. The corn-fed population of the Midwest frontier was only beginning to learn how to raise corn and fatten and market cattle and hogs. The Corn Belt was young. It had yet to learn how to fill the food bunkers of cities and armies. It was the time Ralph Waldo Emerson of Concord, Massachusetts, sent his friend Thomas Carlyle over in Scotland a bag of Indian corn, or maize, as a sample of a great American product. The Scotchman replied, "I have already drawn up a fit proclamation of the excellencies of this invaluable corn, and admonitions as to the benighted state of English eaters in regard to it, to appear in Fraser's magazine soon. It is really a small contribution toward world history, this small act of yours and ours. There is no doubt to me now that I taste the real grain, but all Europe will henceforth have to rely more and more upon your western valleys in this article. How beautiful to think of lean, tough Yankee settlers, tough as gutta percha, with most occult, unsubduable fire in their belly, steering over the western mountains to annihilate the jungle and bring bacon and corn out of it for the posterity of Adam. The pigs in about the year eat up all the rattlesnakes for miles around, a most judicious function on the part of the pigs. Behind the pigs come Jonathan with his all-conquering plowshare. Glory to him, too. Oh, if we were not a set of cant-written blockheads, there is no myth of Athena or Heracles equal to this fact, which I suppose will find its real poets some day or other, when once the Greek, Semitic, and multifarious other cobwebs are swept away a little. Well, we must wait. Adieu, dear Emerson. I had much more to say. Forgive me all trespasses, and love me what you can." The Scotchman was trying to picture what was going on across America. He wrote again. "Only 100 years ago, and the Mississippi has changed as never valley did. In 1751, older and stranger. Looked at from its present date, that Baalbec or Nineveh. Say what we will, Jonathan is doing miracles of a sort under the sun in these times now passing." And that year, after a trip west in which he stopped in Springfield, Illinois, 2 days and lectured, Emerson wrote to Carlyle, "I went down the Ohio River to its mouth, walked 9 miles into and 9 miles out of the Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, walked or sailed, for we crossed small underground streams, and lost 1 day's light, then steamed up the Mississippi 5 days to Galena. In the upper Mississippi you are always in a lake with many islands. The far west is the right name for these verdant deserts. On all the shores interminable silent forest. If you land, there is prairie behind prairie, forest behind forest, sites of nations, no nations. The raw bullion of nature, what we call moral value, not yet stamped on it. But in 1,000 miles the immense material values will show 20 or 50 Californias. Thus at Pittsburgh on the Ohio, the Iron City, wither from want of railroads. Few Yankees have penetrated. Every acre of land has 3 or 4 bottoms, first of rich soil, then 9 feet of bituminous coal. A little lower, 14 feet of coal, then iron or salt springs with a valuable oil called petroleum floating on their surface. Yet this acre sells for the price of any tillage acre in Massachusetts, and in a year the railroads will reach it, east and west." And 2 years later, Emerson wrote Carlyle, "I went lately to St. Louis and saw the Mississippi again. The powers of the river, the insatiate craving for nations of men to reap and cure its harvests, the conditions it imposes, for it yields to no engineering, are interesting enough. The prairie exists to yield the greatest possible quantity of adipocere, for corn makes pig is the export of all the land, and you shall see the instant dependence of aristocracy and civility on the fat 4 legs. Workingmen, ability to do the work of the river, abounded. Nothing higher was to be thought of. Room for all of us, since it has not ended, nor given sign of ending in bard or hero.
'Tis a wild democracy, the riot of mediocrities, and none of your selfish Italies or Englands, where an age sublimates into a genius, and the whole population is made into patties to feed his porcelain veins, by transfusion from their brick arteries. Our few fine persons are apt to die. The beautiful is never plentiful. Chapter 86. Lincoln studied and worked on law cases as never before in his life. For 5 years, politics was a side issue. He said he was out of politics. He traveled on the 8th Judicial Circuit with a court that moved across 14 counties, staying 2 days to 2 weeks in each county seat among a very litigious people. From September till Christmas and from February till June, he was away from his Springfield home, handling all kinds of law cases, driving a buggy across the prairie of 14 counties in all kinds of weather. It was his way of earning a living, keeping bread and butter in the home pantry at Springfield. He dropped into a way of life that kept him in close touch with people, their homes, kitchens, barns, fields, their churches, schools, hotels, saloons, their places for working and worshiping and loafing. For the first time, he held in his arms the white, still body of a child of his own. He could call the name of Eddie to his boy, and the boy had no ears to hear nor breath to answer. This was his own kith and kin, who had come out of silence and gone back to silence, back where Nancy Hanks had gone the year he helped his father peg together a plank coffin. He tried to pierce through into the regions of that silence and find replies to questions that surged in him. On the day Eddie was buried, a funeral sermon was pronounced by Reverend James Smith of the First Presbyterian Church, and a friendship developed between the Lincoln family and the Reverend Mr. Smith. The minister had been a wild boy in his young days in Scotland, and had been a scoffer at religion, and had been a preacher in Kentucky. He could tell a story. He and Lincoln were good company. The Lincolns rented a pew in the church. Mrs. Lincoln took the sacrament and joined in membership. Reverend Mr. Smith presented Lincoln with a copy of his book, The Christian's Defense, a reply to infidels and atheists. It argued that the creation of the world, as told in the book of Genesis, the fall of man in the Garden of Eden, the flood which ended with Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat, were true events, that the books of the Old Testament are not forgeries, that a number of profane authors testify to the truth of the New Testament evangels, that only an atheist can deny divine inspiration. The divine authority of the Scriptures is provided from prophecy and its fulfillment. Lincoln read The Christian's Defense, said he was interested, later attended revival meetings held in the First Presbyterian Church, and said he was interested. But when asked to join the church, he said he couldn't quite see it. To his law partner, he remarked, "There are no accidents in my philosophy. Every effect must have its cause. The past is the cause of the present, and the present will be the cause of the future. All these are links in the endless chain stretching from the infinite to the finite." The Edinburgh Review was on their office table periodically, and in Herndon's library Lincoln read as he chose, from volumes by Locke, Kant, Fichte, Herbert Spencer, the sermons and essays of Theodore Parker and Ralph Waldo Emerson, Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason and Common Sense, Gregg's Creed of Christendom, Volney's The Ruins of Empires, Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, McNaught on Inspiration. Lincoln read some of these, and read carefully a second time Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation by Robert Chambers, a Scotchman who said his book was the first attempt to connect the natural sciences with the history of creation. The rock layers over the earth hold the bones of animals and plants, showing that the world was millions of years in the making, that God practiced at making many other animals before at last he made man, according to Chambers' book. It interested Lincoln. 6 or 8 years before, he had read a copy borrowed of James W. Keyes. Now he read again carefully the 6th and revised edition in Herndon's library. Many ministers were telling their congregations the book was a bad book, was against the teachings of the Bible. Other ministers were saying it was a book worth reading. Close friends of Lincoln, such as his law partner Herndon and Matheny, who stood as best man at his wedding, had a notion Lincoln was a sort of infidel. They said Lincoln told them he did not believe the Bible was the revelation of God, and in a little book he wrote in New Salem, he tried to prove Jesus was not the Son of God. Lincoln did tell me that he did write a little book on infidelity. I got it from Lincoln's mouth, said Matheny. An infidel, a theist, a fatalist, was Herndon's notion. And yet Lincoln read the Bible closely, knew it from cover to cover, was familiar with its stories and its poetry, quoted from it in his talks to juries, in political campaigns, in his speeches, and in his letters. There were evangelical Christian church members who felt he was a solemn, earnest, religious man. Still others, like Jesse W. Fell at Bloomington, felt that he held a good deal the same views as the famous heterodox New England preachers, Theodore Parker and William Ellery Channing. When Fell talked with enthusiasm about Channing's sermons, Lincoln showed such a keen interest that Fell asked Lincoln if he would like to have a complete collection of the sermons. So Fell bought a special edition for Lincoln, who put it in his little library where it kept company with Exercises in the Syntax of the Greek Language by Reverend William Nielsen, D.D. On page 34 was a sentence reading in Greek, "Ye have loved me, and have believed that I came forth from God," with the words "from God" crossed with a pen, and the words "from nature" scribbled in Lincoln's handwriting. When word came that his father down on the Coles County farm was dying, Lincoln wrote a letter to John D. Johnston, the stepson at the farm. "I feel sure you have not failed to use my name, if necessary, to procure a doctor or anything else for father in his sickness. My business is such that I could hardly leave home now, if it was not as it is, that my own wife is sick abed. It is a case of baby sickness, and I suppose is not dangerous. I sincerely hope father may recover his health, but at all events, tell him to remember to call upon and confide in our great and good merciful Maker, who will not turn away from him in any extremity. He notes the fall of a sparrow, and numbers the hairs of our heads, and he will not forget the dying man who puts his trust in him. Say to him that if we could meet now, it is doubtful whether it would not be more painful than pleasant, but that if it be his lot to go now, he will soon have a joyous meeting with many loved ones gone before, and where the rest of us, through the help of God, hope ere long to join them." When death was close by, and there was a murmur out of deep rivers, and the moan of a long wind out of a cavern of dark stars, Lincoln often used Bible language. The young printer, Gilbert J. Green, drove out with him from Springfield one time to a farmhouse where a woman was dying. Lincoln was to draw up her last will and testament. After the paper was signed and witnessed, as the young printer remembered what happened, the woman asked, "Mr. Lincoln, won't you read a few verses out of the Bible for me?" A Bible was brought, but instead of taking it, the lawyer began reciting from memory the psalm, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." And again, without taking the Bible, he repeated such verses as, "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me." And, "In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you." He had told Mrs. Rankin, over near New Salem, that before he learned to read as a boy, he had heard his mother saying over certain Bible verses day by day as she worked. He had learned these verses by heart. The tones of his mother's voice were in them, and sometimes, as he read these verses, he seemed to hear the voice of Nancy Hanks speaking them. This he told Mrs. Rankin one day when a Sunday school convention was being held at Petersburg, and the question was discussed as to the age at which children are morally responsible and prepared to be taught the Bible. Mrs. Rankin was a friend of the preacher, Peter Cartwright, who ran for Congress against Lincoln. In her house, Cartwright was called Uncle Peter, and she had heard that Cartwright claimed Lincoln was no Christian and that Lincoln had said Christ was a bastard. Yet Lincoln was also a friend of the family. At her house, he borrowed books. There they reached out kindly hands when he was groping and trying to pierce the silence into which Anne Rutledge had faded. So one evening, Mrs. Rankin told him she knew the Cartwright charges against him were false, and yet there was the question of what his religion really was. The raising of the question made Lincoln restless. He stood up, crossed the room, rested an elbow on the fireplace mantel, and ran his hand through his hair. He said slowly that he could not discuss the character and religion of Jesus Christ in stump speeches. That is no place for it. He mentioned shadows and questionings that came to him at New Salem. There came into my life sad events and a loss that you were close to, and you knew a great deal about how hard they were for me, for you were, at the time, a mutual friend. Those days of trouble found me tossed amid a sea of questionings. They piled big around me. Through all, I groped my way until I found a stronger and higher grasp of thought, one that reached beyond this life with a clearness and satisfaction I never known before. The Scriptures unfolded before me with a deeper and more logical appeal through these new experiences than anything else I could find to turn to or ever before had found in them. I do not claim that all my doubts were removed then, or since that time have been swept away. They are not. Probably it is to be my lot to go on in a twilight, feeling and reasoning my way through life, as questioning, doubting Thomas did. But in my poor, maimed, withered way, I bear with me as I go on a seeking spirit of desire for faith that was with him of the olden time, who in his need, as I in mine, exclaimed, "Help thou my unbelief." He had by now slowed down from his first restless feeling. He left the fireplace and took his chair again. I do not see that I am more astray, though perhaps in a different direction, than many others whose points of view differ widely from each other in the sectarian denominations. They all claim to be Christians and interpret their several creeds as infallible ones. I doubt the possibility or propriety of settling the religion of Jesus Christ in the models of man-made creeds and dogmas. It was a spirit in the life that he laid stress on and taught, if I read aright. I know I see it to be so with me. The fundamental truths reported in the four Gospels as from the lips of Jesus Christ, and that I first heard from the lips of my mother, are settled and fixed moral precepts with me. I have concluded to dismiss from my mind the debatable wrangles that once perplexed me with distractions that stirred up, but never absolutely settled anything. I have tossed them aside with doubtful differences which divide denominations. I have ceased to follow such discussions or be interested in them. I cannot without mental reservations assent to long and complicated creeds and catechisms. If the church would ask simply for assent to the Savior's statement of the substance of the law, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself," that church would I gladly unite with. That was the way Mrs. Rankin remembered Lincoln talking about his religion that evening. She was sure that if she didn't remember all his words exactly as he spoke them, she did get his thought clear, because he spoke his words in a slow manner and meant his words to be so clear that his thoughts would be remembered afterward. Some who knew him in his hometown said he was careless about church, never went inside of a church. Others, such as his friend James C. Conkling, had other views. Of Lincoln's taking the pulpit and giving an address before the Springfield Bible Society, Conkling said, "When he had finished, he came down and slid into the seat with me. He was somewhat puzzled to understand why he had been selected to talk about the Bible. He whispered to me, "I don't know why on earth they got me to make this kind of a speech unless it was to milk the Gentiles." For the Kickapoo Indian, Johnny Congopod, Lincoln used an epitaph that had the breath of his religion in it. "Here lies poor Johnny Congopod. Have mercy on him, gracious God, as he would do if he was God, and you were Johnny Congopod." He was troubled about man, about God, about his country. Driving to Petersburg one day with Herndon, the year after he came back from Washington, he broke out, "How hard, oh, how hard it is to die and leave one's country no better than if one had never lived for it. The world is dead to hope, deaf to its own death struggle, made known by a universal cry. What is to be done? Is anything to be done? Who can do anything, and how is it to be done? Do you ever think of these things?" And he was trying to live up to the pieces of advice which he boxed in with a lead pencil in his book of exercises in Greek syntax. Deliberate slowly, but execute promptly the things which have appeared unto thee proper to be done. Love not the immoderate acquisition, but the moderate enjoyment of present good. Chapter 87. The Great Calhoun is Dead, mourned South Carolina and her neighbors in 1850. The great Henry Clay is dead, cried other mourners in 1852. And in that same year was heard the cry, "The great Daniel Webster is dead." All three had been congressmen, senator, secretary of state. All three had missed the presidency by narrow margins of whimsical ballots. They had spoken yes and no on the War of 1812, on the Mexican War, and they were dying as the country was blundering along with grave problems they had failed to solve. In their places were rising new young leaders to play with public opinion. Moving toward a chief place in the Democratic Party was young Stephen A. Douglas. The names of Seward of New York, Sumner of Massachusetts, Chase of Ohio, Greeley of the Tribune were beginning to count. Among the abolitionists rose young Wendell Phillips, aristocratic, handsome, ironical, scathing, bitter not only with the bitterness of a man in anguish over slaves chained, flogged, bought and sold, but bitter with some added tincture of a man gnashing and jeering at a whole humanity of chattels and puppets. He invented a form of oratory staccato with sneers and javelins. There were hours when he seemed to be a personally foiled creature who was able to make people think his own frustrations were the frustrations of the dreams of democracy. Eggs kept overlong in storage crossed the air and broke on his face as he was speaking from a platform. He wiped the smear from his face and smiled. "They're fresh." He embodied proud yearnings and gifts of contempt. Far to the south lived Jefferson Davis, the choice of Calhoun for Southern leadership. 6 feet high, loose-jointed, a West Pointer who walked militarily erect, with a springy step, his war-wounded foot healed. He had for his body servant the black man called Pemberton, who had been with him in the Black Hawk War and again was with him through the Mexican War when the Southerners of the Mississippi Rifles had their own slave servants along. From his cotton plantation and slave quarters at Biloxi, Mississippi, he could look out on the Gulf of Mexico. His home soil was swept by tropic breezes from a salt gulf whose warm waters touched Mexico, Yucatan, Cuba, Haiti. The breath of his home outlook in winter was different from that of bleak and frozen New England and that of the Northwest where blizzards piled their snowdrifts up to the latches of the cabin doors of the settlers. Often Davis could vision the so-called Union of States as two sections or confederacies with two cultures, fated to separate. When it seemed that California was going to be let into the Union as a free state, there were mass meetings in all parts of Mississippi. As Davis left for Washington, he believed the state of Mississippi would draw out of the Union and be joined by other states. In Illinois was the potential Abraham Lincoln trying a law case in Chicago and called on to deliver the address at memorial exercises for General Zachary Taylor. He spoke mournfully and quoted several stanzas from the star poem of the album of his memory. Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? In Taylor's character, he noted two traits: absence of excitement and absence of fear. When Henry Clay, foremost of Whigs, died in 1852, Lincoln was named to deliver a 50-minute speech of eulogy at a memorial meeting in the State House in Springfield. As he searched among papers, speeches, and books, he found less material than he expected. He tried to put his hand on a model eulogy that Henry Clay had spoken about some other great man, but except for a few lines on the death of John Calhoun, it seemed that Clay never had eulogized anybody. Lincoln had a feeling that Henry Clay had been rather cold, hard, selfish, with personal ambitions that had helped wreck the Whig Party. But this, of course, couldn't be put into a speech. Neither could he put into a speech his own picture of Henry Clay's manipulation of the famous compromise measures in Congress. Lincoln mentally noted, but not for the eulogy, when Clay wanted to carry an important measure, he drew it up in such a way as to embody his own idea as nearly as he could, and at the same time not to be offensive to those whose aid was indispensable. He then presented it to the strong men whose help he must have, or whose opposition he must stifle, and who were of strong wills, and either argued them into its support, or made such concessions and modifications as they insisted on, or added palatable features to suit them, and thus got a powerful force enlisted on behalf of his measure. Then he visited the members of feeble wills and simply bullied them into its support without yielding one iota to them. This, too, could not be put into a speech of eulogy. In the address as given, he noted that Clay was born in 1777 and grew up with the country. When Clay got his start in politics, the Union of States was holding together. When he quit, the Union was holding together. Clay must have had something to do with it. Mr. Clay's predominant sentiment, from first to last, was a deep devotion to the cause of human liberty. And, our country is prosperous and powerful, but could it have been quite all it has been and is to be without Henry Clay? He referred to Mr. Clay's eloquence, saying, all his efforts were for practical effect. He never spoke merely to be heard. He never delivered a 4th of July oration or a eulogy on an occasion like this. One little chapter in the life of Clay fascinated Lincoln. That had to do with an hour when Clay forgot himself and tore loose a speech that was so wild, bold, and free that the reporters dropped their pencils and the language of it was never written down. This lost speech lived in the memories of men as the best speech Clay ever made. A speech that Lincoln's best friends were sorry about was delivered this year. It was a reply to remarks of Stephen A. Douglas in Richmond, Virginia. Douglas was 4 years younger than Lincoln, had come as a Vermont Yankee to Illinois about the same time as Lincoln, and had fought his way to high Democratic leadership. A streak of jealousy ran through Lincoln's opening remarks to the Scott Club of Springfield. This speech, that of Douglas at Richmond, has been published with high commendations in at least one of the Democratic papers in this state, and I suppose it has been and will be in most of the others. When I first saw it and read it, I was reminded of old times when Judge Douglas was not so much a greater man than all the rest of us, as he is now. Of the Harrison campaign 12 years ago, when I used to hear and try to answer many of his speeches, and believing that the Richmond speech, though marked with the same species of shirks and quirks as the old ones, was not marked with any greater ability, I was seized with a strange inclination to attempt an answer to it. And this inclination it was that prompted me to seek the privilege of addressing you on this occasion. He took up Douglas's statement that Providence had saved the country from military administration by the timely removal of General Taylor, and closed his speech, "Let us stand by our candidate,
General Scott, as faithfully as he has always stood by our country, and I much doubt if we do not perceive a slight abatement in Judge Douglas's confidence in Providence as well as in the people. I suspect that confidence is not more firmly fixed with the judge than it was with the old woman whose horse ran away with her in a buggy. She said she trusted in Providence till the britchin broke, and then she didn't know what on airth to do. The chance is the judge will see the britchin broke, and then he can at his leisure bewail the fate of locofocoism as the victim of misplaced confidence.
Election day came in that year of 1852. The Whig party went to pieces. General Winfield Scott, the hero of Vera Cruz, was snowed under, carried only 4 states, and the Democrats sent to the White House the young Colonel Franklin Pierce, handsome, well-educated, conciliatory, the hero of a campaign book written by Nathaniel Hawthorne, author of The Scarlet Letter, a great writer of books who earned his living as a custom house official. Chapter 88. When Robert Todd, the bank president and cotton yarn manufacturer, died at his home in Lexington, Kentucky in 1849, Abraham Lincoln had spent some days in Lexington attending to the division of the estate in behalf of his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, the second eldest daughter of Robert Todd. 4 years later, a suit was filed against Lincoln, charging that he had collected money in Illinois for Robert Todd.
I find it difficult to suppress my indignation toward those who have got up this claim against me,
Lincoln wrote his lawyer at Lexington. He pushed for action to show when he had collected money, from whom, where they lived, and when. He wrote long letters to his lawyer with particular instructions, and traced the cause of the suit back to the bad feeling held by Levi O. Todd against his 3 sisters who lived in Springfield. Levi Todd asserted that his father had let the sisters have money freely, and there was money owing the estate.
This matter harasses my feelings a good deal, Lincoln again wrote his lawyer,
again with special instructions. At the trial, it was proven that another lawyer in Illinois had made the collections referred to in the suit. The record cleared Lincoln completely, and he wrote his lawyer,
I expect and desire you to be paid a separate fee for your attention to that suit, and authorize you to retain what you shall deem reasonable on that account out of any money of mine which is or may come into your hands. If nothing further for me is or is likely to be in your hands, write me, and I will forward you the amount.
Another money matter to look after was down on the Coles County farm where Sally Bush Lincoln, his stepmother, was living. Her son, John D. Johnston, wrote asking for $80. Lincoln replied,
Your request for $80 I do not think it best to comply with now.
He had husked corn in Indiana with John D. Johnston and knew Johnston's ways. He wrote advice.
You are not lazy, and still you are an idler. I doubt whether, since I saw you, you have done a good whole day's work in any one day. This habit of uselessly wasting time is the whole difficulty. It is vastly important to you, and still more so to your children, that you should break the habit.
He promised he would give Johnston $1 other for every dollar Johnston went to work and earned.
If you hire yourself at $10 a month, from me you will get 10 more, making $20 a month for your work. In this I do not mean you shall go off to St. Louis or the lead mines or the gold mines of California, but I mean for you to go at it for the best wages you can get in Coles County. You say you would almost give your place in heaven for $70 or $80. Then you value your place in heaven very cheap, for I am sure you can, with the offer I make, get the $70 or $80 for 4 or 5 months' work.
On a trip to Coles County, Lincoln found out that Johnston was anxious to sell the land he lived on and move to Missouri. He wrote to Johnston,
Such a notion is utterly foolish. What can you do in Missouri better than here? Is the land any richer? Can you there, any more than here, raise corn and wheat and oats without work? Will anybody there, any more than here, do your work for you? If you intend to go to work, there is no better place than right where you are. If you do not intend to go to work, you cannot get along anywhere. Squirming and crawling about from place to place can do no good. You have raised no crop this year, and what you really want to do is sell the land, get the money, and spend it. Part with the land you have, and my life upon it, you will never after own a spot big enough to bury you in. Half you will get for the land you will spend in moving to Missouri, and the other half you will eat, drink, and wear out, and no foot of land will be bought. Now I feel it my duty to have no hand in such a piece of foolery. I feel that it is so even on your account, and particularly on Mother's account. The eastern 40 acres I intend to keep for Mother while she lives. If you will not cultivate it, it will rent for enough to support her. At least it will rent for something. Her dower in the other 240s she can let you have, and no thanks to me. I do not write in any unkindness. Your 1,000 pretenses for not getting along are all nonsense. They deceive nobody but yourself. Go to work is the only cure for your case.
Thus a stepson to the son of his stepmother. In all the letters of Lincoln to John D. Johnston, there shines far back the feeling of love and care for Sally Bush Lincoln. It was she who tried to tell what there was between her and young Abe in saying, "His mind and my mind, what little I had, seemed to run together." Chapter 89. In the little White House with the green blinds and the white chimneys at 8th and Jackson Streets, Mary Todd Lincoln had in 10 years' time borne 4 children. In the winter of 1850 came William Wallace. In the spring of 1853 came Thomas, nicknamed Tad. At the cradles of these babies, at the grave of one who had died, the mother and father had stood together. For these little ones who came, pink, soft, and helpless, lying on their backs and kicking their heels toward the ceiling, Lincoln was thankful. To handle them, tickle them, and talk their goo-goo talk and watch them grow, had an appeal for his sense both of the solemn and of the ridiculous. Kittens he had always liked. Where other men enjoyed hunting and fishing, he found sport in petting kittens. And babies, particularly his own babies, were sacred keepsakes loaned out of asylums. As the years had passed, the two who had so suddenly and independently married came to understand that each was strong and each was weak. Habits held him that it was useless for her to try to break. If he chose to lie on the front room carpet, on the small of his back, reading, she knew that was his way. Likewise, if he came to the table in his shirt sleeves and ate his meat and potatoes absently, with his eyes and his thoughts far off, that too was his way. She tried to stop him from answering the ring of the front doorbell. The servant should answer the bell. But he would go to the front door and ask the callers what was wanted. Once 2 fine ladies wanted Mrs. Lincoln. He looked the house over and came back to ask the callers in, drawling pleasantly, "She'll be down as soon as she gets her trotting harness on." And when his wife wrangled with the iceman, claiming an overcharge for when she screamed at John Mendonça that she would pay only 10 cents a quart for berries, that they were not worth 15 cents, he spoke quietly to her as Mary, and did his best to straighten things with the iceman or the berry picker. Mary had sewed her own clothes, had sewed clothes for the children. He let her manage the house. Young Chevalier Henry Haney came to the law office asking for money for a new hose cart for the volunteer fire company, and he told Haney and the committee, "Boys, when I go home to supper, Mrs. Lincoln is always in a fine good humor then. I'll say to her over the toast, 'My dear, there is a subscription paper being handed round to raise money to buy a new hose cart. The committee called on me this afternoon, and I told them to wait until I consulted my home partner. Don't you think I had better subscribe $50? Then she will look up quickly and exclaim, 'Will you never learn, never learn? You are always too liberal, too generous. $50? No, indeed, we can't afford it. 25's quite reasonable enough.'" And he chuckled,
Bless her dear soul, she never find out how I got the better of her, and if she does, she'll forgive me. Come round tomorrow, boys, and get your $25.
A workman caring for the Lincoln yard went to Lincoln's office to ask about cutting down a tree.
What did Mrs. Lincoln say? Was Lincoln's question.
She said yes.
Then in God's name, cut it down to the roots.
There were friends and relatives of Mrs. Lincoln who felt sorry for her. One said, "Mrs. Lincoln comes to the best stock and was raised like a lady. Her husband was the opposite in origin, in education, in breeding, in everything, and it is therefore quite natural that she should complain if he answers the doorbell himself instead of sending the servant to do so. Neither is she to be condemned if she raises merry war, because he persists in using his own knife in the butter instead of the silver-handled one intended for that purpose." Among servant girls in Springfield, Mrs. Lincoln had a reputation of being hard to get along with. A girl named Maria came. She would stay for a few days, maybe a month, said the other girls. But she stayed 2 years. Lincoln had arranged to pay her $1 a week extra, Mrs. Lincoln knowing nothing about the extra dollar. "The madam and I began to understand each other," said Maria. "More than once, when she happened to be out of the room, Mr. Lincoln, with a merry twinkle in his eye, patted me on the shoulder, urging, 'Stay with her, Maria, stay with her.'" When John Bradford bought a new carriage and invited Mrs. Lincoln to join him and his family for a drive in the country, he said she came out of the house nervous and wrought up, and he had a suspicion she had been in a wrangle with a new servant girl, for just as she settled back in her seat, she exclaimed with a sigh, "Well, one thing is certain, if Mr. Lincoln should happen to die, his spirit will never find me living outside the boundaries of a slave state." A law student, Gibson W. Harris, in the office of Lincoln and Herndon, often ran errands out to the Lincoln home. Twice when Lincoln was away on the circuit, he was Mrs. Lincoln's escort at a ball. He remarked, "I found her to be a good dancer. She was bright, witty, and accomplished. The sportive nickname she gave me was Mr. Mister." Mr. Lincoln showed great consideration for his wife. She was unusually timid and nervous during a storm. If the clouds gathered and the thunder rolled, he knew its effect on his wife and would at once hasten home to remain there with her till the skies cleared and the storm was safely over. In many important matters, Lincoln trusted her judgment. Herndon noted, "She was an excellent judge of human nature, a better reader of men's motives than her husband, and quick to detect those who had designs upon and sought to use him. She was, in a good sense, a stimulant. She kept him from lagging, was constantly prodding him to keep up the struggle. She wanted to be a leader in society. Realizing that Lincoln's rise in the world would elevate and strengthen her, she strove in every way to promote his fortunes, to keep him moving, and thereby win the world's applause." She wrote to him one spring when he was in Washington that her headaches were gone. He wrote back the news was good, considering it was the first spring since they were acquainted that she had been free from headaches. He asked her to get weighed and report to him how many pounds she had put on. And he could joke her, "I'm afraid you will get so well and fat and young as to be wanting to marry again." Having bought a set of shirt bosom studs, he wrote her they were set in gold, modest, pretty little ones, only costing 50 cents apiece, or $1.50 for the set of 3. On leaving home, he would beg her not to let the children forget father. Once when away, he had a dream about bad luck happening to Bobby, and called it a foolish dream, but couldn't rid himself of the impression till a letter from home said Bobby was safe and well. Living next door to the Lincolns, and watching their ups and downs, was a shoemaker, James Gurley. When the Lincoln cow went dry, Lincoln stepped over to Gurley's for milk. "He used to come to our house with his feet in a pair of loose slippers, wearing an old faded pair of trousers fastened with one suspender," was Gurley's impression. "Our rooms were low, and one day he said, 'Jim, you'll have to lift your loft a little higher. I can't straighten out under it very well.' To my wife, who was short, he used to say that little people had advantages. They required less wood and wool to make them comfortable. I think the Lincolns agreed moderately well. As a rule, Mr. Lincoln yielded to his wife. In fact, almost any other man, had he known the woman as I did, would have done the same thing. She was gifted with an unusually high temper, and that invariably got the better of her. She was very excitable, and when wrought up, had hallucinations. I remember once when her husband was away from home, she conceived the notion that some rough characters had designs on her and the hired girl. She had worked herself up to a furious pitch, weeping and wailing loud enough to be heard by the neighbors, and even asked me to spend the night at her house guarding the premises and thus protect her and her girl. Of course, I expressed a willingness to do whatever she asked, although I knew the whole thing was imaginary. This was not the only time her demonstrations were loud enough to be heard by some of her neighbors. If she became excited or troublesome, as she sometimes did when Mr. Lincoln was at home, it was interesting to know what he would do. At first, he would apparently pay no attention to her. Frequently, he would laugh at her, which is a risky thing to do in the face of an infuriated wife. But generally, if her impatience continued, he would pick up one of the children and deliberately leave home as if to take a walk. After he had gone, the storm usually subsided, but sometimes it would break out again when he returned. Notwithstanding her unfortunate temper and her peculiarities generally, I never thought Mrs. Lincoln was as bad as some people here in Springfield represented her. The truth is, she had more than one redeeming trait. She and I rarely differed. In fact, we were good friends. Although I do not believe she could plead justification for many of the things she did, yet when I hear her criticized by some people, I cannot but recall what she once said to me about her husband, which was that, if he had been at home as much as he ought, she could have been happier and loved him more. Harriet Hanks, a daughter of Dennis, stayed at the Lincoln house a year and a half, going to school in Springfield and leaving because she couldn't get along with Mrs. Lincoln. I often heard Mr. Lincoln say he could eat corn cakes as fast as two women could make them, said Harriet. He seldom ever wore his coat in the house, and went to the table in his shirt sleeves, which annoyed his wife, who loved to put on style. One day he undertook to correct his child, and his wife was determined that he should not, and attempted to take it from him, but in this she failed. She tried tongue-lashing, but met with the same fate, for Mr. Lincoln corrected the child as a father ought to, in the face of his wife's anger, and that too without changing his countenance or making any reply to her. So there was talk about Mrs. Lincoln over Springfield. She economized in the kitchen in order to have fine clothes. She had a terrible temper and tongue, so the talk ran. That her husband had married her $1,000 in debt, that he charged low fees as a lawyer and was careless about money, and that she had managed the household so well that her husband trusted her and let her have her own way in all the household economy, didn't get into the gossip. That she was often sorry, full of regret after a burst of temper, didn't get into the gossip. She had borne 4 children for the man she had chosen for a husband at a time when she had a wide range of choices, when an elegant marriage in her own class was planned for. She had chosen one of the loneliest, strangest men in the world for a husband. She had chosen him deliberately, calling him back when over and again he tried to slip away. She sewed clothes for herself and her children. She read and spoke French, keeping on with her studies. While he was away 6 months of the year, she kept up connections socially that were of value politically. There were others saying, as young Gibson Harris said, "I found her to be a good dancer, bright, witty, accomplished." She had soft brown hair, clear blue eyes that swept with laughter or scorn. She liked fixing herself up, making herself pretty. As Lincoln sat across from her at the breakfast table, he could see on her hand the plain gold ring he had once placed there. On the inside of it the words Chatterton the jeweler had engraved, "Love is eternal." He had bought that ring only a little while after he had written his Kentucky chum, Joshua Speed, that his father used to say, "If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter."
Chapter 90. As Lincoln walked the streets of Springfield and as he rode the circuit of 12 counties, living in hotels and courthouses, He met people shaken and stirred by slavery. They had read a book. The book had set their hearts on fire with hate. They hated the South, the people of the South. It was a hate that made them hate their own country, its laws, its flag. They believed their own country guilty of a crime worse than the crimes of any other country in any other time. They had read a book. Men couldn't pitch hay or fix a wagon. Women couldn't wash dishes or knit baby shirts without thinking of the book, its terrible pages, and the terrible story. They moaned the word terrible to each other. A few could only be silent and pray to God. The book was a personal book with a personal story for its origin. In the year 1849, there was living in Walnut Hills, just a little outside of Cincinnati, a woman who was 38 years old and the mother of 6 children, all living. She worked hard, and for 13 years had done most of the sewing and washing for the family. She had put together the house furniture and varnished it, made her own pillows, pillowcases, bedspreads, quilts, and mattresses. When a neighbor found her laying cloth on the floor and cutting a dress for herself, the neighbor asked if she had a pattern to go by, getting the answer, "I guess I know my own shape." She cut and sewed her husband's coats, and besides was a cobbler, cutting leather soles and nailing leather heels onto uppers she had cut and sewed so as to lace the shoes up behind. Her husband read the Greek, Hebrew, Latin, and Arabic languages, and was Bible professor in the Lane Theological Seminary at Walnut Hills. Only that year had he told her, "There is no woman like you in this wide world. Who else has so much enterprise with so little extravagance, so much tongue with so little scold, so much sweetness with so little softness?" And she answered, "If you were not already my dearly loved husband, I should certainly fall in love with you." As to growing old and taking care of 6 children, she wrote to a school-days friend, "I like to grow old and have 6 children and cares endless. I wish you could see me with my flock all around me. They sum up my cares, and were they gone, I should ask myself, what now remains to be done? They are my work, over which I fear and tremble." She was born and raised in Connecticut, reading the New England primer, "Young pious Ruth left all for truth," and such rhymes as "Young Obadias, David Josias, all were pious." Her father was a congregational minister and read aloud to his children from Milton's poem, Paradise Lost. Sometimes she cried and sometimes her father cried when he read about how Beelzebub was thrown out of heaven and then began gathering together the lost angels thrown out with him, and how Beelzebub broke into tears as he tried to rally them. Thrice he essayed, and thrice, in spite of scorn, tears such as angels weep burst forth. On Sunday nights, after services, when the children begged him, the father took down his violin and played "Go to the Devil and Shake Yourself." She read Sir Walter Scott's novel, Ivanhoe, 7 times as a girl, and learned by heart and recited many scenes from that book. At 13, she was translating the Latin poet Ovid into English, and the next year was teaching the Latin classic Virgil in the Hartford Female Seminary, also studying French and Italian and drawing and painting. Life was grave, serious, as she heard her father preach a sermon on the text, "I call you not servants, but friends," and plead, "Come then and trust your soul to this faithful friend." Into her eyes came tears, and she answered, "I will," and sat through sacramental service. On the same day, she had gone to her father's study corner in the attic of their house and crept into his arms, whispering, "Father, I have given myself to Jesus, and he has taken me." And the father held her, and his tears fell on her hair. And he said, "Is it so? Then a new flower has blossomed in the kingdom this day." Then had come the moving to Cincinnati, a stopover in New York, which city she said would kill her dead if she stayed. It was an agreeable delirium.
And in the years of bearing her children and taking care of her husband, whose health was delicate, and doing many kinds of housework, she found time to write articles that magazines printed and paid for. One book of her sketches had been published. She broke down and went to a water cure in Vermont for 6 months, and came home with aches in her eyes, so that for 6 months she could not stand daylight, and lived in darkened rooms. It was then she wrote a school-days friend, "I like to grow old and have 6 children, and cares endless." There was a tracery of curves in her face, lines of pansy edging. She was a little trim woman, with blue-gray eyes full of changes, often dreamy, with ringlets of dark brown hair clinging to the temples of her forehead, and quick little hands that illustrated her words or spoke for her without words. As a 17-year-old girl, teaching in her sister's female seminary in Hartford, she had said, "Where persons are determined to be anything, they will be." The word determination had specific value for her. It was determination that set her father's face toward locating in the West in the Ohio River country. He said he had thought seriously of consecrating all my children to God in that region who are willing to go. He had a vision of schools, churches, libraries, colleges, culture, and religion, working a development of national spirit in the West. If we gain the West, all is safe. If we lose it, all is lost. This is not with a transient flash of feeling, but a feeling as if the great battle is to be fought out in the valley of the Mississippi, and as if it may be the will of God that I should be employed to arouse and help marshal the host for the conflict. These are only my thoughts, but they are deep, and yet withal my ways are committed to God. The father and the daughter had solemn deaths. When the books of the British poet Byron were published, the father had preached a sermon about the wasted life of the poet, and the daughter had read and been astonished by the corsair. She was only 11 years old when she asked what the line meant, "One I never loved enough to hate," and was told, "Oh, child, it's one of Byron's expressions." When her father told her one day, "My dear, Byron is dead, gone," the daughter was silent. So was the father a minute or two. Then he added, "Oh, I am sorry that Byron is dead. I did hope that he would live to do something for Christ. What a harp he might have swept." And the girl went up a slope called Chestnut Hill where there was a strawberry field. She had a basket and meant to pick the red ripe berries. Instead, she laid on her back among daisies, looked up into a blue sky, and wondered where Byron had gone and how it was with his soul. Yes, there was a tracery of curves in her face, lines of pansy edges. In the Hartford school, when girls had asked if they could just once be allowed to do this or that, she answered them, "Allow you? I have not the power. You can do so if you think best." And she wrote her sister, "The force of moral influence seems equal to that of authority, and even stronger." One girl liked animals, bugs, things that creep, weave, fly, swim, and had under her desk cover a little menagerie of spiders, tumblebugs, frogs. It was against the rules. The teacher made a new rule, that she and this girl should share the fun and the learning to be had from the little zoological garden hidden under the desk cover. And so the year 1849 had come, and she saw with it a pestilence of cholera come to Cincinnati. On a single day there were 120 deaths. She buried one of her own children. She got along as best she could with her curly-headed twins and the 3 other little ones, while her husband was off at Brattleboro, Vermont, seeking health. Then her husband came back and again took up biblical exegesis in the Lane Theological Seminary, and the old threads of life were taken up. Standing at the front door of her Walnut Hills home, she could see a flaring in the sky over Cincinnati, sometimes where a house was burning, and she knew again that a mob was at work. At the foot of the hills ran the Ohio River, the border line on one side of which Negroes were property and the other side not.
Back and forth across this line, she had seen the anger and the hate of men flame and spit, and with the years going by, it was getting worse. Down in the big town had been James G. Birney, who had given freedom papers to his slaves on an Alabama plantation and had published a weekly journal, The Philanthropist, in a fireproof building. Her brother, an editor on the Cincinnati Journal, was keeping loaded revolvers handy. Another brother had been a collector for a New Orleans commission house and told her about life in that city and in the Red River district. He told of seeing a slave mother leap from the deck of a Mississippi River steamboat with a girl child who was to be sold. She had driven on a stormy night along Mill Creek to the farmhouse of the Quaker John Van Zandt with a Negro girl who didn't have freedom papers and whose lawful owner was hunting his property. She had crossed the Ohio River, visited with friends at a Kentucky plantation, and seen the slave system under the kindlier and more intelligent masters and overseers. A call came for her husband at Bowdoin College, Maine. The family moved. The mother stayed 10 days in Boston at the home of a brother. There, the abolitionist organization and propaganda was shaping into a sort of religious crusade. It had leaped into a fiercer stride with the passage at Washington of a law requiring all people north to help slave hunters from the south in the capture of runaway property. All the smoldering fire in the woman, which had been softened and kept down when she lived on the Ohio River, shot up into blazing desires for sacrifice, even martyrdom. I feel as if I should be willing to sink with it were all this sin and misery to sink in the sea. A brother's wife, told her to use her pen. It roused her determination. One of her keywords was determination. I will write something. I will if I live. She went to Bowdoin, wrote her brother's wife that a new-come baby was holding her back. As long as the baby sleeps with me nights, I cannot do anything, but I will do it at last. I will do that thing if I live. One Sabbath at church, a chapter of a book started to write itself as she sat listening to the sermon. She wrote it and read it to her children, and the tears ran down their faces. The father came in. He cried too. Then, while caring for her children, and with a feeling that she was in her way helping to ransom countless unborn children, writing furiously out of her mother heart, she wrote the chapters, and they were sent with the ink hardly dry to the National Era for publication under the title Uncle Tom's Cabin, or Life Among the Lowly. They were published as a book in 1852. 8 power presses were soon printing copies of it. The sales reached more than 300,000. Letters and poems came to her from Whittier, Holmes, Longfellow, and many others. From England came letters of praise from Dickens, Macaulay, Kingsley, Lord Carlisle, the Earl of Shaftesbury. In Great Britain were sold 150,000 copies in a year. In Paris, a dramatization of the book was produced in 8 acts to an overflow audience that sat till 1:30 in the morning for the final curtain drop. Translations came out in France, Germany, Denmark, Sweden. In Italy, editions of Il Zio Tom were sold in all cities. In Wales appeared Cabin F. Ewerther Tom. Another year saw translations into Armenian, Russian, Bengalese, Persian, Japanese, and Chinese. A check for $10,000 arrived 4 months after the publication of the book. The author and her husband went on their first sea voyage. She wrote to her children that the ocean was a restless, babbling giant. She returned from Europe to write A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin, presenting the original facts and documents upon which the story is founded, together with corroborative statements verifying the truth of the work. A lone little woman, with a house full of children to take care of, with the grass not yet grown over one baby's grave, with her breasts hardly dry from the nursing of a new baby, had written a book timed with the same hours that the anti-slavery movement was gathering an ever fiercer stride and voice, becoming a terrible, irreconcilable crusade,
chanting of eyes that saw the glory of the coming of the Lord, of a just God to come and trample out the vintage where the grapes of wrath were stored. In the flow of her story of slavery, she had seldom paused to deal with some of its peculiar growths. It would have interfered with the swift movement of her drama to notice that in certain southern states the laws permitted free Negroes to own slaves, and by inheritance, gift, and purchase 4,500 free Negroes were in 1830 recorded as owning slaves, and in a number of cases free Negroes controlled large plantations. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If the free Negro husband of the slave woman did not buy her freedom, as many husbands failed to do, the children of the marriage were born slaves and were the lawful property of the father. Some husbands held off from buying freedom for their wives. An unsatisfactory wife could be sold. A Negro shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina, bought his wife for $700, and finding her hard to please, sold her a few months later for $750. A Negro Baptist minister in St. Louis was recorded in 1836 as the owner of 20 slaves. Samuel Gibson, a Mississippi free Negro, in 1844, took 6 slaves he owned to Cincinnati and gave them freedom papers. Little Harriet Beecher Stowe had set out to register in the bosoms of millions of other Christians her own shame of Christian civilization in America and her own cry for martyrdom. A picture of a slave society was what she tried to make in a large panoramic structure, and it had become mixed with a great personal ideal of the Christ man. Her hero, Uncle Tom, was a black Christ. He embodied all the implications of the saying, "The meek shall inherit the earth." He did what he was told to do. His word was trusted by his master. He could suffer grimly and humbly in his belief that heaven, a world after this one, would take him in and put right all wrongs. He did what he was told to do, until he was told to tell which way runaway slaves had run. Then, bleeding from whip thongs, his skin and flesh welted and pounded, he died moaning forgiveness to the master who had ordered another obedient Negro to beat him to death. It was a story of Judea located south of the Ohio River, with a whipping post for a cross, slave owners for Pharisees, ministers and politicians for hypocrites and Pilates, and a cotton plantation for the scene of a passion play. By the device of dramatizing a black Christ, she led millions of people to believe there were 2 countries with 2 cultures in the United States. In one, humanity was desecrated. In the other, it was held sacred. She became the prophetess of a passionately emotional point of view that south of the Ohio River was a widespread and terrible wrong, while north of the Ohio River nothing so much was wrong. Only in the South was there a vicious and brutal control by exploiters over producers. In the North was no comparable cruelty. Mismanagement of the common welfare and ignorant wastage of the lives of a lower class existing chiefly for the ease and profit of an upper class. Yet while Mrs. Stowe read the first manuscript sheets of her book to her weeping husband and children, a committee of the legislature of Massachusetts was circulating a report prepared the year before on conditions in that New England state. The report was dry, factual, painstakingly accurate, crabbedly truthful, as even in tone as the accents of a surgeon reporting a pulse beat or a definite condition of a particular anatomical area. That is, the report was in method the opposite of Uncle Tom's Cabin. In the industrial belt of the northern states were some 4 million wage laborers, most of them held in a control analyzed in the Massachusetts Committee report. It declared, "The legislature, with its intention of promoting the manufacturing interest, has by its action interfered with and destroyed the natural relations as existing between the class of employers and the class of employees. That natural equality of condition which ought to exist between the 2 classes does not practically exist between the corporations and the great mass of laborers in their employment.
These immense artificial persons, with far larger powers than are possessed by individuals, are not chastened and restrained in their dealings with the laborers by human sympathy and direct personal responsibility to conscience and to the bar of public opinion. The transactions between the corporations and the laborers are conducted by agents who are hired to so manage as to make the most profits for the stockholders, and the stockholders, throwing all responsibility upon the corporations, receive their dividends with a high opinion of the fidelity and efficiency of these several agents, high and low, who have managed profitably, but they know nothing of the hardships endured by the laborers, whose work has produced all they thus receive. The larger corporations, employing large numbers of laborers, all act substantially in concert in dealing with laborers and avoid all competition in overbidding for labor. They are thus enabled to fix inexorably, without consultation with the laboring class, all the terms and conditions of labor. The will of corporations thus becomes law, and declares how many hours the laborers shall work, and how much shall be their compensation. From the decision of the powerful employers, large masses of the laboring people have practically no escape. Circumstances practically compel them to submit to the offered terms. Many of them must do so, or have no work at all, and some this is equivalent to having no honest means of support. The power of the corporations thus exercised in determining the conditions of labor of large numbers of the laboring classes not only oppresses those whom they employ, but also exerts a powerful influence to depress the condition and prolong the hours of labor of every branch of industrial pursuit. The report suggested as a first step a shorter workday. Thousands of women and girls, 8,000 in one city, were tending the looms and bobbins of New England mills, working 12 to 14 hours a day. And the report noted, instead of the female operatives being nearly all New England girls, as was formerly the case, large numbers of them are now foreigners. The infusion of foreigners has been rapid and is going on at a constantly increasing rate. In a few years, the entire modification and depression of the state of society in and about manufacturing places will be wrought by this cause. By the present system of working, no sufficient time is allowed between working and sleeping for the improvement of the mental faculties. Their working 12 hours or more per day in the noxious air of the factories tends to deaden mental vigor, although it may not quench the intellectual fire once lighted. Far different results must be anticipated for the future when there is taken into consideration the rapid influx of foreigners, which is fast changing the character of the factory population. If this change continues to go on, there will be gathered into the manufacturing places a strictly manufacturing population permanently bound by circumstances to factory employments, similar in character to the factory population of England. Then the evils of excessive hours of labor will become manifest in the depressed tone of the moral and intellectual character of the mass of operatives, and also in their deteriorated physical condition. One evil result of devoting so much time to labor is the increased competition of labor. Prolonging the hours of labor decreases in some degree its wages. In Massachusetts there is always a surplus of labor unemployed. Those, therefore, who are out of employment through the effects of the excess of the hours of labor, go into the labor market and underbid those who are at work, and thus the general rate of wages is reduced. And far out among the farmers near the frontier, Lincoln was writing in a notebook some of the points that stood out big for him as he looked at the relations of man and master, the upper and lower classes of America. He could see two sorts of inequality, the British aristocratic sort and the domestic slavery sort. Neither was as good as a society of equals where every man had a chance. He had heard Southern men declare slaves were better off in the South than hired laborers in the North. Yet he would argue, there is no permanent class of hired laborers amongst us. 25 years ago I was a hired laborer. The hired laborer of today labors on his own account today, and will hire others to labor for him tomorrow. He set up the indictment. Although volume upon volume is written to prove slavery a good thing, we never hear of the man who wishes to take the good of it by being a slave himself. And he writhed as a man under the weight of some heavy conundrum of history and writing,
As labor is the common burden of our race, so the effort of some to shift the burden onto the shoulders of others is the great durable curse of the race.
Chapter 91. The Northwest and the South were paying their large debts in New York. While the center of politics was Washington, the money center of the country was New York. Canals, railroads, steamboats, crop transfers were handled through the nation's financial capital at the lower end of Manhattan Island. Affairs of size and cash outlay waited on word from New York. The streams of cash from the Mississippi and Gulf regions led to New York and the East. Nearly two-thirds of the banking capital of the country was in the East. Per capita circulation in the East was $16.50 as against $6.60 for the country as a whole. In a small eastern area of 200,000 square miles were factories, mills, stores, shipping lines, railroads, and banks that earned yearly returns equal usually to the total of capital invested. The bulk of the banking profits of the country was in control of eastern banks. The list of bank presidents in New York City showed an interesting percentage of them as having accumulated $100,000 to $500,000 in New England or the Middle Eastern states, and then moving to New York, the American vortex of cash and credit. A new bank was started for every month in the year in New York City in 1851. And in the 2 years following, 15 more banks opened their doors. Among large fortunes were some out of the African trade. A book published for bankers and merchants, Wealth and Biography of the Wealthy Citizens of New York, rated Peter Harmony as worth $1,500,000. The ship Warsaw, sold in 1844, made him $90,000 in one voyage around Cape Horn. Some of his ships to Africa brought out cargoes, it is said, that paid a profit equal to the difference in price between Negroes in Africa and Cuba. Whiskey, cotton, and real estate had brought Stephen Whitney $10 million. He was born in Connecticut and began life as a poor boy by retailing liquor, and finally dealt in the article by the wholesale. The great impetus to his fortune, however, was given by several heavy but fortunate speculations in cotton. His investments in real estate doubled his fortune. William P. Furness, a millionaire, made all his money in the South and is now a broker in Wall Street. John Sidham's estate of $700,000 came from cotton speculation. Mercantile business south at Mobile was the source of Jonathan Hunt's million. Samuel Packard, $500,000, was plainly a rich cotton planter resident in New York, while Isaac Packard got his $250,000 from Negro plantations in Cuba. And Moran Arundates came by his $500,000 in the southern trade and by steam ferry at Havana. Little pieces of land on Manhattan Island had doubled and kept doubling in price. Henry Brevoort's father left him an 11-acre farm, and when 9th and 10th Streets cut across Fifth Avenue where the cows were once pastured, Brevoort had become a millionaire. Peter G. Stuyvesant of the ancient Knickerbockers was rated at $4 million, mostly real estate. The estate of Stephen Van Rensselaer also came to $4 million and was divided between two sons, one of whom owns Albany County and the other Van Rensselaer County. Iron, coal, hardware, drugs were the sources of fortunes invested mainly in real estate. Anson G. Phelps, worth $1 million, owned Pennsylvania iron mines, a part of Missouri Mountain, altogether perhaps 500,000 acres, and had contracts to supply the federal government with nearly all the copper used for the national vessels. Sometimes the little book published for the information of bankers and merchants came close to impertinence. It rated Morgan Lewis at $700,000 and declared, "He acquired his estate by marrying a Livingston of wealth." And there was an odd item about Thatcher T. Payne, brother of John Howard Payne, author of the song Home Sweet Home. He was of a family part Jew from the east end of Long Island, not far from Montauk. And his $100,000 came through marriage with a wealthy widow. Benjamin L. Swan had $500,000. His firm was peculiarly lucky in commercial arrangements during the late Mexican War. The name of Vanderbilt was looming. Cornelius, rated at $1,200,000, had only begun on transportation and finance that would bring him tens of millions. In Daniel Drew, president of the Erie Railroad, was an example of a financier performing a vital and important public service and charging for the service a price unknown to the public. He had millions. Just how many he did not tell, if he knew. He had organized and reorganized the Erie and was one of the first adepts in railroad accounting. The estimated construction cost of connecting New York and Lake Erie was $2 million. But when built, it had cost $15 million, and the total capital obligations were $26 million. Thus, at last, a rail line ran between the seaboard and the Great Lakes. The railroad and the telegraph speeded up trade, sent the volume of business higher, and initiated the piling up of such personal fortunes as the New World had not seen before. Millionaires were getting common. With princely fortunes accumulating on the one hand, and the stream of black poverty from Europe pouring in on the other, said the New York Tribune, contrasts of conditions are springing up as hideous as those of the Old World. John Jacob Astor was rated as high as $50 million and as low as $25 million. He has, by the sole aid of his own industry, accumulated a fortune scarcely second to that of any individual on the globe, and has executed projects that will perpetuate his name to the latest age. At 18 years of age, he had left his home in Baden, Germany, resolved to be honest and industrious and never to gamble. He clerked in a fur store, went into the fur business for himself, and built trade till he was able to send 60 men to locate a fort and trading post, Astoria, on the Columbia River. Next, he had a chain of forts and posts in the northern Pacific Coast wilderness, trading hardware, knickknacks, and rum to Indians and white trappers for furs later shipped to China and traded for teas, silks, nankeens. His ships now plowed every sea. 2/3 of his profits, year by year, went into real estate and first mortgages. In case of foreclosure, which has often happened, he has bought the property in at much less than its real value. Mr. Astor has vast tracts of land in Missouri, Wisconsin, Iowa, and other parts of the West. His income must be $2 million a year, or $4 a minute. It has been remarked of him that Mr. Astor was capable of commanding an army of 500,000 men. During active life, he resided in a large house in the lower part of Broadway, and lived in a style of princely magnificence, attended by servants from some of the various nations with which he traded, among them some from the empire of the Celestials. His house was furnished with the richest plate, and his apartments adorned with works of art, among which was a Cupid by Mignard. Thus was America growing. Thus life was arranging itself at the financial capital of America. New York had a nickname. It was known among Americans as the front door. Emerson, the Concord preacher, saw war, revolution, violence, breeding in the antagonisms of bold, powerful men. Vast property, gigantic interests, family connections, webs of party cover the land with a network that immensely multiplies the dangers of war. Chapter 92. As Lincoln traveled over the 14 counties of the 8th Judicial Circuit 6 months of the year, making his home in Springfield, with occasional trips north and south in the state, there was a feel of change in the air. He had seen the frontier pass from Illinois and move west of the Mississippi. He had floated past St. Louis, a town of 5,000 people, and had seen it grow to 74,000 in 20 years. He had watched Springfield, with less than 1,000 people, grow to 4,500. Its citizens had voted for no license to saloons. He had seen cholera arrive in Springfield, and the mayor ordering a day of prayers against the plague. The public square that Lincoln saw just before turning up the stairway to his law office was sketched by the Journal when it urged, "Our streets and alleys should be cleaned everywhere, especially in and around the neighborhood of the square. The brickbats, trash, old hats, old boots and shoes, rags, bones, manure, and many other things which grace our streets should be hauled off and hog holes filled up." The town council had passed an ordinance to stop the running at large of hogs in the streets. The council had repealed the ordinance and finally settled the matter by a law providing that no hogs should run at large in the streets of the capital city of Illinois unless the said hogs had rings in their noses. The hog raisers of the state in 1850 counted 1,915,907 hogs. Travelers from Chicago said cows ambled along the sidewalks of that city as freely as the people, while residents of Quincy had their saying that geese filled the streets and as scavengers were superior to hogs. Besides Springfield, the cities of Quincy and Rockford had voted no license to saloons. The slogan, "The saloon must go," was heard. A petition with 26,000 signers asked the legislature in 1853 for a statewide vote on liquor selling in Illinois. The legislature refused. Nearly all the Whig newspapers were for temperance and had nicknamed the Democratic Party the Whiskey Party. At the far southern point of Egypt, the Cairo Weekly Times in Delta declared, "The use of intoxicating drinks seems more natural than the use of water." In 1855, the question went to a vote. The proposed prohibition law, modeled on the one in force in Maine, was beaten by a majority of 14,447 votes. In Chicago and in the canal and railroad zones, with the largest number of foreign-born voters, the balloting was heaviest against the proposed law. Lincoln was asked if he were a temperance man. He replied, "I'm not a temperance man, but I am temperate to this extent: I don't drink." The temperance movement had its main strength among the New Englanders, who had filled up northern counties of the state. Raiding squads with axes knocked holes in whiskey barrels and destroyed liquor stocks in the smaller towns. Such raids were not attempted in Chicago, where 800 saloons were licensed. In the air, strung on poles, were lightning wires. A telegraph operator in Pekin told Lincoln all he could tell about electric currents in the Morse alphabet. The telegraph connected Chicago, Springfield, and St. Louis. Within 2 years, a network of wires joined all parts of Illinois in a system controlled by Judge John D. Caton, called the Telegraph King of the West. The Journal and the Register at Springfield announced they would have telegraphic news. If the president at Washington issued a message, they would publish it as it came over the lightning wires. Likewise with steamboat explosions, train robberies, murders. 8 newspapers were published daily in Illinois in 1850. They increased in 4 years to 20. Also in the state were 118 weekly publications. Chicago had 7 daily newspapers, 15 weeklies, and 6 monthlies and other periodicals. In the southern part of the state, the publications were fewer. The Southern Illinois Advocate of Shawneetown was the only newspaper in 10 counties. Its principles and aims were unlimited: universal liberty abroad and an ocean-bound republic at home. The West was beginning to feel its oats and lift its voice. The Gem of the Prairie, the weekly magazine of the Chicago Tribune, declared, "The West must have a literature peculiarly its own. It is here that the great problem of human destiny will be worked out on a grander scale than was ever before attempted or conceived." When Southern representatives in Congress spoke threats of leaving the Union, at the time California was admitted as a free soil state and the South felt itself losing ground politically, Texas was reported to be making ready to defy the federal government by force of arms. The Alton Telegraph voiced the opinion, "The great and patriotic West has become strong enough to strangle the monster of disunion the moment it shall venture to raise its head." This while Senator Douglas was telling the country from the floor of the Senate, "There is a power in the nation greater than either the North or the South, a growing, increasing, swelling power that will be able to speak the law to this nation and to execute the law as spoken. That power is the country known as the Great West, the Valley of the Mississippi, one and indivisible from the Gulf to the Great Lakes, and stretching on the one side and the other to the extreme sources of the Ohio and the Missouri, from the Alleghanies to the Rocky Mountains. There, sir, is the hope of this nation, the resting place of the power that is not only to control, but to save the Union. This is the mission of the great Mississippi Valley, the heart and soul of the nation and continent." And while Douglas was openly telling the country this sentiment, his right-hand man in the House of Representatives was secretly writing Governor French of Illinois that if Texas defied the federal government, it would be the signal for the whole South to draw out of the Union, and therefore he advised strengthening the state militia, warning the governor, "I would prepare for this storm. I would provide against portentous violence. This, as a citizen of Illinois and a lover of the Union, I call upon you to do." The human inflow from Europe came before Lincoln's eyes. He saw Germans, Irish, and English by tens of thousands come into the state. 14 steamboats, ice-locked in the Mississippi River near Cairo in the winter of 1854, were loaded with 2,000 German and Irish immigrants. Up at Nauvoo, where the Mormon colony had moved out and crossed the Great Plains and the Rocky Mountains to settle at the Great Salt Lake in the midst of the Great American Desert, had come a group of French communists. Near Athens in Sangamon County was a settlement of Norwegians. North of Springfield was a huddle of Portuguese. The Germans outnumbered all others. Lincoln carried a German grammar and studied the language in a night class. He wrote "Nix komm raus" in letters. A Turnverein was organized in Springfield in 1851. In Bureau and Sangamon counties were Fourier phalanxes, experiments aimed at making perfect model human corners on Earth, planned somewhat after Brook Farm, the famous phalanx in New England started by Albert Brisbane and having Horace Greeley, Charles A. Dana, and Nathaniel Hawthorne among its members. Many new organizations were started, societies, unions, lodges, churches. Some were ancient, tested, filling deep human wants. Others were new, fantastic, untried. And it seemed that Lincoln didn't belong to any organization, new or old, secret or open, except the Whig Party, the State Bar, and the American Colonization Society. Chapter 93. Late in the afternoon of an autumn day in 1850, Abraham Lincoln is riding in the rattletrap buggy which he drives from one courthouse to another across the 14 counties of the 8th Judicial Circuit. He has spoken only occasionally to Old Buck, his horse. The head and the haunches, the hair and the ribs of Old Buck are familiar to him. He has curried and cleaned this horse. The ears of Old Buck have a language for him. He knows the places where the tugs and collar have worn the hair off and left the horsehide. On this drive, however, he has spoken hardly at all to Old Buck. He is lost in one of the dark moods that come to him. The rattle of the buggy, the jog of the horse, the flutter and flip of the blackbirds picking up corn and wheat in the fields, the rumble of wagons, axles and wheels, the far sounds of cowbells and grunting hogs, and sudden zigzags of scared grouse in the pasture grass. To these he is lost. The smell of the moist loam is in the air. 1 or 2 frosts of a passing week have whitened the ground, gone into mist under the morning sunshine, and there is in the air a faint memory of these frosts, as well as a ghostly recollection of the marching, majestic panoramas of the laughing corn, their stalks and tassels, their ears with a shine of yellow and of red gold. The time is the coming of evening, when all the revealed shapes of daylight take on the rags or the silks of mist and dark and form themselves into fine or comic apparitions, not seen in daylight. It is the time when men of dreams or mathematics, or both, have to be keener and more elusive with the outlines of their reveries or the statements of their theorems. Circling the horizon levels is gray haze, the first hint of Indian summer. The red ball of the sun performs the final arc of its day and drops below the prairie line. While the lamplighters of the cities of men are doing their daily work, the sprinklers of the stars are doing their daily stint up in the spans of the evening sky. Up the sky has come a little silver sliver of an early moon, a basket-shaped baby moon. A mist wraps around it. In moments it might be a shining papoose cover. To these little moving fire spots on the sky, The life of a man or a nation of men is put down in 2 easy almanac dates, telling of a coming and of a going away. Mortal man with feet of clay, gone tomorrow, here today. 10 years slip into a man's life and slip out. Each year a swift fleeting meteor, a fast-flying cloud. Each year a flash of the lightning, a break of the wave. In the 10 years now just ahead in the life of Abraham Lincoln, the human procession marches, toils, fights, laughs, sings, scrambles, dances, prays, its supreme wonder, the simple fact of birth, speech, song, its supreme majesty, the plain fact of death, silence, night. Behind that filmy tissue called the future, events are operating, facts toiling to their ends, shaping destiny, history. In the 10 years between 1850 and 1860, the country grows. Its 23 million people become 31 million. The United States has 2 million more people than Great Britain. The United States becomes one of the powers of the world, and it is only beginning to grow. A secretary in Washington figures that in 40 years more, the country will have 100 million people. A legend spreads. Henry Clay, on his last ride from Washington to Kentucky, steps out of a stage, goes back a few paces, leans over and puts his ear to the ground as if listening. "What are you listening for, Mr. Clay?" the driver asks. "I was listening to the tread of unnumbered thousands of feet that are to come this way westward." In 10 years, the ships at the ports of the country unload 2,600,000 people from overseas. In 1 year come 400,000. The East grows 21%, the South 28%, the Northwest 77% in population. Little towns peep up on the prairies where there used to be only gophers and jackrabbits. Cities swell from little towns. The country grows. The peopling of America with labor supplies for the operation of her factories and mills, for the breaking of her prairies and the raising of crops and building of towns on these prairies, goes on directly connected with events in Europe. Into America come men, women, and children who saw the dark year of 1848 in Europe, when the barricades and battalions of revolution arose from London to Moscow, from Prussia on the north to Sicily on the south. In England, the speeches, pamphlets, and street meetings of the Chartist movement scared the government into passing a law making seditious speeches an act of felony. The Habeas Corpus Act is suspended in Ireland. No less than 17,000 constables are sworn in to keep the peace in London when a crowd of 500,000 persons is to gather on Kensington Common. One agitator cries, "If a few hundreds do fall on each side, there will only be the casualties in a mighty movement." Police and troops with guns are mounted on public buildings. Military arrangements are put into the hands of none less than the conqueror of Napoleon, the Duke of Wellington. Street traffic is ordered suspended out of fear that wagons may be used for street barricades as in Paris revolts. A proclamation is issued warning the people against assembling for disorderly purposes. The mammoth mass action assembly planned for Kensington Common collapses. Fergus O'Connor, the chief organizer of the movement, broken with grief, loses his mind and spends years in a quiet of an asylum. The British government employs its guns not only to keep order among its home-born people. In far Afghanistan, 30,000 Sikhs with 60 guns, screened by a thick jungle, slaughter 2,500 British officers and men in the opening of a campaign that ends with British batteries, bayonets, and cavalry in control of the disputed region. In South Africa, a fourth war with the wild Kaffir tribes ends with the British flag flying over the Orange River territory. Boer settlers in nearby territory are declared to be under a British protectorate. And though the white men of the North are thus bringing civilization to the jungles of Africa and Asia,
That civilization has not yet learned how to guard itself from the filth of cholera. In London, 1,000 persons a day die from the plague, and a total of 50,000 die in England and Wales. The search goes on for markets, more people and territory where the products of the British power looms can be sold. A British steamship meeting a fleet of Chinese pirates shoots to pieces 13 of the junks. The ports of Burma are blockaded. Up the terraces of the Great Pagoda at Rangoon go the British bayonets, hoisting their banner over the golden dome of the final sacred pagoda. A fifth war is fought with the wild Kaffir tribes, and martial law proclaimed throughout Cape Colony in South Africa. When the Tsar of Russia tries to get footholds on the Black Sea and control of Constantinople, the British Army and Navy join with Allied European forces and fight a war in the Crimea. The famous Light Brigade charges. All in the Valley of Death rode the 600. They are of England's strong arm, keeping the routes clear and the connections open for the trading vessels carrying the cargoes from the power looms of Manchester and Lancaster and West Riding. And these wide-flung actions are little chapters in the new development of world trade and world markets, wider and fresher markets being wanted because of the immense output from the new machines, the power-driven looms taking more and more millions of pounds of cotton from the southern American states, and more millions of bushels of corn from far western America to feed the growing populations. As at times the mills slow down and men are out of jobs, and as land becomes scarcer in proportion to the population, there is an added attraction in the call of America and its prairies where land is cheap, and the black soil sometimes 6 feet deep. Europe has grim memories of 1848. Civilization was shaken into wild pieces of hunger and hate. The French February Revolution spread to every corner of Europe. King, emperor, czar, and sultan loaned each other money, guns, armies. Thousands of barricaded workmen took power and possession over the cities of Paris and Vienna, held those cities for weeks, and were shot down and their revolutions blown off the map by superior guns and fighting forces. So far did the revolutions go in the old feudal governments of Prussia and Austria that Prince William left Berlin for London. Leaving placards saying that his palace was the property of the nation, the Austrian prince, Metternich, chased out of Vienna, told a friend in London, "I have sometimes ruled Europe, but Austria never." As the news of the barricades in Paris reached Tsar Nicholas in Russia, he had mobilized his armies and ordered a manifesto written, closing with the words from Isaiah, "Listen, ye heathen, and submit, for with us is God." In Italy and Hungary, governments changed hands like chess pieces. Garibaldi, Mazzini, Kossuth became famous names, and republics set up for a few days or weeks by the revolutionists were tumbled over. In France, Louis Napoleon, a whiskered nephew of Napoleon I, took a crown as emperor. Such events set the faces of hundreds of thousands of homeless, landless, propertyless peasants and city workmen toward America. In England, Ireland, Germany, France, and Italy, they sell their pigs and chickens, they scrape and save, they borrow money from relatives and friends in Europe or America, pack their belongings in sacks, bundles, and handkerchiefs, and cross the big pond, wondering how much of what they hear they will find to be true in America. The wonder country, where across 1,000-mile prairies the plow and harrow had not yet put teeth into the rich black soil. It can hardly be true. They will see. By war and by treaty, there has come on the map of the United States, Texas, and the open spaces to be shaped into the states of California, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Montana, and parts of Colorado, Wyoming, and Kansas. A homestead bill comes before Congress. The bill says any free white citizen who settles on 160 acres and farms it 5 years shall have it free of cost. The bill is changed. He must pay for the land.
A sliding scale of prices is fixed. For 10 years, argument goes on about what shall be done with millions of acres of public lands. The government owns the land. The government says who shall next own it. In the 20 years between 1840 and 1860, the government lets go of 269,406,415 acres. It sells 68,752,889. It gives away the rest. It gives a single railroad 2,500,000 acres, and the railroad in 7 years sells half of this land for $14 million. In Washington, congressmen, senators, and cabinet officials squabble about what shall be done with the public lands, millions of acres northwest and southwest. There are land speculators, business interests, powerful in Washington, who for reasons of their own do not want free land for actual settlers. A few senators, such as Stephen A. Douglas, and congressmen, such as John Wentworth and William Richardson of Illinois, Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, try to get a free homestead law. They fail. Philosophers, farmers, and mechanics, calling themselves an industrial congress, meet in Chicago and declare the free land proviso would everywhere on the cotton plantations of the South and in the cotton factories of the North unite all lovers of freedom and humanity against all haters of freedom and humanity, and would strip the question of all prejudices resulting from sectional and partial agitation. They put the blame for bad feeling between the North and the South not only on the planters and landlords of the South, but also on forces in the North, which they name as factory lords, landlords, bankers, speculators, and usurers. For a simple, honest homestead law, the country waits. A movement with the slogan, "Vote yourself a farm," rises and disappears. Free land bills keep coming up in Congress. It is argued by Andrew Johnson of Tennessee that the poor whites trying to farm stony corners on the slopes of the Allegheny Mountains ought to have a chance to break west and settle on free land. A Virginia congressman pooh-poohs the idea that every man has a right to land. A radical from Pennsylvania says the eastern manufacturers are afraid of western free land because it would take men from the factories and send wages higher. Another congressman says it is the big landholders north and south who are stopping the passage of a free land bill. An embryo, a tugging unborn baby of a giant industrial and transportation civilization takes form and grows. The organism of society breaks the cords and bonds tying it to handicraft production and the organic structure resting on feudal land ownership. The society functioning its production and distribution of the means of life through capital and capitalists issues definitely from its birth folds. It is the end of feudal society. The knickerbockers, silk stockings, and silver snuff boxes are gone in America and Europe. The pantaloons, the Prince Albert coat, the stovepipe hat, the Havana cigar have arrived. The transcontinental railroad, the iron-built, ocean-going steamship, the power-driven factory, the financiers and rulers of these are to be the rulers of an earth ruled by the white race. Europe connects coal and steel areas with factory cities by railways. Russia runs a rail line from St. Petersburg to Moscow. Into northern Africa, into fringes of Asia, the rail paths go. Among tombs of the pharaohs and amid walled altars of China, the whistle of the locomotive is heard. The society resting on land ownership gives way to the new civilization operating through control of finance, industry, and transportation. Of railroads, men had said, they begin anywhere and end anywhere. Between cities, rivers, and lakes and canals, there were connecting short lines, stub roads for local service. Then the Erie Railroad puts a line through from a station near New York City across Pennsylvania to Dunkirk on Lake Erie. The Atlantic Ocean and the Great Lakes are connected now by rail to the north. The Baltimore and Ohio line pushes on through to St. Louis. The seaboard and the Mississippi Valley are joined by steel rails. 21,000 miles of rails are laid. total railroad mileage grows from 9 to 30,000. Gradually, between the seaboard and the Mississippi River, there comes a net of lines with cars hauling the pork and grain of the West to the factory towns of the East, to the holds of vessels sailing to the factory cities of Europe. The cars come back loaded with sewing machines, churns, scissors, saws, steel tools. The American threshing machine, which Cyrus H. McCormick has been perfecting for 20 years, goes into a competition with the threshing machines of other nations. The London Times pokes fun at the McCormick machine before the test. In the race, the American machine cleans 740 liters of wheat, while the English machine cleans 410. And while 6 threshers with the flails of Bible times cleans 60 liters. The official report of the fair says, "The triumph of the American reapers worked a new era in agriculture." Man toils, thinks, sweats for new tools, so that one farmer will be able to do the work of 10. New reaping and threshing machinery comes on the farms. Fewer wheat and oat harvests rot in the fields. Single-handed, a farmer can gather the crop on a quarter section of land. Grain drills, corn planters, wagons, and buggies with springs under the boxes and seats are bought by the farmers. The new churns, the new sewing machines help the farmer's wife. Over in England, a man works on improving artillery. He is trying to make guns stronger and cheaper. His name is Bessemer. He invents a way to force a blast of air through molten cast iron, resulting in a hard steel that he can sell $100 a ton cheaper than other steel of the same quality. The Bessemer process comes to America, where a man named Kelly is experimenting with that same process. Everything made of steel becomes cheaper. Steam fire engines, gas lighting systems, the Hoe revolving cylinder press, vulcanized rubber, photography, the use of anesthesia, these arrive. In London, they build a big palace of iron and glass and hold an international exhibition of the products of inventive, dexterous man. In New York, too, they hold an exhibition in the Crystal Palace. More and more is heard of discoveries, inventions, products, improvements, conveniences. The white man has spread his ships around the earth. Once the earth was wilderness. Now it is to be civilization. White men say so. England begins building all her ocean-going ships of iron. In the Middle West, there is keen interest in Stephen A. Douglas's plan for a railroad the length of the state of Illinois. He is asking the federal government to make land grants along the railroad route. Congress refuses. Douglas then lays the plan before Southern interests, proposing that they shall have a railroad connecting with the Illinois Central, running to the Gulf, with federal land grants for the Southern states. This bill passes. The Illinois Central gets 2,500,000 acres of land free without cost, and in 7 years receives $14 million from its land sales, and has sold only half its holdings. Asa Whitney is heard of. He is a merchant, lays up a fortune in New York, sails to China, comes back with a feel for distances. From city to city he goes, holding mass meetings, calling for a coast-to-coast railway across America. Let the federal government give public lands 30 miles wide along such a railroad from Lake Michigan to the Pacific. Public meetings pass resolutions in favor of his plan. So do legislatures. But nothing is done. It is all talk. He spends his fortune trying to get a Pacific Railroad built. His money is gone. He runs a milk wagon in Washington, D.C. He wanted to finish the work of Columbus and have a straight passage around the world westward from Europe to Asia. He sells milk at the doors of congressmen and senators in Washington. Asa Whitney. He is a crank, perhaps a man of vision born a little early. His epitaph might be, "He tried to finish what Columbus started." California is a place to talk about, to guess and wonder about. There in a week, 10 men shake gravel through hand screen and shake out $1 million of gold nuggets. The San Francisco City Council adjourns without setting a date when it will meet again. Churches close their doors. Newspapers stop printing. Ships lie in harbor with no sailors. Cooks and soldiers run away from the military forts and leave the officers to do their own cooking. There is a free-for-all rush to the gold diggings. A spade sells for $1,000. The wild times tame down. The first big gold rush is over. Gunmen, thieves, and crooks take hold of the government of California and San Francisco. They own or control governors, mayors, judges. 2,500 private citizens organize a committee, hold military drills, set up courts, and defying the regular legal government, they hang and deport murderers, firebugs, thieves, and make property and life safer. The Committee of Vigilantes, they call themselves. It is a little revolution in the name of safety for property and life. Across the Great Plains stretching east from the foothills of the Rocky Mountains toward the Mississippi River move wagon trains. A traveler counts 459 wagons in 10 miles along the Platte River. They are moving across vast empty prairies. Between the Arkansas River on the south and the Canadian border far to the north is the land not settled, not really open for settlement, not peaceably organized and humanly made ready for settlement. The territory of Kansas is organized, but there is civil war in this territory. Riders from Missouri, a slave state, get on their horses with rifles and ride over into Kansas and battle with abolitionists from New England. It is a taunt hurled from the anti-slavery platforms of New England that shipments of boxes marked books are sent to Kansas, the boxes encasing rifles. In the settlement at Osawatomie is a quiet, stubborn man with his family. Morning and night they have Bible reading and prayers. The enemy killed 2 of his sons. He steals horses from the enemy and kills sons of theirs. It is war. The man's name is John Brown. Over in Clay County, Missouri, are 2 boys growing up, Frank and Jesse James. They are learning to ride and shoot, to be reckless about life. The enemy burn their house, shoot their mother in the arm, so the arm has to be cut off. It is war. Into Kansas come men from many parts of the country. John Calhoun, who used to be county surveyor of Sangamon County in Illinois, becomes governor of Kansas. There comes Robert J. Walker. He controlled politics in the Democratic Party in the state of Mississippi 20 years back. He was the first to put Jefferson Davis into politics. He was Secretary of the Treasury under President Polk. He came within an inch of getting President Polk to annex all Mexico to the United States. He is governor of Kansas when the slavery men let the people vote on a state constitution, with a joker in it so that people can't vote slavery out. He meets his friend Stephen A. Douglas at a conference in Chicago. They tell the country the Kansas election is crooked. There are months in which the whole country talks about the latest news from Kansas. In the South are to be found all the imaginable conditions that lie between the 2 extremes of plantations managed by owners who are efficient, kindly, decent, thoughtful, and plantations and jail yards and auctions managed by hard, hopeless plantation owners and slave traders and breeders. On one plantation, the owner issues printed instructions going into full details on how the overseer shall see that the Negroes are properly clothed and well fed. He shall lay off a garden of at least 6 acres, cultivated as part of his crop, and give the Negroes as many vegetables as may be necessary. The Negroes shall not be worked in the rain or kept out after night. Sick Negroes are to receive particular attention. When the Negro shall die, an hour shall be set apart by the overseer for his burial, and at that hour all business shall cease, and every Negro who is on the plantation, who is able to do so, shall attend the burial. Humanity on the part of the overseer and unqualified obedience on the part of the Negro are under all circumstances indispensable. Whipping, when necessary, shall be in moderation, and never done in a passion. And the driver shall in no instance inflict punishment, except in the presence of the overseer. and each Negro man will be permitted to keep his own axe, and shall have it forthcoming when required by the overseer. No other tool shall be taken by any Negro without permission from the overseer. In the North are to be found all the imaginable conditions that lie between the two extremes of factories and mills managed by owners who are efficient, kindly, decent, thoughtful, and factories and mills operated by hard, hopeless owners. The Hamilton Manufacturing Company in Massachusetts issues public factory rules proclaiming, "All persons in the employ of the Hamilton Manufacturing Company are to observe the regulations of the room where they are employed. They are not to be absent from work without the consent of the overseer, except in cases of sickness, and then they are to send word as to the cause of their absence. They are to board in one of the houses of the company, and give information at the counting room where they board, when they begin, or whenever they change their boarding place, and are to observe the regulations of their boarding house. Those intending to leave the employ of the company are to give at least 2 weeks' notice thereof to their overseer. All persons entering into the employment of the company are considered as engaged for 12 months, and those who leave sooner or do not comply with all the regulations will not be entitled to a regular discharge. The company will not employ anyone who is habitually absent from public worship on the Sabbath, or known to be guilty of immorality. Peace societies organize. They aim to stop war. They circulate Charles Sumner's oration on the true grandeur of nations. He says, "There is no war which is honorable, no peace which is dishonorable." However, the National Convention of Reformers, headed by Park Goodwin, raises a point and asks a question. The peace societies are built upon a noble foundation of justice and philanthropy, but must not expect success in establishing permanent peace, or its parent justice, in the intercourse of nations, established upon the right of conquest. Why shall not the laws, which create motives in all men to obtain from all their fellow citizens, by cunning or any force not expressly forbidden in the law, all their lands, houses, goods, wares, and merchandise, also stimulate nations to foreign conquest and warlike aggression? The first undersea telegraph messages are sent. Washington and London exchange words. And the breech-loading rifle arrives. Man shoots bullets quicker and oftener. Wendell Phillips, the aristocratic young lawyer who dropped law practice to become an abolitionist agitator, says the churches are slow in their duty, hurling the taunt, "The theaters in many of our large cities bring out, night after night, all the radical doctrines and all the startling scenes of Uncle Tom. They preach immediate emancipation, and slaves shoot their hunters with applause. The theater, bowing to its audience, has preached immediate emancipation and given us the whole of Uncle Tom, while the pulpit is either silent or hostile." Yet in hundreds of communities, it is the church people who carry on the anti-slavery organizations, hide runaway Negroes in barns, cellars, wagons, and man the stations of the Underground Railroad. In a little church built of walnut wood in Galesburg, Illinois, they hide Negroes in the steeple. Frederick Douglass, the escaped mulatto slave, edits a paper, the North Star. Always the runaway slaves, sleeping by day, heading north by night, try to follow the North Star. Says Frederick Douglass, "Prejudice against free-colored people has shown itself nowhere so invincible as among mechanics of the North." In Virginia, white mechanics go on a strike because Negroes have been put to work alongside of them to learn skilled mechanical labor. The Charleston Mercury editorially hopes the white strikers will be crushed. Interference and rebellion from white workmen has the same spirit as that of a black slave insurrection. Civil war in Kansas comes near to spreading out over the whole country in 1856. 1,500 miles from Kansas, people make sacrifices in order that Kansas shall not be a slave territory. Emerson, in far-off Massachusetts, says, "We must learn to do with less, live in a smaller tenement, sell our apple trees, our acres, our pleasant houses." The faith of Emerson in the government is gone. I think the towns should hold meetings and resolve themselves into committees of safety, go into permanent sessions, adjourning from week to week, from month to month. I wish we could send the sergeant at arms to stop every American who is about to leave the country. Send home everyone who is abroad, lest they should find no country to return to. Come home and stay at home while there is a country to save. As his eyes sweep the years ahead of the nation, he cries, "The hour is coming when the strongest will not be strong enough." On a late afternoon of an autumn day in the year 1850, Abraham Lincoln, sitting in his rattletrap buggy, might have been lost still deeper in his thoughts if he could have snatched the film of tissue off the future and read events to operate in the 10 years to come. The babblings, confusions, and mixed paths of those events, as well as the human majesty of some of their outstanding performances, might have had for him the same mystery as the coming of evening in autumn haze, when all the revealed shapes of daylight take on the rags or the silks of mist and dark, and form themselves into fine or comic apparitions not seen in broad daylight. Hours come when men of dreams or mathematics, or both, have to be keener and more elusive with the outlines of their reveries or the statements of their theorems. Chapter 94. Young Bill Green, who had clerked in the Berry and Lincoln store, slept in the same bed with Lincoln and held Kirkham's grammar while Lincoln recited, was in northern Illinois in 1852, and met some families of movers at Princeton. One was the Carr family, who had come from the Mohawk Valley to Chicago by boat, and were going by wagon to the little log city of Galesburg in Knox County, where the Reverend George Gale and a company from Whitesboro, New York, had plans for churches, schools, colleges, religion, culture, and freedom in the new prairie region. Clark E. Carr, the boy of the family, listened with sharp ears to the talk of Bill Green. He was the same Bill Green who was on a witness stand one time when John T. Stewart asked him who were the principal citizens of New Salem, Green answering, "There are no principal citizens. Every man in New Salem neighborhood is a principal citizen." He had a Tennessee skill in telling stories, and the Carrs told him he was the best at spinning yarns that they had ever heard. He replied, "I ain't a primin' to a Curry's young feller who used to keep a grocery down whar I live. He can make a cat laugh. I've seen the whole neighborhood turn out to hear him tell stories. They ain't all jest the kind for women to listen to, but they's always a pint to 'em. He's a great big feller with a big mouth, and he kinder acts it all out, smilin' and laughin'. I never seed a real clown, but he'd make one. But I've seen him when he was the solemnest man in 10 states. When he came back from running a flatboat to New Orleans, if anybody said anything about niggers, he would get so solemn and tell 'em about a nigger auction he seed in New Orleans, how they sold a family, the man to the planter and his wife to another, and passed the children out among the highest bidders, and he thought it was awful. I've seen him turn pale," Green went on, "when talking about this auction, and seem to take sick to his stomach, and then begin to cuss and take on. And I've heard him say he'd ruther attend sawmill all his life than to sell niggers, and he'd ruther do all the work on a plantation hisself than to buy a nigger boy or girl from its mammy. I never once heerd him swar, except when talking o' that nigger auction." Mr. Carr interrupted. "He must be an abolitionist." "Abolitionist? Abolitionist?" cried Green. "You bet he ain't. He's a true loyal man who loves his country. No, he's no abolitionist." And what had become of this young man? "Wall," Green went on, "he went and larned law, made speeches, and run for the legislature. Set up in Springfield and got to Congress. But he's only a kind of a jackleg lawyer, and as fur as Congress, he couldn't get elected again.
Now he's kind of played out."
"And his name?" Green went on.
"He's a good a feller as ever lived, but he's kinder common, sorter just like everybody, no better no worse, just a good feller. There's another feller in that country who beats him, Dick Yates of Jacksonville. He's a feller who can beat anybody as a talker. He is that eloquent that he'll make you forget your own name. Talk about the American Eagle and the Star-Spangled Banner. He can just lift you up off your feet and make you soar and yell and hurrah and swing your hat and holler. Think you're Patrick Henry and George Washington and Andrew Jackson and Henry Clay and Bunker Hill and everything. I've seen him make people hold their breaths and wipe their eyes and blow their noses just by his talk. He'll be president someday."
"But what was the name of the first young man who could make a cat laugh?"
"Abe Lincoln."
And in further sketching Abe Lincoln, Green wanted them to know,
"He is the curiousest feller I ever seed. He could ask more questions than a Philadelphia lawyer could answer. Thar never came a man into the neighborhood but he'd find out just the things he knowed. He makes friends with him by telling 'em stories, and then he'd pump 'em. I've seen him pump a down east Yankee 'bout Boston till he knowed more 'bout Boston and Plymouth Rock and Bunker Hill than the Boston feller hisself. When he heerd of a grammar book, he walked 6 miles to get it, and when he got through with it, he knowed more grammar than the schoolmaster meant to gram."
Arriving in Knox County, young Carr heard Colonel French, the leading Whig politician, say,
"I've seen Abe Lincoln go into a caucus or convention and just get up and talk kind of honest, with no fuss, but just plain sense, wind it up with a story square to the point, and carry the whole outfit, bag and baggage, along with him."
And one day in Galesburg, as the boy Clark E. Carr was looking away down East Main Street toward the Knoxville Road, he heard a horn blow and saw a big Rockaway stagecoach make the turn into Main Street, 4 horses breaking into a run, the driver half standing and cracking a whip, while pigs and chickens in the road scattered, and women ran out of the kitchens and waved handkerchiefs and dishcloths. As the stage came to a standstill in front of the 1-story log post office on the southeast corner of the public square, a tall stranger was among those who stepped out. Colonel Finch was ready to greet him, but another man put himself between Finch, put his hand out to the stranger, and blurted, "Abe Lincoln, by God!"
"Yes, Governor, here I am,"
said Lincoln, shaking hands with the Honorable William McCurtry, Lieutenant Governor of the state, a Democrat and a farmer on Henderson Creek, north of Galesburg.
"I'm glad to see you and be in Knox County. How are you, Colonel Finch? I hear you are keeping those rascally Democrats level here in Knox. How are you, Squire?"
And shaking hands with everybody, even young Clark E. Carr, he swept the gathering with a glance and said with a wreath of a smile,
"That's a good story we had on the governor. You see, an Irishman had a bill before the legislature for some imaginary service he had performed on the canal, which the governor here squelched in the Senate. The Irishman's account of it was that his bill had passed the House and he was watching it from the gallery of the Senate. That it finally came up, and just as it was about to pass, a big nagger named McMurtry got up and motioned that my bill be laid under the table till the 4th of July, and that killed it sure."
After that, everybody walked into what was called the bar room of the tavern, though no liquor was sold. It was a church in College Town. A block from the tavern was to be erected the first church of solid walnut. "Lincoln, how can you keep out of politics?" asked O.H. Browning, a Quincy lawyer with the blood and manners of a Kentucky gentleman.
"Nothing going on in politics that I care about. I'm trying to become a lawyer," was the reply.
And it was suggested that the Missouri Compromise line between slave and free states might be wiped out. "We cannot tell what men will do," said Browning.
"Well," was Lincoln's answer, "if anybody should attempt such an outrage while I live, I think I'd want to take a hand in politics again."
When he had gone, Browning remarked that Lincoln was always a learner, and in that respect was the most notable man he had ever seen. "I have known him for 10 years, and every time I meet him, I find him much improved. He is now about 40 years old. I knew him at 30, and every time I have seen him, I have observed extraordinary improvement. Most young men have finished their education, as they say, at 25, but Lincoln is always a learner. If he keeps out of politics, he will in 10 years stand at the head of the profession in this state." 4 miles south of Galesburg on the Seminary Street Road lived a farmer, Daniel Green Burner, who was born in New Salem, had seen Lincoln go off to the Black Hawk War, and had lived there when Lincoln was keeping a grocery store. He told people, when asked, that Lincoln sold whiskey in the New Salem store, but never drank any himself, and never used tobacco. "He would swear under strong provocations, but this was not often. I don't think he made any pretensions to special goodness. The community was raw and green, and he was one of us. Lincoln was as full of fun as a dog is of fleas, yet he had no part in the tricks of the Clary's Grove gang. They had queer notions of fun. Once they called up an old man with a wooden leg and made him a prisoner. Then they built a fire around the wooden leg and held the man there till the wooden leg was burnt off." Burner could run on with recollections. "I've seen Lincoln place a cup of water between his heels, and then folding his arms, bend his tall form backward till he could grip the edge of the cup between his teeth and then straighten himself up without spilling the water. He would back up against a wall and stretch out his arms. I never saw a man with so great a stretch. He did little things like that to please people. Lincoln was the strongest man I ever knew. In the grocery, I often saw him pick up a 44-gallon barrel of whiskey, place it on the counter, and then lower it on the other side. And while Lincoln was full of fun and life, I never saw him dance, and he courted no girls. The 4 years I knew him in New Salem, I never saw him with a girl. He did not go to others for his amusement, but if they wanted fun, they came to him, and they found him full of it. There was singing school, but Lincoln couldn't sing any more than a crow, so he did not go often." Thus, in odd corners of Illinois, men were telling each other what Abe Lincoln was and wasn't. Across the state of Illinois, in the towns where Lincoln practiced law for a living, men gained different impressions of him. This and that man had his own little individual portrait of Lincoln. He could, paradoxically, make a cat laugh, and also be the solemnest man in 10 states. He was always a learner. It was a piece with the mental sketch formed by the Quaker Ira Haworth, who saw Lincoln in Danville and noted, "Lincoln doesn't show at first all that is in him." Or the swift characterization in the remark of Leonard Swett, who often tried cases with and against him, "You can never tell what Lincoln is going to do till he does it." Other lawyers could not say beforehand just when Lincoln would switch the management of his case and be off on a trail not noticed before. He would speak to a jury and give away one point after another. "Yes, we admit this," and "Yes, we admit that." And it would look as though the case were slipping away, when suddenly he would come down with unexpected power on the weakest point of the opposition and bring up his own strongest point. Once, during a criminal trial, a colleague, Amsey McWilliams, whispered to other attorneys as Lincoln was speaking, "Lincoln will pitch in heavy now, for he is hid." In silence and in ways covered from the eyes of other men, he struggled, grew, learned, in the years just after he came home from Congress and Washington. The boy who had lain awake nights and wrestled to unravel the big words, independence and predestination, had become a grown man who wrestled to unravel the ways of putting simple words together so that many could understand the ideas and feelings he wanted them to understand. He said, "I'm never easy when I'm handling a thought.
till I have bounded it north, bounded it south, bounded it east, and bounded it west.
He bought a book on logic and studied the science of explanations, how to analyze the absolutely true and the relatively true, the proximate causes and the remote causes, how to untangle fallacies and take them apart piece by piece and show mistakes in reasoning. He heard the word demonstrate and said to himself,
"What do I do when I demonstrate more than when I reason or prove? How does demonstration differ from other proof?"
He looked in Noah Webster's dictionary and learned that demonstration is proof beyond the possibility of doubt. The definition didn't satisfy him. He went to all the dictionaries and books of reference he could find for the meaning of the word demonstrate, and in the end said to himself that their definitions meant about as much to him as the color blue when explained to a blind man. He said to himself,
"Lincoln, you can never make a lawyer of yourself till you understand what demonstrate means."
He bought The Elements of Euclid, a book 23 centuries old. It began with definitions such as 1. A point is that which has no parts and which has no magnitude. 2. A line is length without breadth. 15. A circle is a plane figure contained by one line, which is called the circumference, and is such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within the figure to the circumference are equal to one another. 16. And this point is called the center of the circle. Also began with axioms or common notions. 1. Things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. 2. If equals be added to equals, the wholes are equal. 3. If equals be taken from equals, the remainders are equal. 4. If equals be added to unequals, the wholes are unequal. 5. If equals be taken from unequals, the remainders are unequal. 6. Things which are double of the same thing are equal to one another. 7. Things which are halves of the same thing are equal to one another. 8. Magnitudes which coincide with one another are equal to one another. 9. The whole is greater than its part. 10. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Quietly by himself, he worked with these definitions and axioms. The book, The Elements of Euclid, went into his carpet bag as he went out on the circuit. At night, when with other lawyers, 2 in a bed, 8 and 10 in a hotel room, he read Euclid by the light of a candle after others had dropped off to sleep. Herndon and Lincoln had the same bed one night, and Herndon noticed his partner's legs pushing their feet out beyond the footboard of the bed, as he held Euclid close to the candlelight and learned to demonstrate such propositions as, in equal circles, equal angles stand on equal arcs, whether they be at the centers or circumferences. And equal parallelograms, which have one angle of the one equal to one angle of the other, have their sides about the equal angles reciprocally proportional. And parallelograms which have one angle of the one equal to one angle of the other, and their sides about the equal angles reciprocally proportional, are equal to one another.
"In this troublesome world, we are never quite satisfied,"
he remarked once. Dreaminess filtered through him. He planned a speech in Congress. A week passed without his getting a chance to make the speech, and he commented,
"Now my interest in the subject has passed too."
One night in Danville at the McCormick House, the ladies' parlor was turned into a bedroom for Judge David Davis, who had a bed to himself, and Lincoln and his fellow lawyer, Henry C. Whitney, who slept 2 in a bed. In the morning, a thing happened that Whitney later told in this way. I was awakened early before daylight by my companion sitting up in bed, his figure dimly visible by the ghostly firelight, and talking the wildest and most incoherent nonsense all to himself. A stranger to Lincoln would have supposed he had suddenly gone insane. Of course, I knew Lincoln and his idiosyncrasies, and felt no alarm, so I listened and laughed. After he had gone on in this way for, say, 5 minutes while I was awake, and I know not how long before I was awake,
He sprang out of bed, hurriedly washed, and jumped into his clothes, put some wood on the fire, and then sat in front of it, moodily, dejectedly, in a most somber and gloomy spell, till the breakfast bell rang, when he started as if from sleep, and went with us to breakfast. Neither Davis nor I spoke to him. We knew this trait. It was not remarkable for Lincoln, although this time to which I refer was a radical manifestation of it, a proof that true wit to madness, sure, is oft allied. John T. Stuart had remarked to Whitney that Lincoln was a hopeless victim of melancholy. "Look at him now," said Stuart in a McLean County courthouse. "I turned a little," said Whitney, "and saw Lincoln sitting alone in a corner of the bar, remote from anyone, wrapped in abstraction and gloom. I watched him for some time. He seemed to be pursuing in his mind some specific painful subject, regularly and systematically through various sinuosities, and his sad face would assume, at times, deeper phases of grief. No relief came till he was roused by the adjournment of court, when he emerged from his cave of gloom like one awakened from sleep. He was spending more and more time by himself. Books, newspapers, his own thoughts, kept him alone in his room on evenings when other lawyers on the circuit had all gone to a party and returned to find Lincoln asleep. If he went to a concert, lecture, a Negro minstrel show, he would as soon go alone. The habit stuck to him of reading out loud to himself whatever he wanted particularly to remember, and of reading out loud as he wrote. The proverb about "wits gone a wool gathering" he applied to some of his own moods. Whitney noticed him often during a court session, with his mind completely withdrawn from the busy scene before his eyes, as abstracted as if he were in absolute and unbroken solitude. Whitney noticed also, Lincoln had no method, system, or order in his exterior affairs, no library clerk, no index rerum, no diary. When he wanted to preserve a memorandum, he noted it down on a card and stuck it in a drawer or in his vest pocket or his hat. While outside of his mind all was anarchy and confusion, inside was all symmetry and method. His mind was his workshop. He needed no office, no pen, ink, and paper. He could perform his chief labor by self-introspection. For his important business matters, he had an envelope marked, "When you can't find it anywhere else, look in this." The branches and crotches of trees interested him more in the winter-time, stripped of leaves and naked in design, than in the summer when covered. He searched for basic anatomy of structure. Finding Herndon reading a new book, the Annual of Science, he glanced through it and commented that the book was on the right track because it took account of failures as well as successes in its field. "Too often we read only of successful experiments in science and philosophy, whereas if the history of failure and defeat was included, there would be a saving of brain work as well as time. The evidence of defeat, the recital of what was not as well as what cannot be done, serves to put the scientist or philosopher on his guard, sets him to thinking on the right line." These remarks were prophetic in their way, for Herndon found Lincoln had arrived earlier than usual one morning at the office. Spread before him on his desk were sheets of paper covered with figures and equations, plenty of blank paper, a compass, rule, pencils, bottles of ink of different colors. He hardly turned his head as Herndon came in. He covered sheet after sheet of paper with more figures, signs, symbols. As he left for the courthouse later in the day, he told Herndon he was trying to square the circle. He was gone only a short time, came back and spent the rest of the day trying to square the circle, and the next day again toiled on the famous problem that has immemorially baffled mathematicians. After 2 days' struggle, worn down physically and mentally, he gave up trying to square the circle. He was trying to organize his mind and life so that he could not accuse himself, as he had accused President Polk, of being a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. He wanted to be simple as the alphabet, definite as numbers used in arithmetic, sure as the axioms or common notions that are the starting points of Euclid.
Had he trusted too much to his feelings and not reasoned, proved, and demonstrated his propositions clearly enough in his own mind before speaking them during his term in Congress? He wasn't sure. Hadn't he made a sort of fool of himself and made his friends sorry for him when he spoke before the Scott Club in Springfield in reply to the Richmond speech of Judge Douglas? He wasn't sure. He would see if he could be as simple as the alphabet, as definite as numbers, as sure as a demonstrated proposition in Euclid. He scribbled notes, trying to be as absolute as mathematics. If A can prove, however conclusively, that he may, of right, enslave B, why may not B smash the same argument and prove equally that he may enslave A? You say A is white and B is black. It is color, then, the lighter having the right to enslave the darker? Take care. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with fairer skin than your own. You do not mean color exactly. You mean the whites are intellectually the superiors of the blacks, and therefore have the right to enslave them? Take care again. By this rule, you are to be slave to the first man you meet with an intellect superior to your own. But you say it is a question of interest. And if you can make it your interest, you have the right to enslave another? Very well. And if he can make it his interest, he has the right to enslave you. Into these notes he put the high human hopes spoken by the men who made the American Revolution. One note read, "The ant who has toiled and dragged a crumb to his nest will furiously defend the fruit of his labor against whatever robber assails him. So plain that the most dumb and stupid slave that ever toiled for a master does constantly know that he is wronged. So plain that no one, high or low, ever does mistake it, except in a plainly selfish way. For although volume upon volume is written to prove slavery a very good thing, we never hear of the man who wishes to take the good of it by being a slave himself. Most governments have been based practically on the denial of the equal rights of men. As I have in part stated them, ours began by affirming those rights. They said, some men are too ignorant and vicious to share in government. Possibly so, said we, and by your system you would always keep them ignorant and vicious. We proposed to give all a chance, and we expected the weak to grow stronger, the ignorant wiser, and all better and happier together. We made the experiment, and the fruit is before us. Look at it. Think of it. Look at it in its aggregate grandeur of extent of country and numbers of population, of ship and steamboat and railroad. Though Lincoln was an entertainer, and when he arrived in Bloomington, Knoxville, or Pekin, men passed around the word that he had come to town and was retailing stories and jokes at a certain store or harness shop, he had his moods. A young man in Bloomington took special notice of these moods. His name was Jonathan Birch, and he was licensed to practice law on an examination given him by Lincoln. Birch noticed that an hour or two after Lincoln had been in the court clerk's office and entertained a crowd, and himself shaken with laughter as he drew his knees up to his chin at the end of a story, he might be seen in the same office or in some law office nearby in a changed mood. Birch noted. His chair would be leaning back against the wall, his feet drawn up and resting on the front rounds so that his knees and chair were about on a level. His hat tipped slightly forward as if to shield his face, his eyes no longer sparkling with fun or merriment, but sad and downcast, and his hands clasped around his knees. There, drawn up within himself, he would sit for hours at a time. No one ever thought of breaking the spell by speech. He had thrown about him a barrier no one dared break through. Glimpses of the ways by which history works with the individual, what a little and willing piece of sacrifice a man must be for the sake of his highest purpose, these came to him. He visited no public places seeking applause, but quietly as the earth in its orbit, he was always at his post. Lincoln had spoken of Zachary Taylor, murmuring the text, "He that humbleth himself shall be exalted." To develop an illuminated, mysterious personality and be an elusive and dark player on the stage of destiny is a dream of achievement lightly carried by a man of whom it is said, "He can make a cat laugh." Yet when such a dream does develop in such a man, he is hard to follow even when he most explains himself. The inside changes that began to work in Abraham Lincoln in the 4 or 5 years after he came back from Washington had their connection with the changes developing in the heart and mind of the country. He was ready to be the tongue and voice of those changes. As he walked with his long, easy stride, with a head bowed till the chin rested on his collarbone, with a sober face and eyes of deepening mystery, he was already carrying a load, already in the toils, almost ready to cry, "I shall never be glad again." He was lawyer, politician, a good neighbor and storyteller, a live, companionable man. These belonged to his role. He was to be a mind, a spirit, a tongue and voice. Out of the silent working of his inner life came forces no one outside of himself could know. They were his secret, his personality and purpose, besides which all other facts of his comings and goings were insignificant. He became a seer and a sayer. He took responsibility personally. He solved, resolved, and answered terrible questions. Or he said, with out-and-out honesty and a desperate toss of his head, that he had no answer. No man could form the answer. Only history and the future could bring the answer. True, he had ambitions. Goals beckoned and banners called. But he would wreck and sink the ambition that interfered with his life and personality. He can make a cat laugh. In the speeches he was now ready to make, with the American nation for an audience, there would be reason and passion rising so overwhelmingly out of them that some men and women would know they came from other regions than those of personal ambition. He was in the toils of something else than personal ambition. He was beginning to see what a little and willing piece of sacrifice a man must be for the sake of a dark fame. End of section 46. End of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1 by Carl Sandburg.